Flashes of lightning seemed to tear the sky into many fragments. The wind fluttered the purple flag. In the light of lightning flashes, the cup fell, spilling its contents on the floor. The man with blonde hair fell to the floor dead. Another flash of lightning illuminated the brunette, who was coldly watching what was happening. After leaving the scene of the crime, the girl ordered the knights to deal with the crown prince. 2 men clad in iron armor carried out the lifeless body. The girl whispered quietly about her adored lover. The brunette's hands were shaking violently. Now the woman realized that she had committed a sinful act. Clutching her trembling hands tightly, the girl realized that it was all for his sake. She walked past many defeated opponents. There was a cool calm on her face and a copper key was visible in her hands. The brunette realized that on the orders of her lover, she had betrayed the kingdom. She sincerely hoped that he was happy. The heroine wiped her bloody hands on the hem of her dress. She was looking forward to him becoming king. The girl wiped the remaining blood from her pale face. The brunette walked through the palace, not paying attention to the bloody corpses. She felt her heart jump out of her chest with the realization that the guy would now love her even more. A man with expressive blue eyes sat on a throne. The rays of the rising sun made their way through the small window behind him. The new ruler's face was stained with blood. He asked the girl how everything went. The brunette moved towards her lover, trying not to pay attention to the bloody bodies. The girl's gaze froze. She swallowed nervously. The girl said that she had dealt with Crown Prince Alfonso. The man's small smirk grew into a loud laugh. Having calmed down a little, the brown-haired man looked at her and noticed that she had done a pretty good job. The corners of Ariadne's mouth spread into a modest smile as soon as the girl heard praise addressed to her. Rising from the throne, the man walked towards the brunette. He told the woman that now their time had come. The lover promised Ariadne that as soon as everything calmed down, he would make her the most noble woman in the entire kingdom. The man hugged the brunette tightly to him. The girl noticed that Cesare knew that this is what her heart longed for. There was nothing better for her than the praise of her lover. After all, if he was happy, it meant that she was too. The girl stood holding the brown-haired man to her. She was ready to do anything to be near him. The lover did not pay attention to the many defeated knights. 9 years have passed since Cesare successfully carried out a coup d'état. The man became a resident of the Etruscan kingdom. He kept his promise, and now the brunette played the role of the one who managed the internal affairs of the creator. Ariadne tried to do everything that the former queen did. Events take us 8 years ago. Women from high society condemned the brunette. After all, she grew up on a farm and was uneducated. The girl, as a representative of the capital's aristocracy, considered it a disgrace to even have Ariadne nearby. The friends discussed when Mr. Cesare planned to get married. The girl with pink hair doubted that he was planning to marry his current bride. The brunette tightly clutched the hem of her dress from such discussions. Ariadne looked at the ring on the stub of her ring finger. Mentally, the woman tried to convince herself that he loved her. And the girls just really started spreading rumors. The women assumed that the regent was also an illegitimate son. The brunette could barely contain her rage. Gossip Girl was sure that the story about the crown prince's cousin was a hoax. The woman was sure that the guys were half-brothers. The gray-haired aristocrat noted that illegitimate children will not receive God's blessing. Waving her fan, the woman noticed that such children were only the fruits of a dirty union. The aristocrat noticed that Mr. Cesare was not suitable for the role of king, because he was of unclean origin. Ariadne, unable to bear it, grabbed the woman's hair. The brunette pulled the older woman's hair and forced her to apologize. The girl did not understand how such dirty words could come out of a woman's mouth. Ariadne's face twisted with anger. The girl explained that it would be better if a purebred lady insulted her than a man. A stern voice asked what was happening here. A smile appeared on the girl's face and joy shone in her green eyes. Cesare was shocked and asked what happened to Countess Marquez. The man approached the countess and asked if everything was all right with her. The brown-haired man extended his hand, helping the woman to stand up. The countess noticed that the regent was taught manners, unlike this girl. Despair was visible in the brunette's eyes. Because the girl wanted to defend his honor, he turned sharply to the girl and pierced her with his stern gaze. The brown-haired woman explained to the girl that she shouldn't behave like that with the capital's ladies. He abruptly pulled the girl towards him and explained that they needed the support of the aristocrats. Penetrating the girl with his blue eyes, the lover told her that the countess was of more use than her. Brown explained that it was impossible to allow someone like her to take the place of the regent's wife. The man explained to Ariadne that she was behaving extremely stupidly. Cesare reminded the brunette that she was supposed to become a virtuous and modest lady, who would not be ashamed to introduce herself to high society. The brown-haired man quickly left and explained that he would accept a woman as his wife only under such conditions. All this time, Ariadne tried to comply with this condition. Despite everything, she wanted to achieve what she wanted. More than 8 years have passed since that incident, but she was still only his fiancée. Pressing the brunette in bed, Cesare explained to her that he was a benevolent ruler. The man wanted to take over the power of the deposed hereditary prince. The brunette tried to push her lover away from her and asked him to wait. Lying on the girl's chest, Cesare asked his beloved to behave decently. The girl tried to convince herself that if she tried a little more, he would definitely take her as his wife. The guy stroked his beloved's face and gently kissed her neck. The brown-haired man explained that after some thought, he decided to make Isabella his queen. At that moment, Ariadne's world collapsed. The woman asked again, not believing her lover's words. She threw the guy away from her. The brunette screamed that her sister was Alfonso's wife. Ariadne explained that marrying a widow who was not a virgin would be considered blasphemy. With difficulty remaining calm, she explained that her sister had remained celibate throughout her marriage. The man asked if she really wanted her sister to spend the rest of her life in a monastery. The brunette tried to prove to her lover that her sister was not a virgin. The woman said that Isabella had a miscarriage from the crown prince. He grabbed the girl by the shoulders. He was surprised that even among his own sisters this rule was not an exception. The brown-haired man's hands trembled, holding her shoulders, pushing the woman away from him. Cesare noticed that women were very vile creatures. Ariadne knelt down. Her hands were shaking violently. Grabbing his shirt, the brunette reminded him that the man said he loved her. Taking him by the shoulder, the woman reminded him how he told her that he would take her as his wife, and they would always be together. Tears dripped from green eyes. The brown-haired man reminded him that she was a very stupid woman and should not interfere with him. Cesare explained to the brunette that she was no match for the noble Isabella. There was horror in the woman's eyes. She realized that she had just been abandoned. Heading to her lover, Ariadne asked if he had really been planning this from the moment when the crown prince was still alive. The man laughed disgustingly and said that she had forgotten that she belonged to him from the very beginning. Cesare explained that the strongest man needed the most beautiful woman. He was very sorry that the girl's father gave him the brunette and not her sister. Cesare asked the woman if she understood how humiliating it was. The man continued to insult Ariadne. Our heroine fell to her knees, tears flowing from her eyes. The girl asked if she was really just a replacement. Smiling, the lover replied that she was not even worthy of being a replacement. Tears flowed in small streams onto the floor. The girl's body trembled violently. The brunette recalled that she participated in the coup d'etat for his sake. The girl reminded Cesare that she lost her finger for him. Ariadne screamed that the girl had thrown her reputation, marriage and life at the feet of her lover. Turning away from the brunette, the guy noticed that she had completely lost her mind. The sadness in Ariadne's eyes changed to aggression. Cesare promised to lock the brunette in the western tower. The servants quickly grabbed the brunette, obeying the master's order. Our heroine walked through the garden arm in arm with Cesare. Smiling, the man pointed to the lily of the valley and how humbly they bowed. The brown-haired man noticed that he could see his beloved in them. The woman woke up on the floor. She soon realized that it was just her dream. She heard music and realized that today was coronation day. Ariadne understood that this song was prepared for her for this day. Before the incident last night, the girl was preparing for the ceremony. She did this only for Cesare's sake. If the man had kept his word, Ariadne would now be standing next to him. But alas, lily of the valley growing on the street was not treated as carefully as roses grown in a greenhouse. The brown-haired woman raised her head and saw her sister. Isabella asked how Ariadne slept. The woman was surprised how Isabella got here. The brunette asked her sister what kind of relationship she had with Cesare. The prisoner's eyes shone with rage. Isabella asked how she dared to talk so brazenly about her husband. Drops of cold sweat began to flow down the brunette's face. Ariadne asked to be forgiven for the murder of Crown Prince Alfonso. After thinking a little, the blonde repeated the name of her ex-husband. Smiling, Isabella explained that she was talking about her husband Cesare. The bride asked her sister if it seemed to her that the status of the most noble woman in the kingdom belonged to her. Isabella asked her sister how dare she intended to become queen, leaving her behind. Grinning, the blonde explained that she should have given up this idea and walked away. The new queen asked how Ariadne dared to tarnish her name by calling her an obscene widow. The blonde clicked her heels as she approached her sister. Isabella chuckled and asked if she was ready to bear responsibility. The brunette was surprised that her sister was angry with her because of her words. Breaking into a scream, Ariadne asked about Alfonso, because he was sincerely kind to her. Raising her hands, Isabella asked if any of the men had not been kind to her. The future queen explained that if she returned everyone's feelings, she would be called a prostitute. After all, only girls of easy virtue give their body and love. Holding the hem of her dress, the brunette asked if she really loved Cesare. The woman explained to her sister that they should have gotten engaged from the very beginning many years ago. Adriana reminded her sister that she gave this marriage to her. The prisoner asked her sister why she showed up only now. Isabella looked at her sister, who was kneeling pathetically. The blonde said that in those days Cesare was just a simple count. The future queen explained that everything has changed, and after today's coronation, the man will receive full power over the throne. The blonde reminded him that his wife would become queen. Isabella regretted Alfonso's death, but he could not make her queen. The blonde believed that this reason was enough for his death. Green eyes looked at the bride with contempt. Bending over the captive, the blonde explained that she wanted to take a place near the ruler of the state. The future queen explained that Cesare was able to give her what she wanted. When leaving, the bride explained that her husband had paid a decent price to get her in return. Ariadne staggered up from the floor. The brunette explained that Cesare was everything to her. For her, a man was someone whom she valued even more than herself. The captive explained that his sister did not love him at all. The future queen separated them for her own whim. Ariadne wondered if her sister was getting married only to gain high status and take the throne. Isabella asked languidly, repeating her sister's words. A breeze rushed out of the only small window. The blonde burst into sarcastic laughter. The future queen said that Cesare came to her and began to beg her, promising to give her status so that she would be next to him. The man told his lover that every time he hugged the brunette, he imagined her sister. Cesare told the blonde that every time he hugged Ariadne, it seemed to him that he was hugging a man. The future queen did not stop mocking. The pain of the soul was expressed in the brunette's gaze. Isabella agreed with her lover that he believed that her hair was black like a crow's, and her breasts were too large and saggy like those of a cow. Isabella insisted that she was perfect for his embrace. The bride was small and sophisticated, and she wanted to be protected. The blonde boasted that her hair was like noble gold. She was sure it made her look like an angel. Isabella asked the prisoner if she was the object of something so passionately desired. The brunette's knees weakened, and the darkest memories flashed through her head. The blonde reminded her sister that even after risking her life and devoting herself to a man, she received nothing in return. The bride reminded that men do not know what gratitude is and should not be trusted. The girl explained that you can get what you want only for an appropriate fee. Ariadne fell to her knees trying to convince herself that Cesare was not like that. The brunette screamed this over and over as if trying to silence her inner voice. Looking out the window, Isabella said that Cesare desperately wanted to possess her. The blonde realized that the man would get tired of her over time. The future queen suggested that Cesare would remember Ariadne because she had been devoted to him for 14 years. Isabella explained to her sister that she did not want to worry about the future. Turning to her, the girl promised that it wouldn't hurt. A sharp sword pierced Ariadne's body. The brunette was lying on the cold floor, which was quickly filling with her blood. Her last thoughts were that life was unfair to her and her sacrifices were in vain. Ariadne didn't understand when everything went wrong. She dreamed of returning to fix everything. But there is a golden rule that for a sinful act there will be retribution, and for good deeds, benefits will be returned. This is the kind of world the brunette would dream of. She wanted so badly to believe that he existed. The girl did not receive payment for her good deeds. The goddess of justice asked if she could. The girl asked what the goddess meant. "Stick to this rule," repeated the goddess of justice. Ariadne promised to try and do it. She knew she had to deal with it. The brunette's green eyes snapped open. The girl realized that this was the place where she lived as a child. Looking at her hands, the brunette ran to the mirror and realized that she had returned to the past. The girl saw a small mole under her left eye. Ariadne doesn't understand where it came from on her face. Mother came into the room and the girls shouted her name. Cesare's phrases flashed through the girl's head. He called the girl the same creature as her whore mother. The brunette realized that this time she had to protect herself. The girl promised that in this life she would not allow herself to be neglected. Ariadne clenched her teeth and realized that today was the day her father would bring her home. The girl's mother said that they would take her away. The girl realized that this was supposed to happen today, when her father returned her home. She clenched her fists. The man with blonde hair and green eyes was named Cardinal de Mere. The man accepted church rank, like other clergy of this era. He had a wife and children. However, with the rank of cardinal, he could not afford a legal wife. Born an aristocrat, Lucretia remained with him in the status of his mistress. The woman behaved like his legal wife. The couple had 3 illegitimate children, who were treated as if they were born into the marriage. The second child was Isabella. The father valued the blonde more than anyone else, because they sang odes to her about the unearthly beauty and greatness of the main beauty of the capital. Ariadne was born a maid to a cardinal. Due to her ignoble origins, the girl was expelled from home to live on a farm. Events take us to the residence of Cardinal de Mere. His lordship was informed that Miss Ariadne had been brought. The girl opened the door and looked at her father. The man was sitting surrounded by his illegal wife and daughter. The girl approached her father, and with every moment the smile spread more and more across her face. The cardinal calmly watched his illegitimate daughter. The daughter bowed to her father and said that she was glad to see him in health. Ariadne was incredibly happy to meet Dad for the first time in a long time. The man knew that the path here was difficult for the girl. The cardinal noticed that despite the fact that the girl did not have the opportunity to get a good education, she still grew up to be quite smart. The girl was very grateful to her dad for the fact that he at least verbally pretended that he cared. Ariadne promised her father that she would work harder, study more, in order to glorify their house. She did not want to disgrace herself in the eyes of her father, brother, and sisters. The cardinal asked the brunette to try. The stepmother explained to the girl that a woman's dignity does not lie in learning and improving. The woman explained that she should take care of her parents, brothers, and sisters in their youth. The woman was sure that her stepdaughter, having matured, should take care of her husband and her children. Standing up, Lucretia asked the brunette not to engage in nonsense. Ariadne was very disappointed, because she once considered the blonde an ideal representative of the aristocracy. Now even this thought seemed absurd to the girl. Ariadne realized that in the presence of her father, who values harmony in the family, it was very easy to fall for the trick. Smiling, Ariadne bowed and promised to try to live up to Madame's expectations. The woman's face twisted. The cardinal asked his wife if she really ordered to call her Madame. The aristocrat explained that she was not a madam, and that she had already asked her stepdaughter to call her mother. With a smile on her face, the brunette thanked her mother. Footsteps were heard behind her. The girl entering asked for forgiveness for being late. Fear flashed in Ariadne's green eyes. The girl involuntarily shuddered. The sister congratulated the girl on her return to the family. With a smile, the blonde explained that if her sister had any questions or needed help, she could contact her whenever she wanted. Turning around, the brunette met Isabella's gaze. Seeing her sister, the girl's eyes narrowed in fear, and her jaw sagged a little. In her past life, Ariadne thought that she had a beautiful and ideal sister. Then the girl considered her sister a heavenly body and trembled in awe, wanting to be closer to her. The girl always followed her sister with her tail. Ariadne faded into the shadows, feeling depressed. All this led to the blonde plunging the sword into her stepsister's back with that same gorgeous smile. Ariadne promised that now she will not live to please others, as she did in her previous life. With an angelic smile, the blonde held out his hand and asked to call her sister. With a forced smile, the brunette thanked her sister. A slight smile flashed across the father's face. The cardinal, looking at how friendly everyone was incredibly happy himself. After the door to the man's room slammed shut, the family moved towards the stairs. Recently, friendly Lucretia strictly ordered her stepdaughter not to create problems for the family. The brunette accepted the remark with a bow. The girl understood that she had never done anything like this before. Taking a deep breath, Ariadne realized that it was time to start. The younger sister said that she would never recognize the girl. The little girl pointed her finger at the brunette and asked if it was her sister. The blonde didn't want to believe that her sister grew up on a farm as a commoner. The little girl noticed that Ariadne was born from exactly the same servant. Previously, the girl would have simply closed her eyes to this and not allowed herself to open her mouth. But after the rebirth, the brunette knew how to pacify her sister. Leaning towards the girl, Ariadne replied that she was very sorry. The younger sister asked again in surprise. With a smile, the brunette suggested that her mother and father were paying attention only to Isabella. Anger filled the blonde. The girl asked what someone like her could know. The girl aggressively pushed her stepsister away. Ariadne responded in surprise that she could not know anything. The younger sister aggressively pushed Isabella down the stairs. Tears appeared on her beautiful face, and her legs were covered with many abrasions. Ariadne sighed with relief that no trouble had happened in the end. The baby froze in place and her hands trembled. The cardinal sharply opened the door and asked where the noise was coming from. The father asked what happened here. The man approached and asked who did it. The youngest daughter tried to explain to her father that she did not want to. The little girl turned around, pointed her finger at her stepsister, and said that she did it. Then the cardinal angrily noticed that Ariadne had just returned to her family and was already doing similar things. The little girl chuckled, waiting for the girl to go back to the farm. Taking a step towards the cardinal, the daughter assured him that she regretted the inconvenience caused. Look into it. Ariadne explained that Sister Isabella had suffered while trying to help her. The stepsister was surprised by the brunette's phrase. The skinny woman explained to them that it was a great pity that Isabella fell down the stairs. She explained that Isabella was playing too much and just wanted to jokingly push her. Frowning his eyebrows, the man looked at his youngest daughter. The little girl tried to prove with her hands that there was nothing like that. Arabella said that her sister had forgotten that she was not going to help her, and that she was just there. Bowing her head, Ariadne explained that despite the lack of proper education, she had the right to lie to her father. She suggested that if the cardinal did not believe her, ask Isabella herself. The girl hoped that her sister would answer as she usually does. The victim explained that Arabella was just playing with them a little. Isabella asked not to scold her younger sister. A slight smile appeared on the brunette's face. The girl knew that Isabella would not miss the chance to present herself as an ideal sister in the eyes of her father. The baby rushed to her older sister, trying to tell her something. Smiling, the victim explained that everyone has the right to make mistakes, and asked her sister to be more careful next time. The cardinal forbade the culprit to leave her room for the next 2 weeks. The man told Arabella that she would pray and eat bread and water. Falling to her knees, the youngest daughter assured her father that she had done nothing of the sort. The father reminded her that she had forgotten about repentance. Despite the tears in the little girl's eyes, the man extended her sentence to 3 weeks. On her knees, Arabella clutched her dad's shirt with trembling hands. The man left without paying attention to his tears. The maids helped Isabella to her feet. The cardinal did not understand where Lucrezia was. The man was very indignant at how poorly his wife taught their children. Ariadne watched this with cold calm. The brunette's plan worked even better than she expected. But this was only the beginning of her plan. Isabella explained that she did not want to marry him. There were rumors about the future husband that he was illegitimate. The girl recalled that her father said that only she could glorify the good name of their family. Isabella noticed that the future of a simple countess would not allow her to become the most noble in the kingdom. The cardinal's stern gaze pierced his daughter. The man put his glasses on the table, explaining that he knew this. But despite his origins, Count Cesare is still the bastard of the king. The cardinal will explain that he does not want to marry his daughter to some bastard. The gaze of mother and daughter met, and Isabella nodded. Lucrezia explained to her husband that his couple should become just as illegitimate. The woman suggested taking a closer look at Ariadne. The wife explained that the girl was born from the carnal pleasures of her husband with the maid. The aristocrat suggested that the girl's mother, forgotten by everyone, runs the farm. Smiling, the man agreed to marry her to an illegitimate. The brunette suggested that if everything was as before, then she was called to this house for only one reason. Ariadne's green eyes looked calmly at the wall. She realized that the mistakes of the past could not be repeated. The girl was tormented by doubts about what she should do better to avoid an engagement to Cesare. The mudblood thought it was better for her to marry someone else or avoid making money. To her regret, Ariadne realized that her family would not allow her to marry of her own free will. Getting rich was only possible for aristocratic men. The skinny girl sat with the first one in her hand, thinking about something. To her regret, the girl realized that there would not be a beautiful ending where Cesare loves her. It was impossible for her to be happy with him for the rest of her days. Well, at least now the girl won't naively fly around in her stupid fantasies. For the girl, the most important thing was that the traitor pay for his sins. The doors opened and the maid brought new clothes for her. Ariadne remembered this woman. She was Isabella's henchwoman. The maid rather rudely ordered the brunette to change clothes and go down to dinner. That servant's name was Maleta. The girl asked the maid if she had a lot of work. Hastily leaving, Mallet gave an affirmative answer. The brunette asked if she would help her change clothes. The maid noticed that the girl was no longer a child. With a malicious smile, the red-haired girl asked if the mistress really couldn't handle this herself. The maid recalled that the girl on the farm changed her clothes herself every day. Turning away, the maid was indignant that the girl had just arrived and was already pretending to be a mistress. The brunette's hand fell on the maid's shoulder. Ariadne threw the insolent woman away. Looking at the maid with contempt, the girl explained that she should know her place. She explained to Maleta that she should not allow such behavior. Holding her cheek, the maid reminded the girl that she too was born a servant. Mallet asked her if she thought they were on the same level as her. The maid explained that the cardinal had achieved a high position as an orphan. She reminded the girl that she was not even half an aristocrat. Maleta explained to the lady that her sisters belonged to the upper class due to the origin of their mother. The maid asked how the girl was different from her then. Smiling, the servant explained that if the cardinal liked her tomorrow, he could easily give her the same child. Unable to bear such rudeness, the brunette swung her hand and hit the maid. The woman fell to the floor from the impact. Ariadne promised that the woman would pay for her mistake in insulting her father. The girl ordered the maid to watch her tongue. She ordered her to get out of here right away. A moment later, the maid ran out of the room. The brunette understood that Maleta's words made sense. Gritting her teeth, Ariadne realized that everything depended only on her father. In this life, the girl was not going to make the same mistake, trusting her life entirely to one man. The girl's hand crumpled the sheets of paper from the notepad. She realized that to become stronger, she needed an assistant. Someone shouted the girl's name and the door swung open. The maid with Isabella and Lucretia entered the room. The stepmother asked how the girl dared to raise her hand against their maid. Crying, Mallet said she was folding clothes and the girl suddenly raised her hand to her. The aristocrat did not understand what kind of atrocity this was. The woman noticed that her stepdaughter had a disgusting nature. Bowing, the brunette explained that Maleta had insulted her stepmother and father behind her back. The girl explained that she had no choice but to show the maid to her place. Lucretia was shocked that the maid said that her father had no shame in raising illegitimate children as heirs to the aristocracy. Maleta tried to justify herself by saying that it was all wrong. The maid nervously justified that she considered all members of this family to be heirs of noble blood. Ariadne replied that the maid treated her father like a homeless person. The girl recalled that Mallet said that her sisters were of noble birth, because they inherited their mother's blood. The maid believed that the girl did not need to be served, since she was born from a maid and an orphan. The thin woman was sure that Lucretia was pleased to listen to such speech. The girl knew that her stepmother would not ignore this, because the problem of the cardinal's blood ties was the weakness of the entire family. Smiling, Ariadne recalled that the maid had finally said that if her father liked her, she would give birth to a child from him. The child would be of the same status as the brunette, so the maid was confident that she could treat the girl as she wanted. Mallet tried to justify herself in a trembling voice. The stepmother was furious that this trash dared to look at someone else's husband. Grabbing the woman by the red hair, the madam explained that the maid would receive 10 blows with rods. Taking the maid by the hand, they led her to punishment. Mallet begged Madame to believe her. The stepmother warned the brunette that if she finds herself in such a situation again, she should immediately report everything to her. The woman believed that it was impossible to beat the servants without warning. She roughly pointed her finger at her stepdaughter. Bowing, the girl asked for forgiveness for not thinking about it. Ariadne, as a sign of repentance, decided to go to the Ranbul charity house for 3 days. The stepmother asked again with aggression. The stepdaughter asked to let Maleta go with her as well. The girl suggested that the maid, due to her lack of education, could not take the right path. Ariadne promised to take the woman with her and convert her to religion. The stepmother extended her hand and agreed with the skinny one. Isabella invited her sister to go there for 5 days. The blonde noticed that the longer she stayed there, the more deeply she realized her guilt. After thinking a little, the girl noticed that her sister was right and it was better to go there for 5 days. The carriage was already waiting for the two girls. Our heroine left the carriage dressed in a blue cloak. The maid was shaking with fear seeing so many exhausted and dead people. They arrived at the Rambouillet charity house. The red-haired woman was shaking, trying to hold back the urge to vomit. As Ariadne expected, this place suited her plan perfectly. Leo III's wife, Queen Margaret, founded the charitable house of Rambouillet to help the poor. But the allocated budget was not enough to help all those in need. Therefore, people simply began to die due to lack of funds. Ariadne noticed that the maid was more excited than she had expected. Looking at the others, Mallet trembled violently. Turning to the servants, the brunette told her that for the next 5 days only the two of them would be here. Ariadne explained to the maid that her sister Isabella would not be able to help her. Drops of cold sweat appear on the maid's face. The girl understood perfectly well that if her sister had stood up when her mother ordered her to be punished with rods, Maleta could have escaped punishment. The brunette smiled and sarcastically pitied the woman. The maid turned around, gritting her teeth tightly. Ariadne knew that she had to go to where all the disadvantaged gathered. The only reason why Mallet was here now was that the girl's plans were to completely subjugate the maid to herself. A lot of sickly-looking people sat in one room. The brunette walked past them, not paying any attention to it. At this time, the maid was trembling violently. She was sure that this place would be perfect for her plan. In this place, the poor gathered, who were near death. Unexpectedly, Maleta heard the call of her sister. The woman froze in horror. The brunette asked if the maid recognized that little girl with fiery hair. The girl grabbed the maid tightly by the shoulder. The brunette quietly whispered in her ear if the woman knew that the girl was her sister. Ariadne warned that if she did not obey, she would leave her here. The girl covered Mallet's mouth with a smile. The brunette explained that she, like her sister, would die here in agony. Pretending that she did not understand anything, the maid asked what the lady was talking about. The woman recalled that she had already admitted her guilt and begged my lady not to do this to her. Ariadne understood that the maid was very scared, but the brunette did not intend to stop. Grabbing Maleta by the shoulder, Milady asked her if she really decided that she was lying. Squeezing the woman's head tightly, the brunette asked for an answer. The woman remembered how my lady came to Rambouillet's house. The blonde explained that she could only take one person with her. At that moment, my lady asked which of the girls was smarter and more diligent. Maleta's younger sister explained that they grew up together throughout their childhood. The little girl promised to work hard and begged him to take them both. Pushing her sister away, the girl began to suck up to the noble lady. Maleta explained that if they could only take one, then it had to be her. The girl warned that Sancha was capable of stealing. The elder sister said that Sanchi's hands were shaking, which meant that the girl would not be able to work. The girl smiled and took off her hood. Isabella was hiding under the hood. Milady was amazed by the ambition and made her choice. Bowing down, Maleta promised to try as hard as possible. The little girl wanted to stop her older sister with a trembling voice. The eldest asked Sancha to sit quietly. The girl promised the little girl to get her out of here as soon as she earned some extra money. Maleta assured that if at least one of their family made it through, they would be able to help another. The sister asked the baby to wait for her. Falling to her knees, the girl asked her sister to stop. Ariadne was shocked by this vision. Her head began to spin. The maid immediately ran up and asked if everything was all right with the lady. Mallet explained that for a moment Milady seemed dumbfounded. The brunette held her head, not understanding what it was. She couldn't tell if it was an illusion or the past of the two. Ariadne decided to check it out and went to Sancha. Sitting down on her knees next to the baby, the brunette asked how she was feeling. Ariadne asked the little girl to answer just one question. The girl asked the little girl if she had a sister who worked as a servant in the house of aristocrats. With a sad look, the little girl nodded. The brunette asked the child if her sister told her that if one achieves something, she will help the other. Surprise appeared on the child's face. Stuttering, Sancha asked how the girl found out about this. A chill ran through the girl's entire body. The brunette realized that what she saw was true. Having bowed to the girls, she thanked Sancha for her answer and wished her to get better. In a hoarse voice, the little girl with copper hair asked permission to talk to her sister. The girl crawled several meters along the dirty floor. With her eyes downcast, Sancha said that after her sister left for a rich house, they never saw her again. The skinny little girl asked permission to talk to Melita if it was possible. Hanging over Sancha, the brunette asked in surprise whether her older sister had never contacted her. A smile appeared on the child's face. She confirmed that today she and her sister met for the first time after a long separation. Sanchia explained that she was very grateful that her sister was there to meet her. Ariadne asked if she really didn't help the thin woman. The girl asked again in surprise and gave an affirmative answer. All the clothes on the maid's younger sister were torn, and her body was covered with dirt. Calling the maid to her, Ariadne asked if she really didn't know the baby. Visibly nervous, Mallet tried to justify herself. The older sister timidly squeezed out that the girl was unfamiliar to her. Biting her lip, Sancha begged her mistress to help and save her. Having fallen at the feet of the brunette, the girl begged to help her get her out of here. Milady ordered the maid to call one of the caretakers here. The sun was setting behind the horizon, turning the sky orange. Sitting under a large tree, Ariadne realized that she was hungry. The brunette took the baby with her and asked her to give her some more food. The brunette explained that despite the fact that even though the girl was the daughter of his lordship, he could not treat the poor in a special way. Then the girl decided to give the skinny woman her today's food. Ariadne planned to help Sanchia only once, but it was already the third day. Leaning on a majestically standing tree, the girl watched the sunset. The brunette was still tormented by the question of what she saw then. Ariadne assumed that these were Mileta's memories. The girl then touched the maid again, but nothing else happened. The brunette suggested that this ability was not always dependent on touch. She couldn't understand what kind of gift it was. Someone handed the girl a ripe apple. Looking up, Ariadne realized that it was none other than Prince Alfonso. The blonde asked the girl if she would like this apple. In a past life, Ariadne pushed a guy to death with her own hands. But fortunately, she returned to a time when she had not yet sinned. The smiling brunette thanked the prince, picking up a juicy apple. Alfonso sat down next to her. Having bitten off a piece of ripe fruit, the girl realized that this was her chance for a new life. Having finished the treat, the girl threw the head of cabbage onto the withered grass. It was very unexpected for Ariadne to meet a guy here. The brunette realized that she might never have the chance to meet the prince in person again. Smiling, the girl explained that she had been starving for 3 days, but thanks to him she had a little snack. The prince asked if it was true that the skinny woman gave her food to a sick child. Tucking her luxurious hair behind her ear, the brunette replied that it was true. The girl thought about what to start a conversation about in order to get closer to His Majesty. Alfonso noticed that she really was amazing. Averting his eyes, the blonde suggested that he would not be able to give away his food. The girl explained that the bread here was simply tasteless, and because of this she gave in. She explained that if the food here was better, she would hardly have done the same. Alfonso asked her if the bread was really tasteless. Ariadne explained that there was no milk or butter in the bread, and only the taste of wheat and salt was felt. The brunette was glad that she didn't have to act as if she knew there was a prince in front of her. The guy asked how long their friend would stay here. Smiling, the girl explained that she would stay here until tomorrow. The prince asked if she would continue to give her food to the sick girl. The brunette said that she wanted to help the baby only until today. But since the prince treated Ariadne to such a delicious apple, she now planned to do without food tomorrow. A sincere smile appeared on the prince's face. He took a napkin with cookies out of his pocket. The blonde explained that it would be nice if the girl could eat something else. The guy insisted that he had nothing other than that. To Ariadne's surprise, getting closer to the guy turned out to be much easier than she expected. Taking the treat, the girl thanked her and explained that she would eat everything with pleasure. The girl dusted off her dress and said that it was time for her to go. The blonde was surprised that his new acquaintance was already leaving. Ariadne explained that she needed to return before they noticed her absence from class. She briefly said goodbye to the guy, and she didn't know how soon she would have such an opportunity again. The girl was glad that they were able to talk with the prince. The brunette understood that she needed to leave a slight trail of regret. Alfonso stopped the girl to find out her name. Smiling, she introduced herself as Ariadne de Mare. Soon the girl returned to the cardinal's residence. The stepmother asked who it was with the girl. The brunette explained that she brought the baby from a charity home. Lucrezia angrily asked her stepdaughter who she was to make a decision about hiring servants. The woman noticed that the girl apologized only in words, but in reality she continues to do whatever she wants. Sadness appeared in Sanchi's eyes. Bowing, Ariadne handed her a napkin and asked her to look at it. The woman was sure that she would not be fooled. There was great surprise on the face of the sister and stepmother. They noticed that this thing belonged to Prince Alfonso. Isabella asked where the brunette got it from. Isabella, as expected, immediately understood everything. Ariadne explained that she met the prince by chance. The stepdaughter recalled that the charity house was under the patronage of the queen. The skinny girl assumed that this was a planned visit. The brunette explained that she expressed a desire to take care of this girl, and the prince decided that she would take her home and give her a job. And she explained that the prince knew about the good deeds of Cardinal de Marais. His Majesty gave his handkerchief as a token of gratitude. The skinny woman explained that if she had refused to accept the gift, she would have tarnished the honor of the family. Ariadne knew that this was a complete lie. The woman asked if the stepdaughter really thought that if the prince said so, then she could ignore the mistress of the house. The stepmother asked if she had decided to bring the ragged woman here to mock her. The woman roughly pushed her stepdaughter away and ordered the baby to be taken out immediately. Lucretia told the brunette to get out along with the ragged girl. Ariadne was surprised at how stubborn the woman was. The girl understood that if Sancha was kicked out, it would be more difficult for her alone. Isabella announced that she also wanted to go to Rambouillet. The woman roughly spanked her daughter, explaining that there was no place for people like her. The Duchess noticed that there were tea parties to meet with the prince. The blonde with tears in her eyes said that she agreed not to go there. The girl set the condition that then the girl would stay with them. Isabella explained that when meeting with the prince, she would need to talk about something. The daughter understood that her father would not allow her to meet Alfonso. The blonde told her mom that she should have thought about this in advance. Ariadne realized that thanks to stupid Isabella, everything had become much easier. Most likely, Sancha will be able to serve in their house. The brunette planned to later make the baby her personal maid. Isabella snatched the handkerchief, noticing that her sister had done a good job. The skinny girl extended her hand to return the scarf. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, realizing that her life was still the same as it was before. Something was given, and something was taken away. Sancha thanked the lady for saving her. The baby promised to definitely repay the brunette for this. Ariadne looked tenderly at the baby and gently stroked her copper hair. A few days later, the brunette heard a conversation between her stepmother and sister. Isabella asked her mother why the queen invited them so suddenly. The woman suggested that perhaps the queen had heard about their beautiful Isabella and wanted to see her. The blonde asked if the prince would be there. Isabella suggested that she should have brought a handkerchief. Ariadne's face twisted with anger. The girl did not remember these two being called to the palace in a past life. The brunette entered the room. Mallet said that Madame ordered the girl to be collected for the exit. The little girl explained that a carriage had arrived from the royal palace. She said that the royal family had ordered Miss Ariadne to be brought. The brunette realized that she was going to the palace with Lucretia and Isabella. She looked at the many luxurious dresses. The lady chuckled and invited Sancha to play dress-up with her. According to the sacred scripture Iescagon, the saint sacrificed himself twice. The first time he was branded by the people and died alone. However, the miracle of Sunday was revealed. The second sacrifice was made to save the people from God's punishment that descended on the mainland. Only after the second sacrifice did Iescagon receive veneration from Leskov. At least the aristocracy of San Carlo was closer to the mass dedicated to his final fate. Today at the liturgy, the words about the first sacrifice were raised. The service was conducted in the native language of Queen Margaret, who originated from the kingdom of Caligo. The brunette realized that her family couldn't understand a word. No one would have thought that about her family. The girls knew that Lucrezia had actually given up studying the Caligo language, and Isabella had just begun studying it. The brunette saw a woman sitting in front of her and realized that it was Queen Margarita. In a past life, the girl had seen this image only in portraits. The paintings could not convey the noble aura of the queen to those around her. The scripture Iescagon is about the very donation of sinful souls. The prayer ended with the question of what the prophet was thinking when he gave all of himself for the good of a selfish, immoral, and stupid people. The priest read that people who had more wealth, status, and faith than him had to take care of those who could not. The priest reminded that every person should strive to do righteous deeds. Lucretia, Isabella, and Ariadne said Amen at the end of the prayer. Margarita turned and looked sternly at the guests. As soon as the queen looked in their direction, Isabella took on a touching look with a smile. The parishioners began to whisper among themselves. The blonde said that she was grateful that the queen personally invited them to the service about the sacrifice of Iescagon, and she told Mother that she really liked this part. Mother noted with pleasure that learning the Caligo language had benefited the blonde. Lucretia asked her daughter what she liked most. Isabella explained to her mother that the final part about the second victim was closer to her heart. Ariadne realized that today's mass was dedicated to the first victim, and the sister was talking about another. The blonde explained that after the death of Yeska, all the people came out to mourn him. She told how happy the prophet was to hear grief over his own death. Those sitting in confession were shocked by ignorance. One of the parishioners said that the blonde was jealous of his glory after death, instead of being grateful for the sacrifice he made. The second parishioner asked how old this girl was that she was acting so immature. The brunette was rejoicing that her sister would still remember this. After all, now the cardinal's family will fall into disrepute. Ariadne said that she was close in spirit to the courage of Yeska. The girl noticed that the man was simply amazing. Placing her hands on her chest, the brunette suggested how terrible it was for the prophet to die. The woman who came to confession noticed how young and good-natured the stranger was, and how strong her faith in God was. Sighing with relief, Ariadne hoped that this should have been enough to stop rumors about the lack of education of the cardinal's family. The woman clapped her hands and asked everyone present to go into the small hall, and said that tea drinking would begin soon. The queen noticed how well the second daughter understood the Caligo language. Members of the Cardinal de Marais family were introduced to Her Majesty. The woman reported that she saw them at Mass. Margarita announced that they were very glad that the family of Cardinal de Marais had arrived at the tea party, and invited them to sit at the table. Countess Marquez noticed that Miss Isabella had a very beautiful dress. Ariadne was surprised to meet this woman here. The countess asked Isabella who sewed it for her. Taking hold of the hem of her dress, the blonde said that it was the work of their family dressmaker. Covering herself with a fan, the woman noticed that the dressmaker had golden hands. Marquez even regretted a little that she wanted, but could not use the services of such a talented dressmaker. Lucrezia said that she was always glad to see the countess, and the woman could turn to their employee. The countess smiled, noting that the worker had not yet finished sewing a dress for her second daughter. Marquez explained that she did not want to add extra work to the dressmaker. The aristocrat realized that having looked closely at how different the appearance of her two daughters was, the gray-haired woman took into account how uneducated the first one showed herself. The woman realized that her eldest daughter did not measure up, but Lucretia was still in an illegal marriage and continued to care for only one of her daughters. The countess noted that a virtuous wife should take care of all children, and considered anything else unacceptable. Marquez explained that the girl was not guilty of anything. Isabella tried to justify her mother, and explained that her sister had recently returned from the village where she had been for health reasons. The blonde noticed that because of this, her sister did not have many clothes and had recently just started sewing. Isabella promised to lend her sister her dresses for a while. With a kind smile, the blonde explained that she and her sister were almost the same age and sisters were supposed to share. She assumed that there was a misunderstanding, because her previous clothes were tailored to her modest taste. Nervously squeezing her hands, the sister asked Ariadne if she was telling the truth. It became clear to the brunette what her sister's intention was. Isabella was waiting for her correct answer. The girl turned to her sister and noticed that this outfit was even too ideal for someone like her. The skinny woman stood up, showing the hem of her dress. Surprise was written on the face of the capital's aristocracy. The brunette explained that she didn't know the dress belonged to her sister. The girl noticed that she still really liked the outfit. The brunette lifted her dress as if deliberately showing a lot of dirty marks. Ariadne wanted to show them something, and so she decided to stand up. She expected her sister to appreciate such an answer. The women began to whisper, noticing stains as if from long work in the kitchen and yellow spots. The brown-eyed woman assumed that these were servants' clothes. Ariadne smiled when she heard the woman suggest that the cardinal's daughter was being raised as a servant. One of the women asked Isabella if her sister was wearing her clothes for her. The queen ordered everyone to calm down. The woman told Lucretia that she had a question for her eldest daughter. The queen asked Isabella whether she had previously worn a petticoat. Isabella tried to answer something, but only unintelligible babble came out of her mouth. Margarita ordered Madame de Rossi to take her eldest daughter and return home. Ariadne was jubilant when she realized that her stepmother was openly treated as a mistress. The stepdaughter suggested that this was supposed to be a shame for Lucretia. The queen asked the maid to take her second daughter and give her a clean petticoat. The woman in the red dress took orders from Her Majesty, and she led the brunette along the endless corridors of the castle. Ariadne could not believe that she was back in the queen's palace. The girl remembered that she had been here for 9 years as Cesare's bride. Squeezing the hem of her dress, the girl thought about how she would like to erase this memory of hers. The girl accidentally collided with the maid. I forgot about my headache. The girl noticed that the crown prince was coming. The skinny girl shouted the name of a friend. The guy was clearly happy and surprised to see Ariadne here. The brunette asked Alfonso if he was really a prince. The woman made a remark that the girl behaved very ill-mannered. The maid reported that in front of her stood the only heir of King Leo III and Her Majesty Margaret. The woman noticed that the guy should have been called His Majesty Prince Alfonso de Carlo. Usually a cardinal's daughter was not supposed to bow to the courtyard servants. This woman was Her Majesty's trusted servant, so everything that Carla saw and heard would reach the queen. Bowing, the brunette explained that she had been discourteous and offered her deepest apologies. Princip muttered that he did not specifically talk about his status then. The guy said that the girl was his friend. Carla explained to His Majesty that such friendship was unacceptable. The blonde asked if the one who accepts him, I don't know his status, couldn't be his friend. The maid explained to the prince that people belong to different levels of society depending on their status for a reason. The maid noticed that the guy should not have forgotten about his place. The brunette realized that her friend was still an ungrateful child. This could be understood just by looking at his dissatisfied and pouty expression on his face. The prince looked at Ariadne with a smile. Alfonso grabbed the girl's hand and invited her to go for a run. Carla asked where they were going. Having reached the greenhouse, the guy looked around. During the escape, the brunette lost her breath and tried to catch her breath. Alfonso felt awkward when he noticed that he was still holding the girl's hand. At the same moment, the guy unclenched his fingers, releasing his gentle hand. The girl noticed that His Majesty was reacting too openly. Alfonso asked to be called by his first name. Ariadne explained that she was not allowed to show him such disrespect. He assured the girl that she did not have to communicate with him like that. Smiling, the girl suggested choosing fictitious names for herself. Ariadne asked if Alfonso wanted to call her by some affectionate nickname. He jokingly asked if the girl was too confident in herself. The brunette explained that if she continues to call him by another name when they meet, they will not understand that he is a prince. Ariadne understood the young man who wanted to be accepted as he was. For the prince, a secret relationship was a temptation that would be difficult for him to refuse. The guy smiled and agreed to do so. The girl suggested syllables from his full name. The blonde noticed that it sounded like a nickname. The girl gently placed her hand on her friend's hand. She gently ran over his palm, writing out a word. The girl wrote dear, which translated as dear. In surprise, the guy squeezed his palm tightly. Feeling a little sad, the guy warned that he wanted to tell me something else. Alfonso explained that the queen called the girl today thanks to him. The blonde told his mother to meet Ariadne at a charity house. With sadness, the prince explained that no matter where he met anyone, his mother's reported everything. Alfonso was surprised that the story about Ariadne attracted her attention. The girl was surprised, because before it seemed to her that he was not so attentive to his surroundings. The thin girl was surprised how well the prince was aware of what was happening around him. The guy understood that Margarita was doing this out of concern for him. Pressing his hands to his chest, the blonde explained that sometimes it is. The prince's hands shook sharply. He felt someone's gaze. Turning to his friend, Alfonso noticed that he was talking too much about himself and suggested turning the conversation to something else. Sky-blue eyes snapped open. The brunette gently stroked the guy's head. Stroking her blonde, silky hair, Ariadne suggested that it was hard. The brunette suggested that Lady Carla was probably already looking for her. The girl explained that Her Majesty the Queen said that she would give her other clothes. Ariadne said goodbye to her friend, explaining that she already had to go. Events take us to the residence of the cardinal. Lucretia was replaying recent events in her head. She was outraged that they addressed her as the cardinal's mistress right in public. The blonde did not understand how they dared to say such things to the lady from Etruscan. The woman angrily broke the vase. Ariadne bowed and told her mother that she had returned. The stepmother asked the girl if she really thought that she was her mother, and it was allowed to address her that way. Lucrezia asked whether her stepdaughter stained her dress on purpose. The brunette explained that she could not do this, because she had no other clothes. The blonde angrily asked who was responsible for this outfit. The woman angrily ordered to search the skinny woman's room and find a real petticoat. Ariadne watched her stepmother's fury with a smile. She knew that even if she opened the room upside down, she wouldn't find anything there. The thin woman was already planning to silence stupid Lucrezia this time. Mallet wanted to explain to Madame. The maid claimed that she knew who was to blame. Frightened, the thin woman realized that she had forgotten to take care of Maletta's silence. Pointing her finger at Sansia, the maid claimed that it was the little girl who was to blame for everything. The girl turned to the savior, looking at her with a pleading look. The mistress grabbed Sancha by the hair and accused her of stealing her petticoat. The baby convinced Lucretia that she did not do this. Mallet, taking the petticoat, convinced that it was in the girl's things. Ariadne realized that she managed to avoid suspicion, and by doing this she brought shame on Lucretia in front of everyone. The stepmother beat the little maid severely. The brunette remembered how the girl promised to repay her. The girl was torn by rage and her heart was pounding wildly, and her hands were shaking violently. The voices in her head reminded the girl of her meeting with the goddess before her rebirth. The woman stuck a sharp feather into the fragile body. Drops of blood slowly dripped onto the floor. Ariadne took the blow and grimaced greatly in pain. She looked at the lady's puncture wound and asked why she sacrificed herself. The brunette asked the little girl to tell them the truth. Squeezing Ariadne's hand, the girl shook her head negatively. The stepmother swung again, noticing that the girl decided to mock her. The cardinal came out of his office and asked where all the noise was coming from. The man sternly asked how his beloved dared to do such a thing in the house. The wife made an excuse that her husband did not know what happened to her today. During a quarrel between her parents, the girl grabbed Sancha and ran up the stairs. The baby was trembling and reminded the lady that she needed to quickly apply ointment to her wounded shoulder. Ariadne explained to the girl that she had to tell the truth, because the brunette felt a strong sense of guilt. Sancha explained that the lady saved her life, and the girl was a benefactor for her. She promised the lady to repay her for everything, and to always be on her side. Tears appeared in the green eyes of our heroine. Previously, neither her family nor her lover needed her. No one was ever on her side. Ariadne was ashamed that she let Sancho into this house only for selfish purposes. Tears rolled down the girl's face in small streams. She realized that her intentions were not good at all. The lady squeezed the baby tightly and asked her forgiveness. The brunette promised her that from now on she would always protect the girl. Ariadne promised that she would make Maletta leave her sister alone, and she promised that no one would threaten them again. Several days have passed since the incident. The brunette was touching her ring finger. Recently it seemed to the girl that this finger was dangling on a small piece of skin. Sancha explained to the lady that if she touched the place where the insect had bitten, it would only get worse. The brunette asked the baby to look, because it seemed to her that the finger seemed to have become larger. The little girl asked if the girl really wanted to say that the finger had become so swollen in just one day. Sitting down on the bed, Ariadne noticed that the girl was not at all what she thought she was when she first met. Sansia asked what the mistress's first impression of her was. The lady compared the girl to an abandoned kitten that she picked up on the street. The brunette noticed that now the girl had become completely different, with a very sharp tongue. It was time to go to Caligo language classes. Ariadne realized that it was time for her to go and promised Sancha to return soon. The girl waved her hand in a friendly manner. The brunette didn't even notice how quickly the time spent talking with Sancha flew by. She dreamed with pleasure what they would do after the lesson. The brunette's thoughts were interrupted by her stepmother's conversation with her father. Lucrezia wondered whether the girl had to live here. The brunette turned around at the sound and saw her stepmother. The cardinal reminded his wife that it was originally her idea to bring Ariadne here. The woman argued that her stepdaughter was very stubborn and difficult to keep track of. The father suggested quickly marrying his daughter to Count Cesare. The only reason why Cardinal de Mar did not want to give Isabella to Cesare was because of her high value. The girl was so valuable to her father that he was simply sorry to marry her to Cesare. The man considered his daughter his most useful investment. The man wanted to sell her more profitably. He trained, raised, groomed, and cherished Isabella. All this was necessary in order to exchange the blonde for wealth and honor from society. The cardinal considered the most suitable option for the exchange to be the only heir to the throne, Prince Alfonso. Ariadne thought that if it was all about Isabella's value, then she should also become valuable. If this is not enough for the father, then the brunette will have to devalue Isabella. The girl hurriedly went down the stairs because she knew that she was late for class. Putting a smile on her face, Ariadne entered the office. The girl asked if today was a special day. She said that today it was necessary to finish the lesson quickly. The teacher greeted the girl in Coligo language. The brunette bowed and apologized for interfering. The sisters were surprised to see the girl here. The teacher noticed that the brunette's pronunciation was simply magnificent. The woman asked the girl where she had previously studied the language. The girl said with a smile that among the people she grew up with, there was one person who knew Caligo well. Ariadne explained that she didn't know grammar or proper expression before. She said that after studying with Madame, she mastered everything she needed. The teacher's eyes lit up from such compliments. Having put down the book, the woman noticed that Mrs. Ariadne spoke another language perfectly, and since the brunette still had excellent manners, the teacher said that she was very talented. Arabella asked her sister how she knew how to speak a foreign language so well. The little girl asked what kind of tricks the girl was doing. The brunette quickly covered Arabella's mouth with her hand. Ariadne explained that it is not good to shout like that in front of the teacher. The teacher noticed that Miss Ariadne had not made her debut yet. The woman suggested that the brunette was already completely ready to enter secular society. Isabella was sure that she should receive this attention. The blonde didn't understand how someone like that could claim more attention. Isabella wanted the eyes of all the residents of San Carlo to be focused only on her today. As the blonde got ready, she pulled the corset tightly, and the tip of the cross barely touched her chest. She wanted the makeup to be lined with pearl powder from Toronto. The girl applied blush from Gaeta to her lips and cheeks. The blush was created from rose water. Looking into the small pink mirror, Isabella decided that she was fully ready to go out. In the Etruscan kingdom, government was based on religion. Royalty and nobles were souls who had accumulated a lot of virtue in a past life and received favor in the present. The ordinary people included those who had sinned in their previous life. From this, it followed that noble souls must guide and control sinners. Because of this, in the Etruscan kingdom, the religion that gave power to the rulers was obliged to be absolute. Because of this, one of the very important events is held in this kingdom. Once a month, royalty, nobles, and commoners gathered together. Everyone gathers here to listen to the High Mass, where the cardinal conveys the words of the Holy Spirit. The door of the monastery opened and the family entered. The woman in the red robe was delighted that Isabella de Marais had come. The women quietly discussed the blue dress and gold corset around the blonde's neck. The cardinal's eldest daughter was so beautiful today that it was difficult to even express in words. The blonde was jubilant, because all eyes were focused only on her. With her head held high, the girl walked through the hall. All the men were delighted with her beauty. Soon the crowd's gaze turned to Ariadne. People were discussing who was next to Isabella. Turning around, the blonde noticed her homely sister. A smile appeared on the girl's face, because her stepsister had her hair tied up, a dull dress and a simple silver cross. The blonde turned away and walked on. Ariadne realized how stupid Isabella was. After all, no matter how much the blonde flaunts expensive things, no one will remember her. The brunette realized that if the events in this life repeat the events of the past, then today this should happen. Today there is to be a blasphemy that will shake the foundations of the kingdom. This event will be decisive for the brunette and will lead to her engagement to Cesare. In a past life, the Etruscan king Leo III saved a cardinal who was in trouble because of this incident. After this, the king made offers to his father as payment for his help. His Majesty asked the cardinal to empower his illegitimate son, who had no power. Because of this, the illegitimate son of the ruler of the kingdom was involved with someone like her. The girl understood that if she couldn't change the past from this moment, then she would have to marry Cesare and everything would happen again. Squeezing the hem of her dress, the girl begged for the events of the past to be repeated today as well as then. The brown-haired man looked at Isabella de Marais and realized that this was the right thing for him. Cesare de Como was the most handsome man in San Carlo. In the guy's hands were the rarest jewels, outstanding horses, beautiful women. First of all, the brown-haired man was the favorite son of the king and his adored mistress Countess Rubina. The guy had a lot of envious people. Cesare was sure that the most beautiful girl in San Carlo was worthy of becoming his wife. He wanted to soon ask Cardinal de Marais for the girl's hand again. The brown-haired man planned to try his luck next month by informing his father about the upcoming wedding. Cesare heard his brother laugh. It infuriated him that only Alfonso could be near his father. The illegitimate's face twisted with anger, and his hands clenched sharply. Cesare, being illegitimate, could only be recognized as the king's heir in his mother's secret room. The brown-haired man asked his mother who it was in the black, nondescript outfit with the de Marais family. Rubina told her son that this was Cardinal's second daughter from his other mistress. The woman asked if Cesare had heard that the girl had managed to attract the attention of Queen Margaret. The brown-haired man asked what was so special about the brunette. Rubina asked her son not to judge a person by his appearance. The woman noticed that if the queen was able to please this person, then she was not so simple. Cesare chuckled displeasedly and asked where the woman could use her mind. Having put down the nail file, the mother asked her son if he really thought that his mother was able to touch the throne, only thanks to her beautiful face. Frowning a little, the brown-haired man asked if this was not true. The brown-haired man drew her attention to the fact that the sermon had already begun. The guy recognized Apostolus Reto from the crowd. Apostolus Reto gained great fame among the poor and needy. Contrary to the teachings of faith, where the birth of a commoner was interpreted by his excessive sinfulness in a past life, the man spoke with his lips a previously unheard of heresy. The apostle believed that even the most humble sinners could become sons of God. Asreto insisted that they should learn the teachings of the Holy Spirit and follow them in their present life. According to the apostle, every illegitimate child could receive a high status. The man began his speech. The congregation noticed that this speech contradicted the words of the Bible. The apostle argued that the Savior was born a simple man, but he was called saints and endowed with the same power as God. The cardinal believed that Asreto was a heretic. After all, the philosophy of preaching that contradicted the statutes of their country. The cardinal did not understand how a man dared to preach a sermon that contradicted their faith at the mass he led. The man realized that if he did nothing, he too would be called a heretic. The problem was that the apostle was personally invited to the mass by His Holiness. The cardinal understood that his attempt to stop the sermon would be regarded as an insult to the ruler. The priest did not understand what to do. He laid his hand on the Bible scripture and said that Iaskagon was the Son of Man. Opening the door, Ariadne ordered the apostle to be ashamed of God. The girl confidently walked towards the preacher. The cardinal and parishioners turned nervously to the girl. The brunette asked the man who he was in order to contradict the Holy Scriptures. Thin woman recalled that, according to the sacred scripture, Yeska commanded, "Go and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit." Asreto explained that the ever-existing God created his son from nothingness. The man explained that it was logical that Iasak was the creation of God. Ariadne asked who he was that he dared to claim that he knew the truth better than Saint Manuel and Saint Sandro, who served him. He explained that he was nothing more than a resident of an island village, comprehending the word of God and seeking the truth. The blonde explained that the great Holy Spirit said, "I am the only God and creator of all things." Asreto asked if they didn't all worship the one and only Almighty God. The girl recalled that in Paulo's Gospel, chapter 3, verse 16, describes Yeska. The saint appeared in the flesh of the Father, the Holy Spirit. The confession became quiet, and tension flew in the air. Ariadne explained that Esseka had said that the Holy Spirit was his son. The girl asked Asreto if he really considered himself to know more than Paulo, grabbing the man and pulling him to her. The girl asked him if he really decided to ignore the Holy Scriptures. Then there was a noise in the hall. Everyone was discussing the fact that the man was a heretic. The out-of-breath man nervously informed the king that the situation downstairs was dire. The messenger asked the king whether it was worth taking this man out of the building. Leo asked which of the two the man meant. The messenger explained that it was the girl who was interfering with the sermon. The king smiled. He noticed that the apostle could have been escorted out earlier. The man did not understand why that amazing girl could be exposed. The king asked Margarita to find out what family this girl was from. Alfonso explained to his father that the girl's name was Ariadne. Lev asked again. Turning around, the son replied that the girl was his most beloved friend. The girl's green eyes pierced Asfiro right through. She held the preacher by the collar and shook him, accusing him of ignoring the Holy Scriptures. The cardinal, gritting his teeth tightly, realized that there was no place for someone like Ariadne. The apostle was amazed by the act of a rootless brat in the person of an illegitimate commoner, and the cardinal, tightly gripping the railing with his hand, realized that he had to fix everything before it was too late. A blond man rushed in and asked where the accused sinner Alejandro was. The man announced that he had come here to punish this heretic on the orders of the head of the church, Louis. A whisper passed through the crowd. The cardinal was shocked that the inquisitor had arrived here. The man didn't understand how he found out so quickly about everything that was happening here. Hastily, the cardinal left his seat. realizing that he should have explained himself before the situation became even more complicated. The Inquisitor ordered the accused to be brought forward. The blonde announced that the Council of Trevero, after discussion, had reached a theological conclusion that the Asoreto school, which denies the unity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, was declared a heresy that distorts the Holy Scriptures. The man was declared a heretic who misled the common people. Alejandra was immediately excommunicated. The Inquisitor said that Cardinal de Mere pointed his finger at him, but the man ran up, begging to listen to him. The Inquisitor reported that the cardinal would also be held accountable for the heretics preaching in the Great Basilica. De Mere held his head in his hands, realizing that his guilt would be deliberately embellished in order to protect him in church matters. The man understood that if the Inquisitor personally came here as a representative, this meant that everything the Inquisitor said would be undeniable. The cardinal understood that he needed to calmly explain everything without provoking him. He clenched his fists resolutely. De Mere, stuttering a little, began to explain that there had been some kind of misunderstanding, that he did not invite this heretic to preach. At this time, Ariadne decisively approached and asked the gentleman to listen to her. The preaching of the Apostle Asoreto and the appearance of the Inquisitor to punish him all already happened in the girl's past life. But for the skinny woman, from that moment on, the gambling began. The Inquisitor asked how a girl from a lower class could interfere in such a matter. Putting her hand on her heart, the brunette explained to him that she was the second daughter of the cardinal. Ariadne explained that his lordship did not intend to cooperate with the accused Alejandro. The girl explained that her father was afraid of the heresies being presented and therefore prepared to refute it. Grabbing his daughter, the cardinal asked her to shut up. The man asked the brunette if she understood what she just said. The father explained to Ariadne that she should not speak out so freely. The Inquisitor asked if the young girl had decided to intercede. The Inquisitor was surprised that they decided to joke with him. The man noticed that not only did the cardinal call the heretic to give a sermon, but he also brought his daughter, who turned the Mass into children's games. The Inquisitor suggested that Cardinal de Mere and Miss de Mere were mocking the High Mass. He roughly pointed his finger at them. Clutching the hem of her dress tightly, the girl realized that the man considered this to be rude. The girl understood that if she stumbled in front of him now, her plan would fail and it would be the end for her. The brunette explained to His Eminence that she behaves this way only out of respect for the head of the church. Ariadne explained that the head of the church personally invited the apostle to San Carlo. She noted that if the cardinal had begun to object before the sermon began, how would His Holiness react to this? The inquisitors froze abruptly because the girl's words put him into a stupor. Ariadne realized that everything was going according to plan. She noticed that the cardinal was deeply concerned about the ideas of the apostle, and therefore prepared in advance. Skinny explained that her father had collected all the evidence for today's sermon for a public refutation. Ariadne asked her father if this was true. The cardinal panicked greatly. "I don't know what to answer." He replied that his daughter was right. The priest was suspicious as to why His Holiness had invited Asoreto to give a sermon on such a day. The cardinal suggested that the head of the church was marred by the desecration of their sacred scriptures. The surprised inquisitor asked if the man was telling the truth. The inquisitor turned around and looked at the flock. The parishioners began to talk about how the girl had done a great job of stopping the heretic right in the middle of the sermon. That Ariadne literally saved the good name of San Carlo. People believed that if it were not for the girl's act, they would have listened to the sermon of this heretic until the arrival of the inquisitor. It was noted that the girl respected the sacred description as much as it was due to the daughter of a cardinal. Sweat began to run down the inquisitor's face. The man announced that his business here was finished for today. Ariadne realized that she was able to prove her worth to her father in the eyes of all the residents of San Carlo. The most important thing for the brunette was that she managed to eliminate the reason for the engagement. Ariadne realized that now she could not marry Cesare. The events are moved to the king's audience hall. Lev noticed that this girl was not as simple as it turned out initially. The king liked the spectacle, as if he had watched an act of a play. Leo III was even ready to believe that all this had been prepared in advance with the head of the church. The messenger quoted that reality can be more dramatic than fictional stories. The king believed that a girl with such strong faith was worthy of a reward. Leo scratched his beard in thought, wondering what gift would be suitable for the young lady. The boy assured that jewelry or a dress would suit the young girl, and he offered to give her the blue heart of the ocean depths. Blue Heart of the Deep Ocean was a large, rare sapphire of deep blue color. According to legend, A school of dolphins swam to the shore and, leaving the decorations, immediately disappeared. The deep beauty of the stone, combined with mysterious legends, made the stone desired by all luxury lovers unique. Sapphire became the most desired jewel for Countess Rubina, who was the king's mistress. It was surprising that the king's favorite would have to give up some girl's jewelry. The guy noticed that this gift was too valuable. Smiling, His Majesty noticed that Rubina also desperately wanted to get that stone. Leo was not sure that if he gave a sapphire to the cardinal's second daughter, whether she would return it after she got married. The king believed that it would be a great success if Cesare married the girl to her. The cardinal was alone in the study with his daughter. He was looking out the window, and without looking up from contemplating the view, I asked my daughter where she got such ideas from. Bowing her head, Ariadne explained that she read books in his house so as not to get bored. Turning around, the father asked the girl if she had thought of all this herself. Ariadne understood that these were not the kind of books that a 15-year-old child could comprehend on his own. The brunette assumed that Dad would certainly not believe her. The daughter explained that she was greatly impressed by records on the essence of a saint, Wycliffe and Pelagius's treatise on the Trinity. The man was sincerely surprised and asked if Ariadne had read all this. Expecting her father's distrust, the girl quoted rows from the book. The brunette understood that the book was not so popular now. The girl knew that in a few years these books would be mandatory reading for every aristocrat. The cardinal asked his daughter if she wanted to go to the great temple to study theology. Ariadne understood that she should not show her true intentions. The girl explained that she would be ashamed due to her lack of knowledge. The brunette asked permission to continue studying books at home, but it was unclear what to ask him. The father allowed the girl to go. Bowing, the girl realized that it turned out to be much easier than she thought. She was pleased with herself. When Ariadne was heading towards the exit, her father turned to her. The girl froze in place, not understanding what doubts he might still have. Turning around, the brunette bowed again. For the first time in a long time, the girl heard praise from her father. Red wine slowly flowed down the table onto the floor from an overturned glass. Wine the color of blood also poured into the glass. Rubina asked her son if he had heard the story about the second daughter of Cardinal de Mar. The guy emptied his glass in large gulps. The woman said that the girl was a very religious girl and was called the Savior of San Carlo. Rubina said it was expected that the cardinal would have such a child, that everyone in the Etruscan kingdom praised this girl. Leaning on his arm, the guy poured himself some wine again. He drank the bright red liquid in a couple of sips. Rubina noted that his wife should also be the embodiment of virtue. The brown-haired woman explained to her son that he would become king. The guy squeezed the glass tightly in his hand and then placed it on the table. The guy explained to his mother that Alfonso had already taken the place of heir. While pouring another glass, the guy asked if he could take the throne. The woman reminded her son that his father loved him. The brown-haired man aggressively noted that his father loved him so much that he gave him a meager noble title and a palace without inheritance. And at once he furiously smashed his glass against the wall. The woman was furious that her son, having been born in her womb, dared to raise his voice at her. Tightly grabbing her son's shirt, the woman explained that he would be king. Rubina said that she heard that His Majesty would give this girl the blue heart of the depths of the ocean. The woman explained to Cesare that she really wanted to get this stone for herself. The guy agreed with his mother because of what the astrologer told her. Smiling, Rubina explained that the person who owns the stone will become a king. Mom wanted Cesare to become a true son, and she to become a woman under the king. Smiling, she explained to her son that the predictions come true. Approaching the guy, the woman explained that it was all for his sake. The brown-haired woman ordered her son to get for her the blue heart of the ocean depths. A letter of gratitude was sent to Ariadne for her demonstration of high religiosity at the High Mass. The brunette was demanded to appear at the Queen's palace. The girl got off the carriage, wearing a pale pink dress. The cardinal ordered his daughter not to create problems, but to behave modestly and quietly. Ariadne bowed her head in front of her father, agreeing with him. The brunette was shocked that the man personally brought her here. The girl noticed that this time the invitation came personally from the Queen, who was supposed to thank her instead of the king. Ariadne realized that everything had gone too far. She just wanted to avoid an engagement to Cesare. The brunette paused at the mirror, looking at her reflection in it. The girl thought that her dress was too simple for such an important event. Ariadne came up with the idea of adding a flower to make the dress look more elegant. The girl remembered that peonies should grow in the backyard of the royal palace. Someone called the brunette by name. The girl shook her head nervously. trying to find the one who called her. Alfonso was sitting on a tree branch under the bright rays of the sun. The blonde shouted so that the girl could determine his location. Ariadne was surprised to see her old friend. He offered to climb in. A few moments later, the brunette was already on the branch next to the prince. Their hands lay very close, which made both of them a little embarrassed. The guy noticed that today his friend was wearing a light dress. Smiling, she replied that she did not plan to climb the tree. Patting his thigh, Alfonso asked if the girl would like to sit up. The brunette was surprised by the straightforward proposal. Ariadne realized that there was no time for hesitation now. The girl knew that thanks to Alfonso, she would be able to escape from Cesare from the Demar family. The skinny girl quickly jumped onto the guy's lap, realizing that this was her golden chance. Her elastic breasts touched his face and the girl's heart began to beat faster. The guy laid a piece of fabric on a branch. He assured that now the girl's dress would not get dirty. He wondered what brought his girlfriend to the palace. Ariadne explained that Queen Margaret had invited her to an audience. Smiling, the prince said that his father had been praising the savior for a long time. Leo wanted to reward Ariadne with a knighthood. Smiling, the girl noticed that she was sorry, because she could become a knight. Alfonso asked the brunette if she really wanted this. The girl was sitting on a branch and dangling her legs. The blonde promised Ariadne that someday he would give her the title. He wondered if she really had to swear allegiance to Her Highness today. Taking the guy by the hand, the brunette swore with all her soul that from now on she would be faithful only to her master. She promised to defend the prince's honor in the face of any adversity and put his safety above all else. Ariadne swore that she would always tell her master only the truth and fulfill all her promises to him. The skinny girl assured that she would never change her decision, never leave the prince and always be by his side. The girl's hand lay in Alfonso's strong hand. A little embarrassed, the blonde asked the girl if she would really do this. The principle is to note that if such an intelligent person as Ariadne helps him in state affairs, then he can become the most outstanding ruler in history. Having darkened a little, the girl remembered that in the past she had caught Alfonso in a trap, thereby killing him. But now, so casually and without a drop of shame in her eyes, the girl swore allegiance to the prince. The girl's hands clenched tightly, remembering what grave sin she was carrying on her shoulders. The blonde noticed that they would work well together with their friend. Because of her thoughts, the girl began to slide off the branch. Instantly, Alfonso grabbed her, thereby saving her from falling from a height. Holding his friend tightly to him, he asked if everything was okay with her. The girl thanked him. The prince asked his friend to be more careful. Ariadne's heart seemed to suddenly flare up, and a soft pink blush covered the girl's cheeks. The blonde asked the girl what she was looking for in this direction. The prince explained that it was impossible to get to an audience with his mother this way. Turning around, the brunette explained that she had wandered here in search of a flower to decorate her hair. Ariadne knew that her outfit was too simple. Princip noted that the girl looked beautiful. A little embarrassed, the girl turned away. Noting that her outfit lacked grace, Ariadne suggested that none of the young maidens had ever come to the queen's palace in such a miserable state. Alfonso was surprised that this was the only thing that bothered his friend. The guy took off the luxurious tape and asked the brunette if she would like it. The guy braided her thick dark hair with a slight movement. Ariadne was surprised that the prince took off his ribbon and personally tied her hair. She was amazed at how pure the guy was. The prince asked the girl if it looked strange, since it was his first time doing this. The girl thanked the blonde again. King Leo III bestowed a reward on the second daughter of Cardinal de Marais. The queen thanked Ariadne on behalf of the king and ordered her to rise. Margarita was surprised that her husband chose this as a reward. Ariadne asked if it would be appropriate to ask Her Majesty what was there. The queen said that the box contained a reward of 50 gold ducats and an unusual box with various trinkets. The woman said that there was the blue heart of the ocean depths. Falling to her knees, Ariadne explained that someone like her did not dare accept such a majestic gift. The aristocracy was surprised that the girl was able to refuse such a great treasure. The women did not understand how the girl could refuse, because the stone could become her family heirloom. The brunette realized that for some it was a matter of family honor and great reading, but for her it was comparable to a threat to her life. The skinny girl understood that anyone who wanted to get the stone for themselves would become a threat to her life. Margarita said that she understood the reasons for the girl's refusal. The woman explained that this was His Majesty's order. The queen asked to accept their gift, knelt down and quietly whispered to the girl that she could not defend herself from them alone. He asked the girl to pacify all those who desperately wanted to get the stone. Margarita said that Ariadne should find a balance, thanks to which envious people themselves will restrain each other. Her Majesty stood up and noted that it would not be easy. Ariadne suggested that this might seem too arrogant, but the girl wanted to ask for something else. The girl whispered something in Her Majesty's ear. The Queen asked what this nonsense was. The brunette swallowed nervously, realizing the consequences. Margarita explained that this was not just one request, but two. A smile appeared on Ariadne's face. She couldn't believe that she had succeeded. The Queen assured that this would not be easy to accomplish. Margarita explained to the heroine that one suitable gift had already been prepared for her. Duchess Marquez noticed that the girl apparently treated Her Majesty very well. The Queen noticed that Miss was half a century younger than them, and besides, she was very nice. The maids assured that the girl reminded them of Margarita in her youth. The girl was just as smart and strange. The woman suggested that they were indeed similar in some ways. Her Majesty realized that the girl's fate should be different than what happened to her. Soon Ariadne returned home. The sister and stepmother were looking at the jewelry that Her Majesty the Queen had given the girl. Isabella was delighted by the beauty of the jewelry. Isabella was most struck by the beauty of the amethyst earrings. They were the same color as the blonde's eyes. The sister unceremoniously put on a gift from the royal palace for Ariadne. Lucrezia replied that those earrings seemed to have been made for her daughter. The blonde asked her sister to give her these earrings. Isabella assured that if the earrings did not decorate her sister, they would become very sad. The stepmother noticed that family members should share all the benefits among themselves for the sake of common happiness. She insisted that 50 ducats was a very significant amount and asked him to give the money to her. The girl assured that her desires echoed the desires of Lucretia and Isabella. But unfortunately, the brunette couldn't give everything to them. Clenching her fist tightly, Isabella explained that if her sister did not want to share with her family, she could have said so right away. Ariadne explained that all the jewelry was engraved with the Queen's initials. The brunette said that anyone who goes against Her Majesty's decision will receive punishment for disgracing the royal family. The skinny girl held out the document. It was written in it that a reward of 50 gold ducats was ordered to be given to the charitable house of Rambouillet by decision of Queen Margarita de Carlo. Skinny explained that she donated all the money on behalf of her second daughter to de Marais. She said that she donated money to the foundation of this charitable house, which was managed by Her Majesty. Grabbing Ariadne by the dress, the stepmother asked why the girl did this. The brunette explained that she did this to improve the reputation of their family. The girl assured that Her Majesty publicly praised their family for not forgetting about the suffering and needy. The woman raised her hand to her and asked how she dared to object to her so brazenly. The cardinal stopped his wife, assuring him that he suspected that she would do this. The man sternly asked Lucretia if she knew how many pairs of eyes were now watching their home and family. The husband asked Lucrezia to stop demonstrating her greed. In his opinion, that amount was completely insignificant. The father asked Ariadne whether he had awarded her the blue heart of the ocean depths. The cardinal invited the girl to open it and look at the jewel. Everyone was surprised by the beauty of the sapphire. The man invited the brunette to leave the stone in his office. He believed that the girl did not have a suitable place to keep it. Ariadne became very nervous trying to explain to her father. Only awkward words came out of her mouth. Damn, you didn't understand why they hadn't arrived yet. The girl mentally begged to hurry up. Skinny heard a knock on the door. The newly arrived people explained that they came on the orders of Her Majesty Margarita de Carlo. The man announced that today the second daughter of Cardinal de Mere, by order of His Majesty, was given a precious gift. Brunette explained that for the convenience of storing the jewelry, the Queen sent a forged casket that should be kept in the owner's chambers. She explained that her room was in the attic on the 3rd floor. The cardinal waved his hand sharply, denying what was said. The man stated that the girl's room is on the 2nd floor, the westernmost door. Lucrezia recalled that these were in the piece of Hippolytus, their eldest son. The man pressed his finger to his lips as if trying to silence Lucretia. The husband explained to the blonde that if they say as it is, rumors will spread that they forced their daughter to live in the attic. The brunette smiled that this was what she needed, and the girl hurriedly headed to her new room. The skinny girl was surprised that there was even an office here. Ariadne was surprised that the eldest son used such a large space alone. The brunette told Her Majesty that when she brought the award home, it would no longer belong to her. At that moment, the girl asked the queen to sign a receipt stating that she had donated 50 ducats to the charitable house of Rambouillet. Ariadne asked to spend part of the money on buying a casket that should be placed in her room. After all, the queen will only have to give the appropriate order about this. She doubted that Marguerite would allow the Rambouillet charity house to be used as a kind of bank. The girl was surprised that Her Majesty gave her gifts in addition. Thanks to the initials and signature, the brunette was able to protect the jewelry from her sister. Fortunately, everything was resolved quite quickly and simply. A loud knock on the door distracted the girl from her thoughts. Sanxia reported that another person from the royal palace came and asked to give her a gift. The box contained a golden comb inlaid with stones and a note. A smile appeared on the girl's face when she saw Alfonso's initials. The room was quite grand. The maid noticed that the blanket was so soft and cozy here. The girl told the baby that now she did not have to do it on her own. After all, now the mistress has 2 new maids. Sancho asked how she could trust her family. Also, entrust strangers with working with things that directly touched her body. She vehemently protested against entrusting them with cleaning the office as well. Their argument was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. The mistress and the maid looked in surprise as Arabella entered the room with a musical instrument in her hands. The girl said that she did not come to play with her sister. The blonde said that she would watch what else her sister would do stupidly. Ariadne knew that in this house no one paid attention to the girl. Ippolito was the only and eldest son. Isabella is the pride of her father and mother, who could be sold to a wealthy family. These two received the attention and love of their parents, the Cardinal and Lucrezia. And Arabella, like a child who could not prove her worth to the family, became an outcast in her home. The brunette felt sorry for the girl and decided to talk to her. The girl asked Arabella why she brought the lute. The skinny girl asked if her sister really liked to play music. The blonde guessed that her sister did not know that she played the instrument brilliantly. She deftly touched the strings. The brunette suggested that her sister had talent in playing the lute. The girl explained that she is good at composing melodies. The older sister asked in surprise whether the little girl could write music herself. The blonde touched her instrument and filled the room with the sounds of melodies. Ariadne asked the girl if she really came up with this herself. Sancho noticed that Mrs. Arabella was smart, and her acting was simply incredible. A smile appeared on the blonde's face. She shyly assured that her game was not so incredible. Ariadne suggested that the girl ask her parents to buy another instrument. She explained that the organ would be much better suited for composing music. The little girl explained that she would like to change the melody for the Mass. The blonde knew that an organ would be useful for such a task. But unfortunately, Lucrezia told the musician that such an expense for the sake of one girl was too expensive. Sad, she said that if Sister Isabella did not use the instrument, then no one would buy it. The brunette suggested that the girl talk to her older sister. And if you agree, Mother could give her consent. The skinny girl understood that her younger sister realized that she was loved less than Isabella. The brunette did not understand why she sympathized with a child whose situation was several times better than hers. And she wondered who else should have worried about whom. 3 sisters met at the table. Isabella was putting on makeup, while Arabella looked at her with boredom. The baby turned to her older sister. Without looking up from the mirror, the blonde asked what Arabella wanted. The girl asked the beauty to ask her mother to buy an organ. Isabella didn't even take her eyes off the mirror. She explained that if her sister needed an instrument, this did not mean that others should immediately purchase it. The beauty calmly noted that wastefulness was a bad trait for a girl who knew manners. Almost breaking into hysterics, Arabella explained that it was not just her whim. The little girl promised to use it for good. Ariadne was surprised that she could say such a thing, herself using expensive cosmetics and luxury items of unimaginable value. The brunette said that the cantus written by Arabella was simply beautiful. Ariadne asked her sister to play. The sounds of the melody spread throughout the gloomy room. With surprise, the older sister asked if the girl had really made it up herself. Isabella asked where the little girl would perform this. The girl said that this was a melody for the Mass, but it was not finished yet. Unexpectedly for Arabella, the older sister hugged her and offered to talk about something in private. Hesitating a little, Isabella asked the brunette if she could come out. A few moments later, the door slammed shut. The elder sister told Arabella that the status of a family is determined by the most capable person in it. Isabella explained to the girl that the reputation also applies to the baby, because they were sisters. The parishioners discussed the fact that today she, one of the cardinal's daughters, would present her composition for the Mass. People discussed how much talent there was in their family. One of the daughters was very religious and knew theology. The other had writing skills. Isabella came to this Mass in a luxurious red dress and a headband encrusted with pearls. Isabella noticed that Camellia came early today. Miss de Marais thanked the woman for the invitation. She explained that this was her first own composition, and she could not help but invite a person who was well-versed in music. Isabella noticed that today the woman arrived with her fiancé. The girl noticed that she missed Ottavio. The guy replied that Miss Isabella was beautiful as always. The brunette looked sideways at how the groom interacted with Miss de Marais. Ottavio said in parting that he expected a lot from today's performance. The blonde ordered herself to start. At that moment, a smile shone on her face. Isabella believed that her sister, unlike her, did not deserve the attention she was given on her previous mission. The blonde wanted today to return all the glory that the brunette took from her. Sitting in the hall, Arabella drooped a little. She sat alone with her head wearily bowed. With the appearance of an organ in the house, the girl was sure that she would soon be able to present her melody for Mass. But unfortunately, the older sister managed to achieve what the girl could not. Ariadne warmly congratulated her younger sister on the acquisition of the instrument. The brunette was surprised that Arabella, instead of persuading Isabella to help decide on the purchase, allowed her to take the score and put her name on it. Touching the organ key, the girl asked if Arabella was glad to get what she wanted. The younger sister explained that Isabella promised to help her on the condition that she perform her music under her own name. Arabella asked why Isabella did this. The brunette explained that they are all kind and correct people. Clenching her small hands into fists, the blonde noticed that it was her sister. Arabella explained that the older sister might be mean to Ariadne, but not to her. The brunette asked why. When Isabella said that she wanted an organ, they immediately bought it. Ariadne replied that her father and mother knew that her older sister was not interested in playing musical instruments. The brunette asked her younger sister in surprise if Cardinal and Lucrezia were not her own parents. Ariadne asked why the family arranged activities in such a way as to develop Isabella's outstanding abilities. The older sister assured that if the baby was silent and humbly accepted and obeyed everything, then no one would know about her bad deeds. The brunette noticed that this time Isabella simply stole the girl's music. The baby asked to stop slandering Isabella because she was somehow better. Tears began to come out of Arabella's eyes. She convinced that mother and Isabella loved her. The girl was sure that she was the real de Marais. Calling Ariadne a fake, the blonde ran away crying. Ariadne remembered that in the past she had also stubbornly denied it. Accepting this was like realizing your misfortune. The brunette came up with a plan of what she could do for her little sister. At the next Mass, Isabella again performed her melody. The parishioners listened to such beautiful music with admiration. The conductor froze abruptly when unpleasant sounds began to fly out from under the girl's fingers. Arabella did not understand what her sister was doing. The girl suggested that the excellent sister had messed up the notes. When the tune ended, people began to reluctantly clap. Returning to the performer, the conductor explained that they had finished playing the piece. The guy noticed that there was one part that was incomprehensible to him. The blonde explained that in the middle of the melody there was an illogical construction of notes. The conductor asked why these notes were there. Smiling, the performer explained that she wanted to emphasize that part. The guy assured that it was quite a bold decision. The conductor explained that the part where the organ solo begins, a very strange scale from C to A, jumped so sharply. The blonde noticed that this segment would be very difficult to play, because the musician would have to try to perform it with one hand. The conductor invited the girl to demonstrate how to play. Isabella asked if he really offered to do all this for her on her own. The younger sister realized that the older blonde couldn't read music, let alone play it. The girl asked if the master of his craft could not play this melody. The younger sister sat nervously biting her fingers. The girl realized that she had to help her older sister. Arabella replied that the introduction to string instruments was accidentally omitted from the final version. The girl explained that this was done unintentionally. The little girl explained that even the musician himself could not play something like this, and that there was a piece missing. Parishioners began to guess that this work was for the youngest daughter of Cardinal de Marais. People quietly said that from the very beginning they thought it strange that Isabella was also knowledgeable in music. The girl who knew about music realized that Isabella had stolen the composition from her sister. Lucretia explained that there was a misunderstanding, and her daughters wrote this composition together. The woman said that the cantus was composed by the eldest daughter and completed by the youngest. The girl's mother explained that Isabella actually wrote most of the work. Lucrezia explained that she did not want misunderstandings to arise and bad rumors to spread. General laughter rang through the crowd. Cesare asked whether Madame Lucrezia was telling the truth. Isabella was surprised to see Count Cesare. The guy said that he had not met the beautiful Isabella for a long time. The Count knelt down and tenderly kissed the blonde's hand, giving her a few more compliments. The guy said that her best quality was her beauty. Cesare noted that when a person tries to fit into society and add influence by wearing clothes that do not suit him, from the outside it looked disgusting. Isabella asked what the Count might know about someone else's life. The guy asked if he was wrong. Raising her voice to a scream, the blonde shouted that she did not care about such things at all. This only brought a smile to the brown-haired man's face. The guy explained that he had never thought of saying anything about her. The Count noticed that the girl understood him from the first word. Shrugging his shoulders, Cesare replied that the girl was so beautiful and also smart. The guy assured that now everyone knows that Miss de Mere also has an exceptional mind. The people behind couldn't help but laugh. The blonde was filled with anger and an evil grin appeared on her face. Isabella tried to explain herself by taking his hand, but the Count slapped the blonde on the hand. Cesare said that he came here to listen to good music, but witnessed such an unexpected situation. Taking off his hat, the guy noticed that he had seen enough for today, so he would leave first. The Count bowed before hurriedly leaving. Other people followed the guy. The Cardinal's family remained standing with surprise on their faces. Seeing sidelong glances, the blonde ordered the parishioners to immediately stop staring at her and leave from here. The blonde man asked why Cesare decided to intervene. The Count asked what Ottavio meant. He explained that it seemed to him that earlier the girl still liked him. He insisted that Isabella had a strong sense of self-worth. The girl had a beautiful appearance. Her narcissism was obvious and understandable. Ottavio asked if the Count thought that it would not be difficult for him to win Isabella over again. The blonde asked whether the Count was really capable of organizing such a thing, or whether he had already lost interest. Cesare asked, since when should he express his opinion, looking back at a woman's mood or judgment. Having straightened his hair, the brown-haired man assured that a girl who wants to be near him must be patient. The Count noticed that the girl should be wise enough and not open her mouth in vain, provoking unflattering speeches. Turning around, he said that he wanted to have a drink, because his mood was already ruined. He explained that he would go first and invited the blonde to meet at the appointed place. Ottavio noted how hot-tempered the gentleman was. Isabella, kneeling and burying her face in the sofa, whimpered. The blonde didn't understand how she could show herself in public now. The girl asked her mother if she had seen the Count's look of complete contempt. The blonde also remembered a lot of sideways glances. Isabella was very worried that they would begin to bypass her in secular society. Lucretia asked her daughter not to cry. Looking angrily at Arabella, the woman asked who allowed her to interfere. The girl mumbled that she just wanted to help. The little girl understood that she could not allow her melody to be played with the wrong notes. Mother asked if it was really so important to get it right, or if the sister was playing the wrong notes. Lucrezia noticed that Isabella's name was now tarnished, and bad rumors had already spread. The older sister raised her head. She replied that because of the girl, everyone would whisper vilely about her music. Arabella recalled that she wrote this melody herself. Raising her tear-stained eyes, the elder sister asked again. The little girl screamed in her face that she wrote the music, and Isabella simply took it away. The girl fell to her knees and explained to her mother that she really wrote this melody herself. Arabella explained that at least Mom had to find out, even if others didn't know the truth. Lucrezia looked sternly at her youngest daughter, and asked her if she was really talking about her older sister. The woman grabbed her youngest daughter tightly, explaining that Isabella was the pearl of high society and a treasure of which they should be proud. She explained to her youngest daughter that she wouldn't let anything ruin it, not even that stupid melody. Taking the rod in her hands, the mother asked if the girl realized her mistake. Arabella tearfully explained that it was not her fault. The little girl noticed that Isabella took away her music, and if not for this act, nothing bad would have happened. Swinging her rod, the woman asked if Arabella really refused to admit her guilt. A moment later, the sounds of beatings and Arabella's screams of her innocence and pleas for mercy were heard. Soon the baby was kicked out the door. The girl was trembling all over, and her whole face seemed to be bruised. The maids looked at her sideways, talking quietly. Arabella walked with a limp and a downcast look. The brunette offered her little sister a hug. Having hugged the recently hated Ariadne, the girl burst into tears. The older sister hugged the baby tightly. The child, beaten by his mother, gave vent to his feelings and cried bitterly. Aristocrats received an invitation to the salon to demonstrate and evaluate works of art. Thanks to the help of the merchants of the Republic of Porto, on the last Friday of August, the exhibition had the opportunity to present many valuable works. The decoration of this event was the appearance of the heir to the throne, Prince Alfonso, and representatives of other noble families. It was a great opportunity to expand my friendships. The invitation was sent to Miss Ariadne de Mere from the Marquise Alejandra de Cibo. The whole family gathered at one large table. The brunette was glad that she could meet the prince again. Isabella asked the maid if only one invitation had arrived. Drops of cold sweat began to flow down Miletta's face, and she answered in the affirmative. Isabella looked at the brunette with contempt. The blonde asked if her sister would go to the Marquise de Cibo for this event. The older sister explained to the girl that she had not been properly introduced to society. The blonde reminded Ariadne that before her debut, she was supposed to go out only with an accompaniment. Piercing her sister with her green eyes, Ariadne was surprised that she finally said something sensible. Putting down the cutlery, the cardinal noticed that Isabella was right. The blonde's eyes sparkled when her father admitted she was right. The father added that it was time to introduce his youngest daughter to society. Ariadne's eyes lit up because this was her debut. Isabella asked if her sister could hold her own ball. The blonde noticed that the ballroom season was already over this year. The eldest daughter recalled that the debut is held every year with the onset of spring, when the flowers were just blooming. Young girls and boys from noble families were invited to the palace for a special event to greet the king and queen. According to tradition, if the debutante cannot appear due to travel or illness, a separate score was held to make himself known in social circles. This is a privilege that the noblest people could take advantage of. Isabella was furious that her father would do this to her sister. The cardinal, not noticing his daughter's aggression, stated that the second daughter was also capable of raising the name of the de Marais family in society. The man explained that after the debuts, Ariadne's freedom of action will increase, and she will be able to do much more. Isabella decided that if she could not stop her father, she had to at least prevent the brunette from visiting the salon of the Marquise de Cibo. The blonde reminded that it was inappropriate to attend such events alone. Lucrezia explained to her husband that even if they start preparing for the ball right now, no matter how much they rush, it was already autumn. The woman assured that until then the stepdaughter could not go to the salon without a guardian. The wife told the cardinal that recently she had been a little ill to come there. Lucretia suggested that the origins of her illness lay in the heat. The woman asked to call Dr. Devon so that he could examine her. The cardinal asked what his wife was doing that was constantly sick. The brunette asked how she could ask to be taken to the event when her mother was in such poor condition. Ariadne reminded that this would only be in her interests. Isabella assured that she was very sorry that this time nothing worked out. The blonde reminded her sister that the prince would be there. Ariadne calmly replied that she was not sorry for anything. The brunette took Sancha as her escort. The girl was incredibly happy that she could get into the salon. The mistress noticed the girl's impatience and calmly noted it. The carriage creaked as it drove to the event. The maid was surprised that they were taking her to an event where the prince himself would be. She reminded the lady that in this case she should have dressed more beautifully. The brunette was wearing a modest dress the color of the sun, and there was a soft yellow flower in her hair. Ariadne was glad that she was able to go to the salon. The girl agreed in advance with Madame Romani to accompany her as a guardian. The brunette thought about purchasing several paintings at auction. Works by an undeclared artist are to be exhibited today. It was assumed that the price of these paintings would increase greatly next year. A few years later, the artist became famous as the ruler of this era. Ariadne had already decided to buy his paintings in advance. Ariadne decided that this would be her investment in art. But the most important thing for the brunette was that she would have Vittoria Nica. The statue of Nike, the goddess of victory, was highly valued due to its artistry and good preservation. The aristocrat who bought the statue in a past life displayed it in the courtyard of the mansion to show off his treasure. After some time, part of the travel notes of Halicarotidis was discovered. The fragile wing of the statue could not be restored after a series of damages, so it was exhibited without one wing. The head and left hand disappeared somewhere. This image of the goddess became a symbol of her painful struggle and victory in the Celaspon War, and all the horrors of those days. For this reason, it was decided to preserve the statue in a dilapidated state. In other words, the sculpture that the aristocrat purchased was a fake. When the aristocracy of San Carlo found out about the deception, conversations in the capital did not stop for some time. Even scientists were agitated by the question of the authenticity of this creation. Ariadne was happy that she would finally see something interesting. Fortunately, this situation had nothing to do with her. After some time, Demer's second daughter arrived. All eyes were turned to the brunette. Many believed that the girl was not as beautiful as her sister, but still very charming and sweet. One of the miladies recounted rumors that the girl was a half-breed. The brunette with a glass in her hand noticed that Lucretia was not at all beautiful, and it was unknown who her eldest daughter took after. Ariadne was already used to being alone. Her past life went exactly like this. The girl decided to go to the table and taste a delicious piece. The brunette noticed Prince Alfonso in the crowd. The guy was surrounded by many people. Upset, Ariadne turned around and decided to stay in the garden until the auction began. She didn't want the blonde to see her alone. The brunette was aware that she looked very modest. He noticed his friend and shouted her name after her. The guy asked how long they had not seen each other. A smile appeared on the girl's face. A friend noticed that it must have been difficult for him to be in such a crowd of people. The blonde answered in the negative. The prince asked how the girl was released on her own, or whether she came with her mother. He was surprised to see the brunette again. The girl said that Madame Romani, her teacher, was with her as a guardian. The blonde asked if the girl liked her outfit today. Ariadne replied that she liked this one better than the previous one. His Majesty asked where the hairpin he had previously sent her was. A little embarrassed, the brunette explained that that gift did not match today's outfit. The girl promised to definitely wear a hairpin next time. Alfonso noted that he would be looking forward to this. Ariadne understood that she could not say that that hairpin was absolutely not to her taste. She, without listening to the conversation, suggested that Alphonse go to the beautiful flowers. The girl looked at the purple buds with pleasure, leaving the guy behind. Soon the friends were hidden from prying eyes by the thick greenery of the plants. The prince wanted to say something, but abruptly covered his mouth with his hand. The guy was surprised what thoughts flashed through his head because they were just friends. Alphonse asked if the girl wanted flowers. She explained that the flowers of the Marquise de Chibo were not allowed to be picked just like that. The blonde suggested doing this in secret from everyone. Ariadne asked how it was possible to sneak them in unnoticed. The girl didn't want to pick the flowers and just throw them away. Alfonso suggested hiding the buds in the hem of the skirt. The guy picked up his girlfriend and asked her to pick the flowers quickly. Ariadne picked a bright purple inflorescence. The girl was amazed by his beauty. She asked a friend if the flowers were beautiful. Smiling, Alphonse answered in the affirmative. Soon the auction began. The man said that the Marquis de Cibo and his wife had prepared this wonderful event. The organizer said that His Highness Prince Alfonso de Carlo was their guest today. The brown-haired man introduced himself to Vincenzo and said that he had arrived from the Republic of Porto. Looking at the fake, the girl realized that Victoria Nica was simply amazing. Previously, so many aristocrats gathered in one place. Vincentio opened a small curtain and suggested starting with small and beautiful things. The man said that it was a painting by one of the newly minted artists originally from Urbino. The painting was called The Virgin Mary in Daffodils. Bidding started at 5 ducats. There was silence in the hall. Only Ariadne agreed to the starting price. The man looked through his binoculars and asked who offered this price. Vincentio noticed that the second daughter of Cardinal de Moray gave 5 ducats. The presenter asked those present who could give more. The brunette understood that this master was not so famous yet, so no one showed much interest in his work. The girl knew that in a few years this artist would become the chosen artist of the dominant church. She knew that after the event of the future, the others that now did not want to purchase his work. Someone from the crowd offered 8 ducats. Ariadne was surprised who it was. Turning around, she saw Cesare. Vincentio asked which gentleman had just shouted out his bet. The man said that Count Cesare de Como had offered 8 ducats. The count glanced sideways at Ariadne. The girl suddenly remembered how familiar this look was to her. The guy showed new interest in something that was previously indifferent to him. The brunette raised her hand and offered 10 ducats per lot. The man asked if there were anyone else who wanted to buy this painting. After a pause, he said that the lot had been sold to Miss Demare. Sighing with relief, Ariadne realized that despite the fact that she had purchased the painting for more than she had expected, she had still fulfilled the original purpose of her visit here. Now the girl could calmly watch the race of fools. Vincentio announced the next lot in the form of the statue Victoria Nike. Calmly eating the cookies, Ariadne was delighted by the beauty of the fake. The aristocracy was delighted to see for the first time such an ancient creation, which was so well preserved. One of the women noticed that, as a rule, pieces of marble from the Hellenic era are dull gray. But here a beautiful pink tint was visible. The auctioneer noticed that everyone present here had an idea of the value of the entire work. The man assumed that no one needed his explanation. Vincentio reported that the bidding began at 1,200 ducats. While finishing the next cookie, the girl tried to remember who in her past life took part in the auction for the statue. Ariadne realized that many years had passed since then, and she could no longer remember this. Someone from the audience said that the bet was his. Turning around, the brunette turned pale, realizing that Alfonso had gotten involved in this. Count Marcello raised the price by adding 100 ducats. Ariadne sighed with relief, but the prince offered 1,500. Count Marcello and Prince Alfonso did not want to give in to each other and gradually raised their stakes. Ariadne could not allow Alfonso to buy the statue. Cesare asked why it was impossible to leave the last bet to Prince Alfonso. The brown-haired man raised his hand and said that this person insisted that this statue should not be bought. Cold beads of sweat rolled down Ariadne's face. The guy asked what Vincentio Decato would say about this. The aristocrats began to talk among themselves. She did not understand this and assumed that Cesare had gone crazy. The auctioneer asked where such ridiculous thoughts came from in his head. The brown-haired man asked how he knew this. Pointing his finger at Ariadne, he suggested that this person could answer this question. The count explained that the girl could confirm that the statue was a fake. Turning to the brunette, Cesare asked if he had heard correctly. There was a noise throughout the hall. Everyone was discussing the news that the Victoria Nike statue was a fake. Ariadne tried to pretend that she did not understand what the count was talking about. The brown-haired man explained that the miss told him that the statue was a fake. The girl got up and explained that it was a blatant lie. Vincentio said that the girl should have been responsible for her words. Turning around, Ariadne burst into tears and noticed that the uncle merchant and Cesare were disgusting to her. Tears flowed down her face and onto her yellow dress. The brunette noticed that she was still young and she still didn't know much. The girl really wanted to do this, but she could not leave the gathering. She didn't know whether Alphonse would take it upon himself to solve the problem. Ariadne realized that a purchase of 2,000 ducats would not plunge the prince into poverty. She understood that if it was revealed that Alphonse had purchased a fake, the blonde's good name would be disgraced. The most important thing for her was not to let her friend be ridiculed. From the spot, Ariadne inquired about how experienced Vincentio was as an antique dealer. The brunette asked whether the authenticity of this statue was reliable. The man was certainly confident that he was right. He explained that that was why he brought the statue to the auction. The girl recalled that the fragile wing of the statue was destroyed by the Moorish army during the war, and it could not be restored. The auctioneer tried to prove that it mentioned the subsequent restoration of the wing. Vincentio aggressively explained that he saw nothing wrong with the restoration. The man noted that if the restoration was carried out during the times of ancient Hellenia, the price of the statue as an antique should not be underestimated. Ariadne extended her hand to the count. Cesare whispered whether she was asking him for a sword. The brunette explained in a whisper that she knew that the count had a club. Taking the weapon in her hands, the girl explained that no matter how much they try to collect the broken bowl, it will not stop being broken. The girl asked if the shareholder knew this proverb. Vincentio asked if she was nitpicking that the collapsed wing had been repaired. The man explained that the traces of the transformation had the same historical value. The brunette asked if the auctioneer really admitted that the wing had once been destroyed. Vincentio explained that this was a well-known fact. Ariadne noticed that in this case, if the broken bowl falls and breaks again in exactly the same places, the brunette swung her baton at the surprised looks of those present. With a loud crash and roar, the statue fell. Looking at the fake, Ariadne explained that the damaged early wing should have broken upon impact in the same way as before. The girl noticed that this stone statue looked as if it had been recently created. Vincentio asked what she allowed herself to do. Ariadne thrust the bat into the man's throat, causing him to fall to his knees in front of her. The brunette asked if he was sure that it was the original. Those present assumed that the merchant was a fraudster. Getting up from his seat, Cesare explained that he had one more question. The brown-haired man asked if the man really was Vincentio del Cato. The man ran to the exit and sent everyone to hell. There was an order to close all the doors and prevent the man from leaving. The guy looked at the heroine with a slight grin. The aristocrats discussed the case of Apostolus Reto and the present day. Someone suggested that the girl had special eyes that saw the truth. The brunette asked Count Docom what he was thinking about. The girl asked Cesare how it was possible to push another person to lie without assessing the consequences. He explained to Little Miss that everything ended well. The girl was unpleasant that the brown-haired man was talking to her as if with a close friend. Demore explained that she was the second daughter of the cardinal of the local parish. Pointing his finger at Ariadne's forehead, the count explained that he did not remember her debut. The brown-haired man explained that this meant that the girl was still a child. Cesare noticed that the girl was wearing a yellow children's chicken dress. The guy explained that he is not as irresponsible as he might seem at first glance. Brown explained that he had previously learned that the real Vincentio had been found dead. Ariadne asked why he didn't settle all the issues himself and dragged her into it. The guy assumed that she knew what situation he was in. Cesare explained that he did not dare to use his power as the king's illegitimate son by interfering in affairs. The girl explained to the brown-haired man that in this case he should have just quietly sat aside. The count explained that he had come all this way only to meet with her on a special matter. Approaching the girl, he asked her to name her price and sell him the blue heart of the ocean depths. The count asked if Ariadne had heard about the Swan of Linville. Cesare explained that it was the most valuable diamond he owned. Brown offered to exchange the diamond for the blue heart of the depths of the ocean and give another 6,000 ducats on top. Ariadne nervously clutched her dress because she knew very well what the Swan of Linville was. This diamond was popularly known as a gift to true love. In a past life, the brunette madly wanted to get it from Cesare. For the sake of the diamond, the girl then sacrificed her youth and committed murder. Ariadne understood that now the count himself had come to her in order to exchange. Having become a little gloomy, the girl asked if His Majesty had given her a precious sapphire for a low purpose, such as sale or exchange. Ariadne explained that the blue heart of the ocean depths was a treasure received as a gift from the king himself. She assured that this stone could not be bought for any money. Clenching her fragile hands tightly into fists, the girl said that apparently the count was not given the ability to see the difference between right and wrong, good and bad, what he was given to own and what he was not. Turning away sharply, the brunette asked Cesare to come to his senses. Grabbing the girl by the hand and pulling her towards him, the guy ordered her to stop. She pulled her hand back and asked to let her go. Squeezing his hand tightly, the brown-haired man asked what she just said. Alfonso ordered the Comte de Como to let go of the girl's hand. Sky-colored eyes filled with rage. The blonde asked his brother if he really hadn't heard. The prince once again ordered the count to let go of his girlfriend's hand. His Majesty asked if Cesare had not remembered that he should show respect to members of the royal family. Looking at the blonde with contempt, the count bowed. The brown-haired man never released the girl's hand. As Alfonso approached, he insisted that such an ignorant greeting was more suitable for people who had previously met. His Majesty explained that they met here for the first time today. Their gazes crossed. Ariadne took advantage of the moment and pulled her hand away. The count knelt and muttered a greeting through his teeth for His Majesty Prince Alfonso. Cesare's hands clenched into a fist and shook violently. He called the prince the second son of their kingdom. The blonde noticed that he was running into Miss de Marais for the second time today. He reminded the girl that the Marquis de Cibo and his wife were still waiting. Ariadne replied that she shouldn't have upset them by being late. Alfonso offered to take the girl, assuring that he was on his way. The blonde politely said goodbye to the Comte de Como and explained that he was glad to meet him. Turning around, the girl reminded the count that he still had to compensate for the damage for the broken floor, where the fake statue of the goddess fell. In parting, the brown-haired man called the girl a snake. Ariadne and the prince walked along the path through the garden. The blonde noticed that her friend was simply magnificent. His Majesty asked Ariadne how she knew that it was a fake. Looking away, the girl explained that she just guessed. The brunette said that everything ended well. Alfonso thanked the girl for giving him the hint. Thanks to the heroine, he did not waste money on a counterfeit. Laughing, the girl explained that she did not know the prince's thoughts. The blonde asked how the girl decided to break the statue if she was not completely sure that she was right. Nervously clutching the hem of her dress, the girl tried to formulate an explanation. Ariadne explained that she was just trying to save someone. There was a certain awkwardness in the silence. The friends turned sharply away from each other. Alfonso was worried whether he could become at least a little special for the girl. Lightly pushing the blonde on the shoulder, the girl reminded him that thanks to her help, he kept 2,000 ducats with him. Ariadne hoped that he would repay her in kind. The prince asked how he could repay the young lady for the service. The girl offered to thank her with 2,000 ducats. Alfonso joked that he knew who the real crook was here. Ariadne asked to fulfill her wish instead of money. The blonde asked what she wanted. The girl explained that she doesn't yet know what she wants. The brunette promised one day at the most important moment to express her desire to him. Alfonso promised that he would wait for this moment. The blonde noticed that it was time to return. Waving her hand goodbye, the girl became a little sad. Ariadne understood that again they would be separated for a long time, and they would not soon have the chance to meet again. The blonde, as if writing a text on the palm of his hand, promised to send her a letter. The prince explained that he would wait for her answer. There was surprise and a slight smile on Ariadne's face. After some time, the girl stood in her father's room. The cardinal explained that initially the girl's mother was supposed to handle this matter, but he decided to entrust it to his daughter. The man invited the brunette to independently organize a ball for her debut. A sparkle of delight flashed in her green eyes. The father explained that the budget was only 150 ducats. The man asked his daughter to use the money wisely when she was preparing. Ariadne understood that this amount was even less than half of the required budget. Bowing, the brunette thanked her father. She recalled that she was very skilled in these matters. After all, in a past life she ruled the royal palace. Events take us to a tea party at the Viscount de Leonati's. Someone present asked how Miss de Mere's tea tasted today. The girl noticed that he was quite good. One of the maids invited the blonde to try some delicious cookies. Isabella cheekily explained that these cookies were brought from the kingdom of Caligo. This tea party was too tiring for the girl. The Viscount's daughter Latinica de Leonati shook her head tenderly, ordering the cookies brought straight from Caligo. The butler was ready to carry out his mistress's orders. Blue eyes, blonde hair, and a toned physique quickly attracted the attention of guests. Miss de Mere understood that no matter how attractive the guy was, noble blood did not flow in his veins. Therefore, for Isabella, this guy was considered simply useless. The girl wondered if there was really anything more interesting here than this triviality. There was a light blush on Camelia's cheeks. The girl was delighted with the butler's beauty. The blonde asked if the girl was ashamed to look at Domestico in the presence of her groom. Surprised, the brunette asked when she would have time. The girl caught the groom's disapproving glance. Isabella gently ran her hand over the guy's face and asked him not to worry about this Domestico. Miss de Mere noticed that Camelia was incredibly lucky to have a groom like him. Ottavio, stuttering a little, tried to address Miss de Mara. Placing a finger on his lips, Isabella asked him to call her by her first name, not her last name. Camelia looked at the groom with disapproval. For Isabella, this was expected, because she was still considered the most desirable girl in San Carlo. The lady was informed that Miss Julia de Balderas had arrived. The girl was the daughter of a marquis. The hostess greeted the girl at the entrance to the house of the Viscount de Leonati. Isabella's face twisted when she saw Signora Giulia. Everyone gathered around the girl, leaving Isabella without attention. The blonde did not understand why she was worse than some daughter of the Marquis de Baldassare. Isabella was infuriated that the girl was addressed by her first name only because of her noble status, and she continued to be called by her last name. Isabella was overwhelmed with emotions. It was unbearable for her. The blonde understood that after a year her brother would inherit the family name. The girl had only one path, following which she could enjoy the honors to the fullest. Isabella will have to become queen to stand proudly under her name. She was ready to do absolutely anything to take this place. The brunette was wondering how to prepare a ball for an amount that was less than half of the required budget. Soon there was a knock on the door. The maid reported that Miss Marina had arrived from the tailor shop in Lazione. The woman asked the customer to raise her hands higher. Marine noticed that the brunette had rather pleasant facial features. The woman explained that as soon as she applied a little makeup, Ariadne would become simply irresistible. The girl said that she needed a simple cut dress to look decent. Marina was very surprised by this request. The brunette explained that the collarbones should be covered by the neck of the dress. The girl understood that if the neckline was made deep, everyone would certainly say that it was obscene, and excessive luxury would be called vulgarity. The brunette did not want to hear such things addressed to her in this life. The designer explained that this would not work, and advised not to completely cover the voluminous upper body. Marina assured that a correctly adjusted dress neckline would help Ariadne look slimmer. Sancho assured that the lady had very beautiful collarbones and a small face and not a long neck. The girl believed that if she abandoned the neckline, the outfit would look suffocating. Marina noticed the maid's tailoring skills. Confused, Sancho replied that she had only modest knowledge. After hesitating a little, Ariadne agreed to a small neckline. The tailor and the maid fervently tried to convince the brunette, and the girl had no choice but to agree. Ariadne decided to trust Miss Marina's experience. The woman carefully took measurements from every centimeter of the girl's body. The woman promised to make the brunette the most beautiful at the debut ball, so that her partner would not dare take his eyes off her. For a few moments, Ariadne thought about Alfonso. She understood that the prince was unlikely to agree to such a role. The girl shook her head and forced herself to come to her senses. Lucretia showed the red-haired guy. Genobe de Rossi explained to the girl that he would be her partner at the ball. The stepmother explained that she had invited one of her family members, because the brunette did not know any offspring from noble families. Gianboli was looking at the magnificent residence. The guy asked if Auntie really lived in this house full of luxury all the time. Having grown a little gloomy, the girl greeted her future partner. The guy suddenly began stroking the girl's silky hair. The red-haired man explained that he was good at dancing, and the girl should not worry and trust him. Glancing sideways at the brunette, Gianboli noted that the girl was a little tall. The guy asked why she, being so tall, wore high-heeled shoes. Lucrezia's nephew noticed that recently girls have been wearing high-heeled shoes in order to specifically stand out, and there is not an iota of concern for their partner in this. The stepmother noticed that a woman who is able to attract the attention of the man next to her stands out among everyone due to her inner beauty. With a wink, the partner insistently asked the girl to wear shoes without heels on the day of the ball. Gianboli explained that in this way, the brunette would demonstrate her wisdom. Walking out the door, Ariadne shared that she can tolerate a lot, but not this. Sancho completely agreed with the lady. Ariadne nodded her head and explained that there would be only one solution. The brunette still decided to invite him. The prince, with a smile on his face, wrote a letter to the amazing Ariadne. The blonde asked if the girl got home safely. The hydrangea blossoming throughout the royal palace again reminded Alfonso of her. The guy was looking forward to new meetings with her. The brunette dared to write about her desire. The girl asked if her friend would agree to become her partner at the ball. She clearly explained that if she did not resolve this issue, she would find herself in a difficult situation. Alfonso asked the girl not to bother wasting time on such questions. Princip asked to write him only the date and place. Reading the letter, Ariadne's eyes lit up. After all, for the first time they showed unconditional favor to her. In her past life, despite her self-sacrifice, those around her did nothing but what was used and passed on. The brunette didn't know if she could accept Alfonso's kindness so easily. Rubina told her son that this time the girl was throwing a ball in honor of her debut. The woman told Cesare that, according to rumors, her partner would be the nephew of Lucrezia de Rossi. Smiling, my mother noticed that Gianboli was the most ordinary man. Rubina explained that no matter how you looked at it, Cesare looked better compared to him. The guy said that he knew his mother's thoughts and asked to change the topic of conversation. The woman asked him not to be stubborn and to listen to her words. Rubina explained to her son that if he wanted to take the throne, he needed a servant, who was famous for his favor and whose name was on everyone's lips. Cesare recalled that he asked the woman to stop. He explained that Ariadne was not even a princess with the right of succession. The guy was surprised that his mother was convincing him that if he married her, the throne would be in his hands. Cesare muttered through his teeth that the brunette was like a small mouse with a bad temper. Mother, while drinking wine, explained that he was unable to melt the heart of some girl, and because of this he was angry with her. The woman noticed that he was pathetic. The brown-haired man shrugged it off and explained that he did not want to sign up with her as a partner. He assured that he would rather die than go there. Rubina said that her son was a pathetic, scared loser if he didn't even try to take risks. Jumping up, the guy took his cloak and left the room. The brown-haired woman did not like that her son decided to show her his tough temper. Unable to contain her emotions, the king's mistress spilled the wine. Rubina clutched her glass tightly and abruptly put it on the table. She didn't like that Cesare was unable to get his way. Rubina never missed a single chance in her entire life and always got what she wanted. Isabella asked the maid if her sister really ordered a dress from that workshop. Melita reported that Mrs. Marini from the sewing workshop recently personally came to the brunette to take measurements. The blonde grumbled that if her sister was born ugly, then at least the dress should have been ordered from the best workshop. The maid asked if this was really good for Isabella. The cardinal's eldest daughter realized that the girl in the white dress would shine brightest. Entering the workshop, the blonde asked if they had fabric of a lighter shade. The girl was looking for white or cream shades. The tailor asked if they weren't currently choosing fabric for the debut of the girl's younger sister. Marini reminded that at the ball only the debutante and her partner wear white clothes. Isabella wanted the dressmaker to follow her instructions silently and not interfere. The blonde explained that it was her sister's whim to wear identical white dresses to the ball together. Marini was offended that her mistress did not listen to her at all. The blonde smiled and said that she and her sister were very friendly. The lady explained to Melita that wherever she went, she had to look more beautiful than others. Isabella wanted to find a way to stand out in order to further surpass her sister. Lost in thought, the girl began nervously biting her nails. The maid suggested pouring wine on Ariadne's dress on the day of the ball. Isabella, to her regret, understood that in this case her sister would be considered unhappy and would begin to sympathize. The blonde suggested that Ariadne would have a breast pocket. Melita explained that this would be quite likely, because Sancha was taking out the calico to be washed. The maid suggested that this fabric was used for the breast pocket. A grin spread across the girl's face as she had another idea. In a few days the expected event was coming. Helping the lady get dressed, Sancho assured that she looked stunning. There was confidence in Ariadne's eyes and a smile on her face. The girl asked whether the brunette was shining more or her outfit. Ariadne explained that if the maid continued to flatter her, she would mislead her into thinking that she was truly beautiful. The brunette explained that the dress felt terribly uncomfortable in her chest. The lady asked if Sansia had tied the fabric as usual. It seemed to the girl that her chest was a little loose. The baby explained that she tightened it looser than usual to emphasize the brunette's figure. Sansia noticed that the mistress usually hides her breasts. The maid explained that Maria had lent her a very good thing. The girl immediately decided to try it out. Sancha explained that she had hooks and sewed them onto calico. Smiling, the little girl explained that she sewed them on for convenience when using the chest pocket. The maid said that now there was no need to tie the fabric, and the knots were not visible. Patting another maid on the shoulder, the girl explained that her idea was just right. Soon after the conversation, there was a knock on the door. They broke the news that the girl's partner had arrived. The brunette straightened her hair, assuming that Alfonso was standing behind the door. Ariadne gave herself the command to go out into the world. The friends were very happy to see each other. The prince looked at his partner. The girl asked how long the blonde had been waiting for her. The guy explained that he had just arrived. Alfonso complimented that the girl was graceful like Queen Guinevere from the legends. Embarrassed, the girl turned away, explaining that it was inappropriate to say something that was not in her heart. The partner explained that she was indeed very beautiful. Lucretia's nephew burst through the door, telling the girl that her partner had arrived. Gianboli was surprised where the girl found such a handsome boy. The red-haired guy asked if the girl thought that a man should be famous not for his beauty, but for his skills. Gianboli was upset that the girl was seduced by someone else, forgetting about her partner, as beautiful as a knight. The stepmother's nephew accused the girl of wearing high heels without listening to him. The guy explained that these were not empty words, and ordered the girl to immediately change clothes. Grabbing Gianboli by the hand, the blonde explained that there was no point in this, because the girl did not accompany him today. Unable to restrain himself, the guy swung at the prince. He said that he would now find out who stood in front of him. Coldly taking out his sword and pointing it at the enemy, Alfonso asked him to stop staring. Having fallen to the floor, Gianboli asked if he had gone crazy. Lucrezia's nephew asked how his opponent dared to put a sword to his throat, not knowing who he was. Returning the sword to its sheath, the guy introduced himself as the second son and crown prince Alfonso de Carlo. With his head down, Lucrezia's nephew introduced himself as Gianobi de Rossi from Taranto. The impudent one greeted the small luminary of their kingdom. Trembling all over, the guy with red hair explained that he couldn't dare to think that it was the prince. A relative of Lucretia repented of what he had done and begged for mercy. Looking at his opponent with contempt, the blonde asked if he was really asking for forgiveness, having barely learned that he was a prince. Alfonso was furious that he dared to threaten a good wine girl. The prince asked how he dared to swing at a man whom he had seen for the first time. He doubted that if Genobi had allowed such rudeness with any other interlocutor, whether he would have repented then. The blonde asked first to apologize to Madame de Marais. The red-haired guy muttered an owl asking for forgiveness through clenched teeth. Alfonso reminded that when you apologize, you should indicate what you are asking for forgiveness for. Sighing, the brunette explained that she didn't need it. The girl expressed hope that her distant relative had learned a lesson from what happened. Soon the guy ran out, loudly slamming the door behind him. Ariadne stammered, assuring that she felt great gratitude to His Highness. Lightly pushing Alfonso on the shoulder, the brunette asked why she was sad. The girl joked that only her sadness was appropriate here. The blonde asked if they really treated her like that at home. Gently stroking the girl's cheek, the guy explained that it was inappropriate to tolerate such things. The guy explained that Ariadne was amazing, and she should not tolerate such an attitude towards herself. The girl nervously clutched the hem of her dress. The brunette said his name with trepidation in her voice. The guy came to his senses to see if he had removed a specially released strand of her hair. The girl laughed at the incident. The surprise on Alfonso's face gave way to a slight smile. A lot of people gathered at the debut. The cardinal asked to pay attention to the main character of today's holiday, his second daughter. The man raised his glass of wine and the guests followed his example. The door swung open and the couple walked out holding hands. Stormy applause rang out in the hall. The women discussed the cardinal's second daughter with admiration. A girl with blonde hair asked who this boy was next to the debutante. Isabella's face twisted with anger when she saw Prince Alfonso. The blonde didn't understand how her sister dared. She didn't like that her sister, sitting at home all day, managed to seduce the prince. Someone reported that a messenger had arrived with congratulations from His Majesty the King. There was surprise on the friends' faces. Ariadne asked in a whisper what was happening. The blonde explained that he did not inform his mother and father that he had left the palace. The trumpet sounded and everyone bowed. Cesare entered the door. There was a cool calm on his face. The brunette did not understand what he had forgotten here and what he was planning. Having opened the scroll, the brown-haired man began to convey what was written. Cesare read that on this day, the cardinal's second daughter, Ariadne de Marais, celebrated her debut in front of everyone. The guy recalled that she received recognition of her services to the state thanks to her unshakable faith in God. The message was written as a congratulations on his official debut. His Majesty sent Count Cesare de Como as a partner to the girl. Ariadne's face showed surprise and horror. The girl did not understand why Cesare was appointed as her partner. The brown-haired man was not happy that because of his mother he would have to court this impudent girl. Looking up, the guy was surprised to see his brother. A smirk appeared on the face of the king's illegitimate son. Cesare asked if the second son of their kingdom was really present here. The brown-haired man explained that he had now come here on behalf of the king, and would therefore omit the formal greeting. Cesare explained that the king ordered him to be the girl's partner at the ball. Stretching out his hand, the brown-haired man asked Miss de Marais to walk with him. The guy explained that this was a strict royal order and ordered the girl to quickly give him her hand. The air seemed to become viscous with tension. Putting on a smile, the prince suggested that it was time for him to retreat. Sadness appeared on the brunette's face. The prince promised to see the girl later. A nasty smile appeared on the count's face. During the dance, the girl did not want to meet Cesare's blue eyes. Looking at the brunette, the count realized that the girl was very nice with herself. The brown-haired man explained that he was pleased to meet Miss Ariadne again. Cesare noticed that what was said could not be taken back, and promised to behave politely with the girl from that day on. The brunette asked to call her Miss de Marais. With a smile, the count looked at his partner. The guy realized that unlike other girls, she had a lot of courage. The most important thing to him was that she was Alfonso's girlfriend. For Cesare, depriving his brother of his beloved was quite exciting. The brown-haired man was warmed by the hope that he would soon be able to get closer to Ariadne. Alfonso whiled away the time alone. Isabella slowly approached the prince. The blonde didn't notice and accidentally pushed the vase. His Majesty tried to prevent the decor from breaking, but the vase of flowers broke with a crash. The aristocrats looked sideways at the incident. People began to whisper that the prince had decided to ask Isabella to dance. They assumed that Alfonso, getting excited, accidentally broke a flower vase. The aristocrats suggested that even His Highness could not resist the beauty of the girl. Smiling, she asked if the blonde really wanted to ask her to dance. The guy put his palm in front of him, trying to answer negatively. With a radiant smile, Isabella said that everyone was looking at them and asked the guy to hurry up. A few moments later, they were dancing together. The girl asked if Alfonso liked the celebration. With discomfort, the guy explained that everything was fine. With a smile, the blonde noticed that His Majesty dances quite well. With sadness in his sky-colored eyes, the guy explained that he was taught by the well-known Laura Wald. The girl danced gracefully. She asked if her partner found the decoration of the hall unique and charming. Isabella clung tightly to the prince and assured that all the decorations were personally selected by her sister Ariadne. Cold beads of sweat ran down Alfonso's face. The girl was happy that even the prince could not resist touching his body. The prince explained that he considered Ariadne outstanding. His Majesty noticed that the brunette's enterprising mind caused unprecedented enthusiasm. Isabella dreamed that the prince would quickly see Ariadne's flaws and then turn his gaze to her. The beautiful girl looked at the prince. There was fire in her eyes. After completing the dance, Ariadne and Cesare bowed deeply to each other. The brunette quickly walked away from the count. Soon the girl met her friend again. Ariadne admitted that she had already thought that the prince had left her. Smiling, the blonde explained that he could not afford to leave without dancing with the main heroine of the ball. The girl noticed that the next melody had already started playing, and a moment later His Majesty extended his hand, inviting her to dance. The guy asked if the dear lady would do him the honor of dancing a waltz with him. Smiling, Ariadne replied that she would be happy to do this. A friend asked if Count Cesare had bothered her. The brunette assured that now the count behaved extremely politely, and the girl found it very strange. She asked how his first dance went. Alfonso reported that when he was with the girl's sister, her eyes slowly filled with horror. Ariadne asked if her sister, the beautiful Isabella, was beautiful. The blonde avoided answering and asked if they were similar to her. A spark of hope played in the brunette's soul. Ariadne explained that many said that her sister was the most beautiful of all in San Carlo. The prince explained that the blonde was not much different from the others. Alfonso asked if it was true that the girl selected all the decorations herself. The brunette said that she did all the preparation. A friend assured her that everything worked out great. The fabric on the girl's chest began to slowly tear, exposing her breasts. The guests began to discuss the torn dress and exposed breasts. The dance partner put his jacket on the brunette and asked her to let them through. Alfonso assured his friend that there would probably be others in the ladies' room. The guy asked where they could go. The girl said that her room was on the second floor. Seeing the drooping Mrs. Sancha shuddered. The maids rushed about, suggesting that first the brunette should have been covered with something and prepared with a change of outfit. The brunette trembled all over. Worried about her, the prince asked how she felt. The girl remembered the last words she heard before her death in a past life. Tears began to flow freely from her green eyes. Completely shaking, the girl explained that she was very ashamed. Alfonso wanted to pat her on the shoulder, but at the same moment hesitated. The friend hugged his upset girlfriend tightly. Patting Ariadne on the back, he asked her not to worry and promised her that everything would be fine. When the girl stopped shaking, Alfonso asked if she was feeling better. Ariadne nodded sadly, but tears appeared in her eyes. Ariadne asked if everyone had seen her breasts. Flustered, the blonde assured that it was only for a short moment. The guy explained that nowadays older women liked such cutouts. The girl assumed that all the guests decided that she was ugly. The prince wondered what exactly was ugly. Shamefully, the brunette explained that she was talking about her breasts. Very nervous, the prince blurted out that the girl had a very beautiful neckline, and he reassured her that he managed to cover the girl with a cloak, and no one except him had time to see it. Clutching his hand tightly, the guy thought that only he wanted to see her beauty. The girl's eyes began to sparkle. Embarrassed, Alphonse hurried to explain that he had been dancing for too long and now he should go out to get some fresh air. When the prince walked out the door, tears appeared in Ariadne's eyes again. She could hardly contain herself. Part of the guy's face turned red. He clenched his fists and realized that he had to behave like a decent lord. And in the hall, all attention was focused on Isabella. The guests were interested in why the seam on her sister's dress broke, and what kind of workshop it was that was working so hastily. The blonde's face turned red, because she knew that a torn breast pocket could fall into her dress. The girl did not expect that her breasts would become visible along with him. Isabella reassured herself that her sister was publicly disgraced, and did not understand why they felt sorry for her. The blonde realized that it was time to end it all. and she explained that this was specially arranged to show off her figure. The sister assured that Ariadne's self-esteem was always excessively inflated. Sighing sadly, the beauty explained that her sister was one of those who was capable of attracting attention to herself in this way. A quiet whisper filled the hall. People said that if you expose yourself by mistake, this will remain in the memory of many for a long time. The guest asked if it seemed like the whole ball was already too much and it shouldn't be like that. She noticed that compared to her sister Isabella, she seemed overflowing with vanity. The girl noticed that in the Great Basilica, it seemed obvious to her that she loved to attract people's attention. People assumed that for this reason the girl got the prince involved as her partner in order to stand out among all the others. They couldn't understand how she got him. The blonde rejoiced that her sister was no longer loved. Isabella smiled contentedly. And the guests continued to wash the bones of the debutante, that she had a low origin and corresponding actions. Alfonso heard the conversation and asked if the people were ashamed. The prince asked if there was evidence that this was done deliberately. The blonde assured that if people had seen the state in which Ariadne was, they would not have said such things. He couldn't believe that they continued to gossip, that the brunette had done such a bad thing with her own hands. Isabella's face twisted because she did not expect the prince to defend his sister. She decided to turn the outcome of the situation in her favor. The girl with tears in her eyes assured that there was no malicious intent in what happened. Isabella assumed that there was a misunderstanding. She cried. And the aristocracy did not understand why Alfonso was angry with Miss de Mare, bringing her to tears. People assumed that the girl was sad and had a very vulnerable soul. The blonde burst into tears so that the prince could console the young maiden. Approaching Alfonso asked why Isabella was crying. The blonde waited for the prince to approach her and console her. Ariadne entered the hall. With calm in her eyes, the girl approached her sister. The second sister asked why the blonde was crying. Isabella tried to cover her face with her hands. The brunette coldly reminded that she asked a question. Grabbing her sister's hand, Isabella explained that the prince had mistakenly interpreted her attitude towards the brunette. With tears in her eyes, holding her sister's hand, the blonde assured her that Alfonso had let slip that she had allegedly slandered her sister. Isabella claimed that despite the humiliating incident with the outfit, she insisted that her sister refused to be more beautiful in the eyes of others. The blonde claimed that he was talking about her sister's luxurious forms. The prince interrupted the blonde and explained that everything she said was a lie. Ariadne asked how her sister could conduct small talk about her figure. The brunette abruptly pulled her hand away, explaining that she did not like such talk. Tears flowed from Ariadne's eyes and her whole body trembled. The cardinal's second daughter explained that Isabella was well aware that this question frightened her. She said that even compliments did not bring her joy. She hoped that no one else would gossip about it. Ariadne burst into tears again, and explained that when people gave her strange looks, it was very unpleasant for her. Disapproving whispers went through the crowd. The aristocrats sympathized with Ariadne because people stared at her like animals. People were unpleasant that Isabella continued to talk about such a sensitive topic, being the eldest in the family. Despite the fact that the girls were half-sisters, the guests still considered the blonde's behavior unacceptable. Isabella tried to take her sister's hand again, explaining to her that she didn't mean it that way. Throwing a contemptuous look at the blonde, the girl explained that they were close only by blood and that her sister had gone too far. She insisted that she did everything possible to become a good little sister. Ariadne turned around and quickly headed in the other direction. The blonde was still unsuccessfully trying to explain that her sister had misunderstood everything, pleadingly asking her to wait and listen. People began to condemn the blonde for lying that they both wore white dresses at the request of the debutante. The guests remembered that Isabella was the first to say out loud that Ariadne had created an incident with the dress for the sake of public attention. They were surprised that they had not noticed before how vicious the beauty's behavior was. Hearing fragments of phrases, the brunette rubbed her tears, and a malicious grin suddenly appeared on her face. Ariadne slowly walked up the stairs beyond the ballroom. The older sister ordered the brunette to stand there. Grabbing Ariadne by the hand, the blonde, insulting her, asked when they discussed this issue. Isabella asked why her sister didn't like talking about breasts. The blonde noticed that her sister was a master at shifting the blame to others. Isabella swung and called her sister an insignificant creature. The blonde was amazed that after she nursed Ariadne, she dared to speak out so brazenly. The debutante grabbed Isabella's hand and whispered in her ear that she was a crazy bitch, that she wouldn't have long to die. The blonde abruptly pulled her hand away. Ariadne asked if she really thought that she was the only one who knew how to insult. Smiling, the debutante recalled that their rooms were separated by only one wooden board. All this time it seemed to Isabella that her sister couldn't even squeak. But still the brunette dared to speak out against her. With rage, the girl realized that she would have to go her own way using her many friends. She decided to completely isolate her sister from secular society. Walking into the hall, the girl sat down on a chair and burst into tears. The blonde explained that she actually wore a white dress at the request of the debutante. Isabella explained that she didn't understand why her sister was so angry with her. The blonde claimed that she lent her sister outfits and helped with training and moving to San Carlo. The girl burst into tears and asked if her efforts were enough. Isabella did not rule out that it was all about the prince, or rather jealousy towards him, and she assumed that she tore the pocket herself, deciding in this way to seduce the prince. Julia interrupted the blonde, explaining that she herself had the edge of her breast pocket visible from under her dress. After a few moments of confusion, the blonde quickly adjusted her dress over her shoulder. The girls began to converge on the blonde. Isabella angrily called them all traitors. Ariadne again went out into the hall and began to communicate boldly and naturally with the aristocracy. Julia came over and invited the brunette to a tea party next week at her home. The girl asked if the brunette would honor their family with her visit to this event. Ariadne remembered that in her past life there was not a single girl of her age who would approach her first. The brunette was surprised that she was even invited to a tea party today. With a smile, the debutante assured Miss de Baldassare that she would certainly come and would look forward to their meetings. The cardinal understood that 300 ducats was enough for a modest ball, and 500 would be required for a magnificent celebration. The man was aware that the budget he allocated to his daughter for organizing her debut was only 150 ducats. The father asked the brunette if she really still had 12 ducats left. Handing the book to the cardinal, the daughter explained to him that she was trying to protect the family from excessive spending. She assured that all her expenses were recorded in detail there. The cardinal nervously leafed through the expense book. The man asked from whom his daughter gained knowledge of how to lead her. Ariadne explained that she found a book in her father's office and followed what was written there. The cardinal's face distorted into a grimace. After thinking a little, he ordered his wife to be brought here immediately. The woman asked why her dear husband wanted to see her so suddenly. The blonde wrinkled her nose and didn't understand what her stepdaughter was doing here again. The cardinal sternly inquired about how the woman managed their family's budget. Lucrezia did not understand why her husband, who had not previously interfered in the conduct of the household affairs, suddenly began asking her such questions. The woman nervously realized that her husband had guessed that she had been hiding part of her income in her parents' house. The cardinal asked whether the memory of the amount spent on the farewell was still fresh in his wife's memory. The husband said that at that time there were not so many guests at the celebration, but their expenses turned out to be huge. The cardinal recalled that Isabella's last ball gown cost them 50 ducats. The woman understood that she could not retreat. Lucrezia explained that such an event only happens once. The wife explained to the man that he had transferred the household affairs into her hands for 20 years. She assumed that he did not trust her and accused him of checking her. Unable to bear it, the cardinal hit the table with his hand and asked how she dared to talk about trust. The man explained that Lucretia should be grateful to him for trusting her all these years. He explained to his wife that Ariadne had managed to spend only 138 ducats on the ball. The cardinal explained that this fact indicated the extravagance of his wife. Drops of cold sweat began to flow down the woman's face, and she asked again for the amount. The man announced the decision to give money for Ariadne's expenses personally to his daughter, so that she could manage it herself. The cardinal ordered his wife not to allow Isabella to spend more than Ariadne. Lucretia was furious that the man decided to transfer some of the responsibilities to his illegitimate daughter. Breaking into a scream, the blonde explained that her reputation as the mistress of this house could have been damaged. The woman hit the table with her fist and asked if the man considered her his wife. Lucrezia explained that it was unacceptable to allow a child born outside the home to spend money without her knowledge. The cardinal's face twisted with anger, and he asked his wife not to force him to repeat it twice. The man ordered his wife to leave the room. Lucretia realized that it was all because of the damn girl. Finally, the woman looked askance at her stepdaughter and left, loudly slamming the door. The father asked Ariadne if the rumors that an incident had occurred at the ball were true. The cardinal asked if his daughter found out what the reason was. The man suggested that it could have been a mistake by the sewing workshop. Shaking her head negatively, Ariadne explained to her father that the problem arose after the dress arrived at the residence. The girl promised to tell more precisely when she knew more. The cardinal noted that the ability to properly manage servants was a valuable quality. The man asked that this not happen again. He promised his daughter to personally give her 10 ducats a month. The cardinal gave her permission to manage the money independently. There was a smile on the brunette's face. The girl was jubilant because she knew how sad Lucrezia felt. After all, now she did not have power over 10 ducats. Bowing, she thanked her father for his trust. Sancha asked why the lady did not tell her father that the incident with the dress was Isabella's doing. Peering into her cup of tea, Ariadne explained that she had no hard evidence. After the ball, the girls carefully examined the dress. The brunette noticed 2 oddities. Firstly, the hooks were mixed with silver, because it was usually customary to use iron ones. Ariadne remembered that the hooks that Maria brought were not fastened well. Such hooks inevitably became loose over time, and for her, traces of an unnatural rupture of the seam thread on the front side were suspicious. The seam can be easily unraveled even by simply pulling the thread lightly. The brunette was internally convinced that it was all Isabella's tricks, but she did not have convincing evidence of this, on the basis of which her father could believe her. Ariadne explained to the maid that any evidence was like a bomb. When the enemy weakens, you need to explode it with one blow in order to cause maximum damage. The brunette intended to collect evidence step by step in order to then inflict devastating damage on Isabella. During the meal, the cardinal said that all family affairs should remain within the walls of this house. The man explained that in the house they can quarrel with each other like dogs, but outside the home they should look like the perfect family. The father told Ariadne that if her sister made a mistake, she shouldn't point it out to her in front of strangers. The man asked the brunette to endure in the presence of others, and at home to find out who was right and who was wrong. The sad girl realized that her father was angry when he learned about their disagreement in public. Lowering her eyes, Ariadne promised that this would not happen again. The cardinal, hitting the table with his fist, asked his eldest daughter what other conversations there were about her sister's figure in public. The man explained to her that an adult girl should clearly know the boundaries of what is permitted. Tears immediately appeared in the blonde's eyes. The girl began to make excuses that Camelia was the first to say that her sister deliberately exposed her breasts. The father asked Isabella if it was really she who had spilled the beans. Holding her crying daughter close to her, Lucrezia angrily asked from whom her husband had heard such things. His wife was indignant that he trusted rumors more than the words of his own daughter. The woman angrily asked whether the man really felt sorry for his own crying child. The cardinal raised his hand and explained that there might have been a misunderstanding. Arabella accidentally twitched and knocked the dish onto the table. The girl began to apologize in a trembling voice. The man shouted that all this was simply impossible, and he said that because of the quarrels he now had no appetite. Jumping up sharply, the woman accused Arabella that it was because of her that her father left. Calming her eldest daughter, the stepmother stood up from the table, taking her to rest. Tears appeared on the culprit's face. Ariadne pushed a plate with her portion towards the girl. The brunette asked her sister to chew slowly and go up to her room. Ariadne explained that the baby was not to blame for anything. Margarita, dissatisfied, asked if her son had really come. The queen asked why Alfonso did not inform her that he was at the debut of the second daughter of Cardinal de Mar. The crackle of the fireplace could be heard in the silence. The blonde said that the girl's name is Ariadne. The guy noticed that mother also knew her name. Margarita handed the documents to her son and asked him to read them. Reading it carefully, the prince realized that it was a report about Archduke Baloa and his daughter. The queen confirmed that her son was right, and the girl was the daughter of the Archduke of the Kingdom of Caligo, and her name was Lariesa de Blioa. Alfonso's mother told him that negotiations were now underway about his wedding with that girl in his role as his chosen one for the engagement. There was mute surprise on the guy's face. The blonde sat down next to his mother and explained that he had never even seen the girl who was predicted to be his wife. The queen said that they were expecting a visit by a diplomatic representative from Caligo the following month to discuss the wedding in detail and the terms of the marriage. The fire was burning brightly in the fireplace. The woman sternly said that her son had to show his best side. Margarita told the blonde that the representatives should not have known that he was in rather close contact with some young girl from another family. Alfonso said that Ariadne was not just some girl from another family. The son asked the woman not to be angry because he attended her debut in secret from his mother. The queen sternly reminded him that he was the only heir to the throne of the Etruscan kingdom. The woman explained that his status did not allow the guy to marry anyone. Margarita, not paying attention to the guy's sadness, explained to him that there were such concepts as reputation and marriageable age. She explained that the girl, continuing to get closer to him, would begin to harbor hopes for a future that would not come true. Margarita explained that this way the brunette would miss her chance for marriage. The queen explained to her son that with his irreparable mistake, he could have harmed Ariadne. The woman ordered her son not to exchange letters in the future, and not to be alone with the girl. The queen asked for it to stop before things went too far. Alphonse's world seemed to have shattered into 1,000 pieces. Ariadne thanked her for the invitation. The girl was glad that Miss de Mare came. The brown-haired woman invited the guests to come through, because they were already expected. The brunette had no idea what the young girls were talking about in such a place. Ariadne assumed that she had a chance to make friends with someone. The girl burst into tears and explained that their engagement had already passed, but still she doubted the sincerity of her feelings. The brunette was surprised to learn that girls at that age are interested in men, love, marriage, and the like. The narrator explained that it was all about Isabella. Ariadne's eyes narrowed in fear. The girl explained that she was humiliated by the blonde in the presence of Ottavio. The guy did not hear the voice of his chosen one, being still completely fascinated by the speeches of the other. Ariadne realized that despite the fact that her sister dared to flirt with her friend's man, her friend's reputation was still impeccable in social circles. The brunette asked her friend to put her worries aside, because for her sister it was just an excuse to play with him. Wiping away tears, the brown-haired woman explained that she had not noticed how the guests entered. Ariadne reassured the girl that when the guy responded to Isabella's advances, she would immediately stop communicating and run away. The brunette explained that her sister simply craved the attention of men. The girl recalled that Isabella tried to attract attention through flirting, and as soon as the man crossed the line, the blonde retreated, pretending that she did not want this at all. In a past life, she did the same to Cesare. Wiping away her tears, the girl thanked the sweet and sympathetic Miss de Mare for her consolation. The brunette suggested that it was more likely to be called mutual sympathy. One of the girls noticed that Isabella had a very kind sister. The brown-haired woman asked why the blonde spoke so much about Ariadne. The girl explained that if she had known that they would become friends, she would have stopped the blonde. Ariadne asked what her new friend was talking about. Camelia said that at the ball, Isabella claimed that her sister deliberately tore her clothes knowing about the presence of the prince. The brown-haired woman told her ex-friend that her sister always exposed her breasts in everyday life. Ariadne's fists clenched in anger. The brunette began to realize that Isabella was a terrible person. The girl said that the blonde wore a breast pocket to make her breasts look fuller. The friend explained that Isabella was annoyed that her sister had something to show, but she had nothing. Ariadne realized that the girl had betrayed her close friend for the sake of friendship with her. The brown-haired woman pretended that they were close to her. With sadness, she realized that as soon as she left, the girl would start gossiping behind her back. The brunette understood that she shouldn't trust anyone here. Ariadne understood the essence of this place. The brunette explained to Camelia that Isabella told her that then the girl started talking about her breasts. Making a surprised face, Ariadne explained that her sister told her father that it was Camelia who first spoke about it. She was surprised that the girl claimed that her only sin was that she did not stop the blonde. Her friends supported Camelia, explaining that it was true that Isabella was the first to raise the topic. The brown-haired woman was furious that Isabella dared to blame everything on her. Ariadne understood that the enemy of her enemy was her friend. The brunette planned to turn Isabella and Camelia against each other by using the two's relationship. The guys played cards while Cesare drank wine. The Count asked Ottavio what method he used to seduce a girl who did not like him. Ottavio stated that he did not know as much about women as Count Cesare himself knew. The brown-haired man was known as the capital's heart thief. Throwing away the toothpick, Cesare explained that he had never been the initiator before. Women were usually the first to show their interest in him. Ottavio looked at his friend in surprise. The Count asked if he had said something wrong. The guy suggested that his friends start with the basics, send her flowers and gifts. He explained that there is no woman who would not like it. The brown-haired man noted that he understood the reason for the lack of female attention to Ottavio's person. Soon a messenger appeared on the threshold of de Mare's house with a large bouquet of scarlet roses. The guy said that it was a gift from Count Cesare di Como. Isabella remarked that the bouquet was simply magnificent. Seeing the luxurious bright red dress, the blonde was amazed because it was sewn from a collection. The girl asked again who sent all this. After answering, the girl asked again in surprise, and a radiant smile appeared on her face. Isabella assured that the messenger could leave a basket of roses in her room, but she was going to try on the dress right away. A little nervously, the messenger explained that this gift was intended for the cardinal's second daughter. Isabella squeezed her fan until it crunched and asked again. Drops of cold sweat flowed down Ariadne's face. The girl clarified whether all this was really for her. The brunette stated that her name was Ariadne de Mere. The messenger assured that in addition to the gifts, the count gave the girl a letter. The guy handed her a matte black envelope with an official seal. In the letter, Cesare explained that it was an honor for him to dance the first waltz in her life with the girl. The count assured that the beautiful roses reminded him of the brunette. Ariadne remembered how in a past life the brown-haired man compared her to lilies of the valley on the edge of the road. Lily of the valley is a flower with its head bowed that grows in the fields, which could be obtained for free. The brunette was surprised at how Cesare's attitude towards her had changed. Ariadne asked to return the dress with flowers to the count and explain everything well. The brunette said that she had nothing to do with this man. Very nervous, the messenger explained that if he had to do this, the roses might wither because they were alive. Ariadne asked if the guy would really get into a difficult situation because of her. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He asked if the girl would still accept the gift. The brunette said she was ready to accept the roses but asked to return the dress. The courier instantly sank. The girl asked to leave the flowers outside at the entrance, putting them out of sight. The messenger drooped and went to carry out Miss Ariadne's orders. Arabella, looking at the basket of flowers, assured that it was the first time she had seen such large roses. Isabella asked the girl to be quiet because she had a headache. The little girl left the room upset. The girl did not understand how Julia arranged a tea party without her, while she invited Ariadne to her place, and now these gifts from the Duke were finishing her off. The blonde did not understand why Count Cesare sent a gift to his sister. Tears welled up in Isabella's eyes, because just recently the Count had asked for her hand. The girl began to scratch her head nervously. The blonde was very infuriated that her sister received so many privileges, although she was not very beautiful. Gianboli asked why the beautiful Isabella was so upset. Turning around, the girl saw her cousin. The guy invited Isabella to tell him everything. Running up to her brother, the girl explained that she had been offended. Gianboli said that this girl was simply terrible. The brother promised the blonde to give her rival a lot of trouble. The guy was amazed that such a beautiful girl was complaining to him. Gianboli was looking forward to telling all his friends from his hometown about this. Therefore, he asked his sister to trust him. The guy thought about asking for a kiss on the cheek in return for his help. Arabella told her older sister that the girl was going to a hunting competition. She was sincerely jealous and interested in who she thought would win. Without looking away from her reading, Ariadne explained that she had no way of knowing this. The girl said that when she grows up, she will be able to attend hunting competitions herself. She wanted a handsome knight to win the competition and then give him her handkerchief. Blushing, Arabella said that she dreamed of marrying a beautiful and brave knight. Smiling, she assumed that it would be so. At royal hunting competitions, influential aristocrats chatted casually in tents. Young men armed with bows went hunting for game. As a reward, young girls gave the winner a handkerchief. It was like praise for excellence. But there were cases when girls did not give their scarf to the winner. This meant that the young man turned out to be a brave knight in her eyes. In other words, it was an event where young people could exchange and meet glances. Arabella dreamed of quickly making her debut in secular society and going to a tea party with friends. The little girl couldn't wait to wear a lovely dress and attend balls with handsome young men. The brunette promised herself that she would help her sister. And no matter what happens, when she becomes an adult, she will be able to meet her beautiful knight. Ariadne hoped that in this life her sister would avoid death from the plague at a young age. The girl decided to change the fate of her younger sister no matter what. An alarmed Sancha entered and told the lady that she had received a letter. Ariadne suggested that the message could be from Alphonse. Thinking about this, the girl blushed slightly. The brunette asked if it was time for Arabella to go to class. Gasping, the little girl ran, promising to return soon. The beating of her heart echoed in the ears of our heroine. After debut, this was the first letter she received. The brunette opened the envelope, wondering about its contents. Having read the letter from Cesare, she sharply tore the paper into shreds. In the message, the Count said that he intended to win the royal hunting competition. The guy was interested in the fact that if he could become a winner by getting a golden deer, would the girls deign to give him their scarf? The maid assumed that the Count knew that the lady was going to attend the hunting competition. After all, his gift this time was a handmade reindeer skin saddle. Sancha realized that Ariadne was again telling her to return the gift back to the sender, and she assured that in this case, she would go herself. When the door slammed, Ariadne was furious that in this life she would have to listen to Cesare's speeches about the golden deer. It was unbearable for her that every day she received letters and gifts from the Count that she did not expect. The brunette expected every day that a twig would arrive from Alfonso. After the debut ball, the prince did not send her a single letter. Ariadne suggested that something could have happened, or that when he simply saw her body so huge and ugly, he hated her. The girl calmed herself by assuming that she would be able to meet the blonde in the competition. The day of the hunting competition has arrived. The king was informed that a diplomatic representative of the Kingdom of Caligo had arrived, and he said that the weather was wonderful today. Duke Mireille was the head of the delegation of the Kingdom of Caligo. Count Marquez, responsible for the negotiations, said that since the guest had arrived on an official visit to the Kingdom of Estacan, he now had to follow local laws. The Count reminded Mireille that he now had to communicate in the Estucan language. The Duke asked since when a great state followed the rules of a small kingdom. Laughing, King Leo III noted that marrying his son was not an easy task. The monarch raised his glass and said that the two kingdoms would soon be related, and suggested that personal topics such as language should be put aside. He suggested having a drink together. Alfonso looked downcast. He cast a sidelong glance at his father, wishing that he would relax at least a little. The man assumed that Prince Alphonse would not be able to participate in hunting competitions. The participants heard rumors that this was due to the reception of the Calig envoy. The men discussed that the prince had outstanding skills in hunting and swordsmanship. Cesare explained that it was always better to rob an empty house. Ottavio recalled that in a forest without a tiger, the fox ruled. The Count asked what his friend was talking about and what fox he was hinting at. Cesare asked his friend not to follow him. The brown-haired man explained that today he wanted to be alone. The Count said that she was going to find a golden deer. Ariadne watched the hunters going into the forest. The girl was surprised that Cesare believed in the golden deer in this life. There were rumors that if you wash your face with the water of eternal life that the golden deer drank, you will gain a charm that no one can resist. Another rumor was that the person who caught the golden deer would ascend to the throne. The girl remembered how the Count insisted on this in a past life. The brown-haired man claimed that he was handsome precisely because as a child, he washed his face with the water of eternal life after meeting the golden deer. Ariadne realized that this could not be true. The girl's attention was attracted by Alfonso. As soon as the blonde saw the girl, he suddenly froze. Their gazes crossed for a moment, after which the prince immediately turned away. The brunette tried to reassure herself that the guy behaved this way because it was a public event. The girl grabbed the reins tightly and spurred her horse. The bay mare walked through the fallen leaves. Ariadne would now happily sit in the tent. She didn't want to be in the same place with Lucretia's relatives. The brunette realized that it was better to just be here. Gianboli, riding up to the girl on a horse, invited her to talk to him. The girl was in a bad mood, but now this unpleasant person also appeared. Turning away from her interlocutor, Ariadne explained that she had nothing to talk about with the guy and asked him to leave. The guy asked if the girl had really forgotten about respect for elders. Angrily, Gianboli explained to her that if the girl ever again caused inconvenience to Isabella, he would not simply leave it that way again. The brunette asked if the guy was really so nervously excited to impress Isabella. The girl reminded the dirty bastard that the blonde was his cousin. She asked the guy, before meddling in the affairs of others, to sort out his own first. Ariadne reminded him that he had not earned a single ducat with his own hands. Trembling all over, Gianboli ordered the brunette to shut up, and in parting she called the guy an incapable piece of trash. With fury, the red-haired guy aimed his crossbow at her. He asked how the girl dared to disobey him. Ariadne asked if he had gone crazy. An arrow from a crossbow pierced Ariadne's horse. The mare reared up and raced away. The horse galloped without stopping. The brunette didn't know if she should have jumped off as she walked. The girl realized that if she jumped at high speed, she could break her bones. Ariadne realized that if nothing was done, She and the horse together would fall into a cliff. The brunette felt severe pain and loosened her grip. Tears welled up in his green eyes. The girl heard someone shout her name. Cesare galloped next to her on a black horse. The Count asked the girl to relax her hips and pull her body forward. Ariadne offered her maximum efforts, but nothing worked out for her. The guy asked the brunette to take her foot out of the stirrups. Fortunately, he managed to catch the girl. The brunette knocked Cesare off his feet. The girl asked if everything was okay with the guy. The question was answered only by oppressive silence. Ariadne jumped up, assuming that the guy had died. She decided to check his breathing. Cesare said that he enjoyed hugging the beauty, but she quickly ran away. The brunette asked if her savior was injured. The Duke explained that his arm was a little sore and said that he wanted to lie down a little longer. The brown-haired girl invited the girl to lie down next to him since his arms were open. Ariadne was surprised at how vile his thoughts were. After the guy's words, the girl felt nauseous, as if she had eaten too much henbane. The brunette asked the guy to stop talking nonsense and get up, otherwise she would kick his hand. The girl took the Count's hand and asked him to get up quickly. The brown-haired man grumbled dissatisfiedly that he was in pain. Sighing, Ariadne suggested that it could be a fracture. The girl tore a piece of fabric from her petticoat. Cesare was surprised that the girl also knew how to bandage. The brunette explained that growing up on a farm taught her all sorts of useful life skills. Ariadne carefully applied a bandage to the savior's hand. Having brushed off the hem of her dress, the girl advised Cesare to hurry up. The brunette did not want to stay overnight in the mountains with this man. She didn't want to give rise to gossip. They both stood over Ariadne's mare. The brown-haired man stated that the horse had died. Ariadne assumed that the horse had broken its neck while it was running amok. The Count's blue eyes noticed the crossbow arrow. Cesare asked why there was an arrow sticking out of the horse's buttock. The brunette assured that it took a long time to talk about this. Having removed the arrow from the corpse of the horse, the Count asked him to tell him everything along the way. The guy noticed that this would be enough. He invited the girl to sit in front. Ariadne refused such an offer and explained that she would go on foot. Brown asked why Miss de Marais refused to go with him. Ariadne calmly explained that there were reasons for this. The girl thought that she did not want to ride into his arms. Cesare asked if the girl really wanted to spend the night with him in the forest. The Count asked what was the reason for Ariadne's refusal. The brunette explained that he didn't need to know that. The guy noticed that every rose has thorns. The brunette asked to stop annoying her. A spokesman for the kingdom said they were completely confused by the situation. The man assured that it was initially expected that the Duke's daughter Susanna would become the prince's wife. But unexpectedly for them, their younger sister Susanna Lariesa found herself in her place. The man explained that the girl's death left them no other choice. Susanna was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Balloa. The girl was the owner of exceptional beauty and strong faith. She was a wise and thoughtful person, and the fame of her talents went far beyond the borders of the kingdom. However, the girl left this world as a result of a serious and sudden illness. Because of this situation, her younger sister Lariesa de Balloa followed her path. Representatives asked if Caligo wanted to make another fuss about the story. The Etruscan representative explained that if the bride changed, the dowry had to match. The man stated that the dowry should include 20 cannons and methods of making gunpowder for Caligo's regular army. The brunette asked to add these 2 items to the bride's dowry. Representative Caligo asked if they were asking for too much. The Count asked if the daughter of the Caligore Archduke really did not want to take the place of the wife of the heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Etruscan. The Duke asked if they really thought that Lares was unworthy of something. The representative of Caligo invited the girl to personally visit the Kingdom of Etruscan. The Duke offered to make sure that the girl was suitable for the role of a princess, after they themselves saw her in person. Cesare asked the brunette how she made the man who saved her carry the reins like a servant. The Count asked if Ariadne thought this was a little selfish. The brunette explained that the guy himself put her on horseback. The girl suggested that the guy climb into the saddle, and she would get off herself. Cesare noted that it was impossible to be a gentleman while sitting on horseback and leaving a woman behind. The brown-haired man said that it would be easier if they sat on horseback together. He asked if the girl really decided to get on her cousin's nerves. The Count shrugged his shoulders and said that if he had not saved the girl, something irreparable would have happened. The brunette's eye began to twitch nervously. The girl asked if she really had to listen silently. Smiling, the Count answered in the negative. Cesare explained that she had to be the first to plunge the knife into the croup of his horse. The Count advised that as soon as she had problems, she could immediately resort to him. The guy promised that if she contacted him, he would immediately appear and take care of everything himself. Ariadne noticed that the guy was lying, because he was not such a person at all. The brown-haired man asked how the brunette found out about this. Cesare muttered that he came today for one purpose, but because of the woman, all his plans were ruined. Unexpectedly for himself, in the rays of the midday sun, the Count noticed a golden deer nearby, drinking water from a forest lake. Ariadne was shocked that the golden deer actually existed. Green eyes glanced sideways at the Count. The brunette remembered the legend that the man who caught the golden deer would ascend to the throne. The nervous girl imagined that the Count, in whose veins royal blood flows, would catch a golden deer. She suggested that this was exactly the story Cesare wanted to see. The brunette understood that the guy would immediately leave her and run to catch a deer. Jumping off her horse, Ariadne invited the guy to sit down and go after the golden deer. The Count immediately replied that this would not work. The brown-haired man explained that in order to catch the deer, he would have to leave the girl behind in the forest. He stated that he could not do this. Ariadne recalled that the guy wrote about this in letters every now and then. The Count wondered if the girl was still reading his letters. The brown-haired man assumed, since there was no answer, that the girl tore up and threw away his letters without reading. The Count asked whether he should write letters even more often. Feeling a little sad, Cesare noticed that the deer had already run away. That even though he could not catch a deer, this river water can be considered the source of eternal life. Sitting down near the pond, the Count invited the girl to wash herself too. Cesare suggested that if a girl washed her face with the water of eternal life, it would become beautiful. She asked him to stop making her angry. While washing his face, the guy hissed in pain. Ariadne asked if the Count was really in that much pain. The guy explained that this was the case, scooping up more water from the river. The brunette was surprised by the answer because in such circumstances, they often say that everything is in order to look more noble. The Count noted that he always looks noble, no matter what he says or does. Driving away unnecessary thoughts, the girl tried to convince everyone that he was still the same. The brunette scooped up water and washed her face. As soon as she washed her face, life became a little easier. Cesare kissed the girl tenderly on the head. In a stupor, the girl did not understand what to do. The brunette jumped back and asked what he was doing. Having apologized, the Count guiltily explained that the water of eternal life suddenly made the girl beautiful. Ariadne seriously asked the guy not to do this again. Jumping up, the girl realized that the guy had done it too cleverly, and she couldn't even get angry. The brunette didn't understand how she could get away with anything with such a face towards a guy. Charter Ariadne explained that it was time for them to leave before the sunset. The Count asked whether the knight who threw himself on a galloping horse to save it really didn't deserve even that. Ariadne responded coldly positively. The brown-haired man called her greedy. They drove slowly without stopping quarrels and squabbles. Alfonso nervously looked for his girlfriend in the crowd. The prince understood that the girl did not look like someone who could be interested in such things. The blonde, tightly clenching his hand, suggested that Ariadne could have gone for a walk with another man. The guy shook his head, trying to drive such thoughts away from himself. Alfonso understood that he was the only one who saw behind the girl's mischief and feigned rigidity, her fragility and tenderness. The blonde reassured himself that other men would not recognize what Ariadne showed him. The messenger reported to His Majesty that the Comte de Como had not yet returned. The king ordered people to be sent into the forest and look for the guy, since the sun was already setting. One of the hunters, pointing his finger, noted that there was someone coming out of the forest. Raising his head, Alfonso saw Ariadne and Cesare. Leo III hurriedly approached Count Cesare. Bowing, the son formally greeted him as a king according to tradition. The guy explained that due to his broken arm after falling from a horse, he, unfortunately, would not be able to greet the king properly. His Majesty asked how this could happen. The king asked if the Count was really capable of falling off his horse, pointing his gaze at Ariadne. The guy said that the whole point was that he was saving a young lady who had gotten into trouble. Cesare said that some bad person attacked Miss de Mare with a hunting crossbow, which brought the girl to the brink of death. The king was furious that someone would dare do such a thing during a sacred hunt. The Count reported that it was the nephew of Cardinal de Mare's mistress Lucrezia, who himself was from a family of knights. He assured that the striker was currently preparing for the initiation ceremony. The guy asked if it seemed to the king that this applicant did not have the honor of knighthood. Leo III became extremely furious. He ordered this scoundrel to be brought to him immediately. Soon Gianobili was thrown bound onto the floor. The king asked him if it was true that he shot an arrow at the second daughter of the cardinal. With panic, the attacker claimed that he had not done anything of the kind, but had been in the tent all this time. Gianobili asked if he could shoot from there in the buttock of Ariadne's horse. The girl was surprised that a relative dared to tell such an obvious lie in front of someone who was directly involved in the incident. Bowing, Ariadne asked for forgiveness for disturbing the king's inner peace over a trivial matter. The cardinal's second daughter noted that the count only mentioned that Gianobili attacked her with a crossbow. The brunette pointed out that it was not said whether the arrow hit her or missed, hitting the horse. Screaming, the attacker claimed that he was misunderstood, and he simply saw that Ariadne had returned from the forest on foot and assumed that something had happened to her horse. The suspect claimed that the count chased him while walking and then shot him from behind him. Lucrezia fussily ran up to her nephew. Raising her nephew, Lucrezia claimed that her stepdaughter had slandered him because she had some grievances against their family. Gianobili said that Isabella shared that Ariadne haunted her and tormented her. The accused said that he scolded the girl and now she was angry with him, accusing him of some unheard-of crime. The brunette realized that her affairs were bad, because for everyone Lucretia was her stepmother. Ariadne realized that she could not openly confront this woman in public. Cesare handed His Majesty an arrow, which hit the horse's croup. The count drew the monarch's attention to the fact that the arrow was engraved with the coat of arms and the name of the owner of that arrow. The brown-haired man assured that, fortunately, the arrow hit the horse, but due to the injury received, the animal began to go on a rampage. The guy said that Miss de Mare almost died from falling from a mad mare. Cesare assured that while saving the girl, he himself almost died. The king involuntarily shuddered at this statement. Ariadne was surprised that Cesare had just helped her without receiving any benefit for himself. Leo III said that the guy harmed the young maiden, who as a knight was supposed to protect, and lied publicly in an attempt to hide his bad deed. Slapping his hand, the king said that she was the guy's cousin. Therefore, there was no family affection between them. He sentenced the culprit to 40 lashes. Ariadne realized that this was a typical punishment for a crime involving property damage, because only the horse was injured, which means he did not admit the fact of the attempt on the girl. His Majesty stated that Gianobili de Rossi does not understand knightly moral principles, and then he imposed a ban on knighting the guilty person for the rest of his life. The guilty man, floundering, begged not to do this. The guy claimed that he should become a knight. Ariadne realized how much her cousin was disgusting to her. She understood that the guy was not relieved by the ridiculously easy punishment, but he was also lamenting because of self-pity that he would not become a knight. Lucretia was upset that her nephew was being taken away for punishment. Following the guards, she shouted a plea to take pity on the poor boy. Pointing her finger at her stepdaughter, the blonde announced that it all happened because of her. The cardinal's wife lost consciousness. Isabella quickly ran up to her mother, begging her to come to her senses. The knights asked to call a doctor. The blows of the whip tore Gianobili's skin, spattering blood and causing him unbearable pain. The brunette did not want to admit to herself that Cesare helped her. The girl did not understand whether she should thank him. It was getting dark. There was a soft light shining through the castle windows. The cardinal announced that he, of his own free will, and at the request of his wife, provided her nephew with food, clothing, and housing for 22 years. The man asked what the guy was thinking about when he decided to harm Ariadne. Trembling with his whole body from unbearable pain, Gianobili tried to justify that Isabella asked him to do this. The blonde tried to assure that there was nothing like that. Turning around, Isabella assured her father that it was all a blatant lie. The girl convinced her father that the cousin then, while in front of the king and already at home, continued to deceive and get out. The guy assured that Isabella herself had said, "Teach this girl a good lesson." The girl recalled that Gianobili was the first to start talking about how he would cause new troubles for his sister. The blonde claimed that she had no reason to ask for such a thing. The cardinal asked the first daughter what Ariadne had done that made her hate her so fiercely. Breaking into a scream, the man asked what the brunette had done horribly, that her daughter had arranged everything in such a way that she had to be saved by a stranger in the forest. The father explained that if the brunette had to spend the night there, it would ruin their reputation. The cardinal muttered through his teeth that the blonde should stay at home until she read the story, The City of Noble Maidens, and wrote a conclusion about it. Turning around, the cardinal announced that he forbade Isabella to leave the house. Tears began to fall from the blonde's eyes. The man ordered Ginobili to be seized and all the tendons in his arms and ankles cut. Dragging his exhausted body along the floor, the guy begged for salvation. The cardinal explained to his wife that he was a clergyman and did not have the right to officially start a family. The husband assured that he would not be able to provide the woman with the status of a legal wife. The man said that feeling guilty for this, he always tried to treat his wife well. The cardinal explained to her that she had no idea how great his gratitude had been until that day. The husband warned the woman that he would no longer be lenient towards her, not because the woman had secretly sent money to her family. Coming closer to Lucrezia, the man whispered with a question whether she really thought that he was inactive because he did not know about her tricks. After this conversation, the blonde drooped and trembled all over. The father turned to Ariadne. The brunette bowed to him with respect. The cardinal asked his daughter to independently control the entries in the family book of income and expenses. He asked his wife to bring his daughter a book every week and leave it for checking. The man ordered Ariadne not to make any leniency towards the woman as a mother. He asked his daughter if there was anything suspicious, to double-check everything and bring it to him for investigation. The girl obediently agreed with her father. But as soon as the cardinal left the room, the stepmother immediately attacked Ariadne. The woman called her a devil, assuring her that after her arrival, everything went wrong. The brunette announced that she would start checking the entries in the book next week. She assured that preparations would take some time. The woman fell to the floor screaming like crazy. Ariadne headed towards the exit with a victorious grin. Santia was glad to see her mistress return. The brunette shared with the maid that from that day on she would check Lucretia's account book. The maid was glad that now everything had changed and the woman would experience the troubles herself. Smiling, Ariadne said that today she learned something for herself. The girl explained that even when chasing a rat, you need to foresee all the ways to save it and only then start driving it into a corner. Otherwise, it might bite you. The brunette was sure that Ginobili would not dare to threaten her, because she was the daughter of a cardinal, and the guy himself was a cousin. The girl wanted to put the guy in a difficult position. At that moment, Ginobili attacked her with brute strength that she did not possess. Sansia asked how the mistress could demonstrate her power. Ariadne explained that when she collects everything tile by tile, and only at the decisive moment when she can reach the required height to finish off the enemy with one blow. Events are moved forward several days. The maid informed the lady that she had brought Madame Lucrezia's accounts. The maid said that the woman today also did not want to give the book away, and they came to take it away almost by force. The brunette, flipping through the notes, admitted that their condition was simply terrible. Ariadne asked if Sancha had told her that Lucrezia would receive many letters during her last days. The maid noted that it looked like the De Rossi family was trying to harass the woman. The letters contained many questions about why Lucrezia did not send them money to pay for their accommodation, and requests to send more money for the poor and crippled Ginobili. The De Rossi family called the woman ungrateful for abandoning her family. The brunette noted that thinking about this, she felt sorry for Lucrezia. Handing over another letter, Sansia said that the reindeer skin saddle that the mistress ordered to be returned last time had again been delivered to the girl's name. The count assured in the letter that due to his arm being broken due to someone else's fault, he was not capable of saving someone else's life for the next couple of months. The guy asked to use the saddle he sent so that his legs would not get stuck in the stirrups. Cesare noted that if a scar remains on his face, then the young lady will have to take responsibility for it. Ariadne wrote a reply to her boyfriend with a smile. She also sent him an ointment, explaining that it was good for treating scars. The girl wished the guy to get better and, thanks to her beautiful face, to meet a good woman, and then create a happy family with her. The mistress told Sancha to leave the saddle. She asked that this letter and healing ointment be delivered to Count Cesare de Como. The maid asked if the mistress was really saying this seriously. The girl, putting down 3 more letters, noted that she would put the remaining ones on the table. Ariadne was delighted that Alfonso wrote to her. He assured that he was very sorry that the girl found herself in such a terrible situation at a hunting competition. He asked if she was injured. The prince noted that he was extremely disappointed that his father gave only a few blows of the whip as punishment. The blonde was upset that they could not talk in person then. Alfonso recalled that a masked ball was to be held at the palace at the end of October. The prince explained that he had cherished the hope of seeing the brunette there. The guy suggested that when we meet, we talk about what they had been putting off for so long. He assured the girl that he missed her, and was sad that they had not seen each other for so long. After reading the letter, Ariadne clutched the piece of paper tightly to her chest. The brunette had intended to get closer to him from the very beginning. The girl considered the blonde a golden chance that he could help her escape from the unbearable Cesare and the Demar family. But in recent days she began to miss him, take an interest in his affairs, and want him to take an interest in her. Now the girl really missed Alfonso. Sitting alone in a dark office, the girl promised herself that she would never love a blonde. Ariadne planned her marriage to Alphonse for mutual benefit. The brunette hoped that the blonde would take her as his wife and take her away from the Demar family. In return, the girl would stop the uprising and help him safely ascend to the throne. Ariadne, muffling the voice of her conscience, tried to get closer to him. The brunette tried to seduce the prince, but in the end she herself began to feel a thrill, which made her forget about the feeling of guilt. The girl had now lost sight of her original goal. She read a letter from Alfonso, which warmed her soul. Falling in love made her stupider, forced her to sacrifice everything and give up her own life. The brunette forced herself to come to her senses and think only about what needed to be done. She set herself a goal in this life to marry Alfonso, so that he would save her from her family and, of course, stop Cesare, who encroached on the throne. The girl tried not to fall in love with Alphonse or anyone else. Ariadne wanted to become queen, taking her place next to the prince. She did this for her freedom and safety. Events moved to the reception area of Lazione's workshop. The woman said that if the story of what they were doing was leaked, the workshop's reputation would definitely suffer. The seamstress explained that, first of all, this would lead to the cardinal breaking the deal with them. The woman insisted that she could not give Madame Lucrezia a rebate. Rebate is a phenomenon when the seller returns part of the sale price to the buyer. If the workshop returns part of the money to Madame Lucrezia for the purchased dress, it will turn out that the items were purchased for an amount less than that indicated in the account book. In other words, the woman will again acquire hidden savings. The girl realized that if they deliberately spread a rumor through Lucrezia's circle about a new source of income that had appeared in the workshop, then they would have no choice but to return part of the amount to her. For the stepmother, this will be the only way to save money. For the girl, this will be proof that Lucrezia is stealing from her father again, which she will tell him about. Ariadne planned that after her father's trust in his mistress dried up, all power over the family's money and economy would be in her hands. The girl asked if the craftswoman had noticed any changes that had occurred after she showed the high society an outfit from the workshop. The brunette assured that she even refused offers from more famous workshops. The girl explained that in this way she remained faithful to the woman. The craftswoman asked how long the girl would do business with someone who decided to fulfill only one of her requests. Ariadne explained that it was true that if her plan worked, the deal between the Demar family and this workshop would be cancelled. The brunette promised to offer to demonstrate the workshop's outfits, and the woman would be able to expand her business with her help. The tailor asked if she would really have the opportunity to expand. Ariadne suggested that the woman open a second store under someone else's name. The brunette shared that regarding the direction of tailoring, it would be good to work on clothes for servants and bed linen for the home. Ariadne explained that if in the future she would be responsible for the family's household, she would need someone who could help resolve such issues. The brunette warned that the net profit per unit would be less because it was still a new market. The girl assured that she would become a regular client, after which it would be much easier to get other influential families. The master sat thoughtfully, absorbed in herself. Smiling, Ariadne asked the woman to let her know as soon as she thought it over thoroughly. Events are moved forward a few days. The lady and Sancha were reviewing the accounts. The girl drew attention to the entry dated August 3rd. The maid suggested that the purchase of lipstick was calculated fraudulently. The brunette praised Sancha because now reading was much easier for her. The mistress praised the little girl, noting that she was good at accounting. The maid proudly raised her head and explained that she learned this from her mistress. Ariadne assured that she would deliberately not touch her stepmother's personal expenses. At the girl's surprised look, the brunette handed her the letter and asked her to look. Lazione's workshop accepted the lady's offer. With a proud smile, the girl asked to call her closest servant Lucretius. Ariadne explained that it was time for them to charge the mousetrap. The count was sitting at his desk reading letters. One of the girls told her lover that more than a month had passed since she last saw him. The girl wondered where all the ardor of the guy who forced him to stay under her window all night disappeared. The beloved assured that now she stood pitifully alone. The brown-haired man crumpled up the piece of paper and threw it away, explaining that he was bored. Ottavio noticed that the guy met the girl last month. A friend asked if the count had really become bored with her. Cesare explained that he was not dating, but just having fun once. The Count didn't understand why everyone was so slow-witted. The brown-haired man asked if you didn't receive any news for a month. Didn't it really look like a refusal? A friend jokingly read one of the letters, which said that the girl had been waiting for the Count near the mill for several hours. With surprise, Ottavio asked if the Count really lured women for this purpose, but did not show up at the last minute. The brown-haired man, not paying much attention to the irony, explained that he had forgotten about it. The guy asked how anyone could forget about something like this. A friend said that for the girl this situation will remain a scar for the rest of her life. The Count assured that the girl was already married. Ottavio assumed that his friend would meet death by stabbing the woman in the back. At that time, Cesare looked sadly at the letter that stood on the stand. The friend extended his hand and asked what kind of letter it was, since it was so taken care of. The brown-haired man slapped the outstretched hand with displeasure and explained that it was none of his business. The Count explained that this had nothing to do with Ottavio. The blonde asked if the letter was really intended for the girl. Cesare, looking gloomy, snapped that it was none of his business. It was written there that Miss de Mare was the one who would be seduced by a handsome face and marry him. The Count promised that if she takes responsibility, he will give her everything, even the kingdom. The servant asked what the young master just said. The blonde asked if he could invite Ari. Grabbing his head, the brunette explained that Miss de Mare should under no circumstances appear in the southern palace. The servant explained that it was not worth inviting young girls at such a time. The prince explained that he really did not know about the male guests. Alfonso dreamed of spending time with the brunette. The guy's cheeks turned a little red, and he realized that they would have quite a lot of fun together. The prince understood that Ariadne could share her wisdom with him while he ruled the kingdom. The blonde dreamed how wonderful it would be if he and Ari ruled together. The guy hoped that even if he failed to invite the girl, they would still have a chance to meet at the masquerade. The prince was surprised and even annoyed that the Duchess of Lariesa would arrive on a visit just in time for the masked ball. This event was famous for being held on Michaelmas. The king explained that this is why the girl wanted to attend the ball. Laughing, Leo III suggested that the girl was simply impatient to marry his son. Margarita explained to the prince that the Duchess was an important guest who was coming to him personally. The queen explained to the blonde that he would accompany the girl throughout the ball, from beginning to end. Margarita warned that the guest should be accompanied with special passion in order to avoid diplomatic problems. Hanging down, the prince assured that he understood everything. The prince sent a letter explaining that he was expecting a visit from the state representative of the Kingdom of Caligo. The blonde reported that he had been entrusted with accompanying this man to a masquerade ball. Alfonso assured that he had long dreamed of meeting the brunette and asked her forgiveness. The guy promised to write to the girl again. Ariadne realized that if everything was as in the previous life, the official guest from Caligo would be the daughter of the Archduke. The brunette remembered that the girl was already expected to be the prince's bride. In a past life, Larry's having attended a masquerade ball, then fell recklessly in love with Prince Alphonse. But after one incident, all talk about marriage disappeared into oblivion, and the prince got married to Isabella. Ariadne reassured herself that the Duchess was not a dangerous opponent for her. With a pop, Isabella's younger sister entered her room. Arabella realized that her older sister's room was the best. The girl looked with admiration at the dresses, cosmetics, and jewelry. The little girl looked at her sister's jewelry box with delight. The girl was surprised to find a strand with some unusual fastening. Looking at the hooks, the blonde assumed that thanks to them it was attached to her hair. Hearing someone's voice, Arabella hurriedly slammed the chest shut. The girl heard that the ordered mask had arrived. She asked Ari to show her the new thing. The blonde burst into her sister's room asking her to try on a mask. Arabella asked why the girls were so serious because they had received an order. As soon as the brunette turned around, the girl jumped back. The blonde was surprised how scary the mask was. With sadness, the maid assured that this mask would not suit her mistress. Ariadne was upset that it was impossible to say a word in that mask. The brunette explained that in order to hold the jewelry, you had to bite down on the inner pin. The girl finally understood why this mask is called the mute servant. The younger sister suggested that Ariadne order a new and more beautiful one. With a sad sigh, Sancha explained that this was impossible, because the time remaining before the ball would not be enough to make another one. The brunette did not understand what to do, since she had never worn a mask in that life. All this time after the rebirth, she lived, believing only her words. Ariadne didn't want to keep her mouth shut the entire ball. The messenger greeted the lady. Ariadne asked if another package had arrived from Count Cesare. Brunet noted that this assumption was quite correct. Sighing, Ariadne explained that today, as before, she would open the parcel and then send it back. The lady ordered the roses to be left at the front of the house and the gifts to be taken away. With a voice trembling with excitement, Santia noted that today's gift was the work of the costume designer Collezione. The messenger explained that the Count paid a lot of money for it and gave special instructions for its production. The guy explained that if you can't leave his gift today, the Count will personally kill the guy. Ariadne realized that the Count sent the parcel just before the masquerade ball. By accepting the gift, the girl will be able to solve the problem with the mask. The girls looked at the new thing with admiration. The brunette explained that such explanations were not necessary. The girl wanted to order the return of this gift. Arabella hopefully asked if her older sister was going to send her back to see such beauty. The maid explained to the lady that the mask was indeed beautiful. The brunette did not know whether she could accept the mask, because she was not in any relationship with the Count. The girl assured that her mistress simply had to have a great time at the ball, so as not to lose to that person. Ariadne thought about the fact that Alphonse would still have fun with Lariesa. The brunette agreed, recalling that she had already accepted a saddle from a guy once. Arabella wished Ari to have fun. Having put together a beautiful look, the brunette decided to spend this time in her own way. Having opened the carriage, the brunette froze in surprise when she saw her older sister in it. A little upset, Ariadne realized that they would go to the palace together. At parting, Arabella asked her older sister to bring her many interesting stories. The brunette waved goodbye to the girl. Isabella pretended not to notice her little sister. The sound of wheels repeated rhythmically in the hanging silence. The brunette realized that her sister was wearing a mask, the design of which would become popular only a couple of years later. Ariadne realized that the blonde's fashion sense could not be taken away. But still, anyone could recognize Isabella de Mare in the girl. The blonde's outfit indicated that she was itching for her identity to be revealed. The brunette understood that if we excluded a joint trip with Isabella, then the others would not be able to see her under the mask. The girl understood that no one would guess what her facial expressions and emotions were. Smiling, Ariadne felt a strange feeling, as if she was running away from something. Lariesa assured that she had heard a lot about Alfonso. The girl, placing her hand on her chest, announced that she had come from the kingdom of Caligo and said her full name. Smiling tightly, the prince explained that he was pleased to meet you and introduced himself as Alfonso de Carlo. The blonde explained that if a girl is more comfortable communicating in her native language, he can switch to it. With a smile, the count's daughter assured that she would try to speak Etruscan. The girl reported that their father is actively involved in the education of his daughters. Larry said that their father is especially strict about Susanna's education. The girl assured that thanks to this, his children were well versed in literature, embroidery, music, and art. The prince tried to keep the conversation going. The guest assured that her sister Susanna had very deep knowledge of poetry and painting. She explained that Susanna was very attractive. Susanna's white, almost transparent skin was incomparable to anyone else. Larry's insisted that she always admired her sister. Alfonso assured the girl that she was also very beautiful, and her skin was also white. The blonde asked why Larry's only talked about her late sister. The prince asked the girl to tell him more about herself. Surprise appeared on the girl's face. The duchess explained that she had grown up all her life in the shadow of her older sister, who was superior to her in every way. Lariesa insisted that she loved Susanna, and at the same time hated her inside herself. All her life the girl sincerely admired and praised her late sister. Susanna was interesting to everyone, so no one cared about the story about the girl. The blonde was only loved when she talked about her sister. Alfonso asked the guest to tell him more about herself. Larry's heart quickened its rhythm, because the girl realized that there was a person who was interested in her personally. The girl mentally thanked her sister for dying. The blonde realized that she had to look good in the eyes of His Highness. Larry suggested painting a small still life, because she liked to paint flowers and vases. The girl understood that a little bravado would not hurt her. For her, the main thing was to leave a good impression. She said that several years ago she was a contender for the Montpellier Prize. With surprise, the prince asked if the chosen one was really talking about the Montpellier Prize. The blonde explained that at that time, the right to participate belonged to married men under the age of 30. Larry's explained that Susanna definitely received this prize. Alfonso guessed it was after that year when the rules for participants changed. Blushing, the girl did not understand why the rules had suddenly changed. The blonde assumed that Prince Alphonse simply despised her and thought that she was not telling the truth. Larry's thought that they should get married and love each other. His Highness asked what happened to the guests. Trembling all over, the Duchess did not understand why this happened because she was trying to be good. The girl realized that she had to cope, and now the prince would treat her like a liar. Alfonso asked if someone was outside and ordered to call the doctor as soon as possible. The girl ran out of the door and disappeared into the corridors. The guy called out his chosen one by name. The blonde ran out into the street and tried to recognize the girl among the other participants in the masquerade. The prince understood that he was accompanying her, but she ran away. Now Alfonso could not carry out the order. The guy thought that if the servants were already looking for a girl anyway, then he could easily set aside some time for himself. Shaking his head, the guy drove such thoughts away from himself. The blonde reminded himself that Laris de Bailoa was a royal guest. The prince understood that in a situation where an important guest disappeared, he had to take responsibility. Alfonso remembered that the guest went in this direction. He saw a woman in a golden dress. Having examined the girl from head to toe, the prince realized that it was his friend. Coming out of the bushes, the blonde asked the girl if she was airy. The girl looked at the blonde in surprise, wondering how he ended up here. Alfonso decided to lie that he was wandering around the garden, walking aimlessly until he ended up here. The brunette wanted to ask what happened to Duchess Lariesa, but the girl understood that they were in the wrong relationship. Ariadne noticed how beautiful her friend's mask was. During the conversation, a rustling sound was heard from the bushes. Isabella suggested that Prince Alfonso and Ariadne had a secret meeting. Walking up the stairs, the Count mentally flattered himself that he had always been perfect. Cesare suggested that the ego under such a mask is unlikely to be recognized by anyone. The brown-haired man was offended to hide his magnificent face. For the guy, this was a great chance to make sure that even without personality and face, he could be popular among the ladies. One of the girls asked whether Count Cesare de Como himself was hiding behind this mask. The guy explained that she had misidentified herself, and it was time for him to run away. Afterwards, the girl shouted that it was definitely a count in his voice. For the brown-haired man, the beauty of the masquerade ball was that even when meeting old friends, you could pretend that they didn't know each other. Walking around the garden, the guy realized that he had not been here for a long time. The Count often came here as a child. Suddenly, memories came flooding back to Cesare. The guy remembered how he ran along this road as a child, shouting that he hated his mother. Rubina scolded her son every now and then. The Count liked the queen, because the woman always treated him to something delicious when they met. The boy waved his hand to his father and informed His Majesty that he had already arrived. But suddenly he saw how the father praised his newborn son. The lion slapped the guy in the face and asked how he dared to enter the royal palace. The king ordered him to return immediately to his mother. Cesare replied that he also wanted to go for a walk with his father and mother. Lev III asked the guy again who his father was. The man explained that because he was babysitting the guy, he went where he didn't need to, not knowing his place. The king explained to him that he no longer wanted to hear the words mother and father from the boy. Leo turned away and ordered the guy to leave. Stealing a glance at his father's legal family, the guy caught their disapproving glance. Margarita tenderly kissed her crying son, hugging him tenderly. The king was worried that the baby was scared. The queen also softly hummed something comforting to the child. Cesare realized that he really didn't have a single good memory of this place. Raising his head, the Count saw his brother with Ariadne. Sad that this was the case, he realized that now he had no chance at all to acquire them. Alfonso asked his friend whether it was really not at all difficult to hide the grapes with such small hands. Ariadne asked why he called her hands small. Putting his palm against the girl's palm, the blonde asked her to look and compare. The girl replied that the guy just had very big hands, but she had ordinary ones. The Count decided that this would not work. He suddenly grabbed the girl's hand. At this time, Alfonso's hand intercepted him. A grin of rage appeared on the prince's face. Putting his arm around Ariadne's shoulder, the prince ordered the stranger to let her go. Cesare explained that even if he revealed his identity on the day of the masquerade, no one would force him to maintain decorum with the royal family. The brown-haired man explained that you can forget about manners on this day. Friends were surprised to see the Count de Como. Cesare explained that it was not at all funny that the prince told him to let go of the girl's hand. The Count explained that it was His Highness who should have done this. Brown asked where the Duchess de Balloa had gone. Cesare wondered why the prince allowed himself to flirt with an innocent maiden. The count advised the prince to go in search of the noble foreign duchess, and he, holding out his hand, invited Miss de Mare to go with him, leaving the prince. Ariadne asked the blonde if it was true that Lariesa was the guest of honor. Seeing Ariadne's surprised face, the count asked if Alfonso really hadn't told the girl who he was accompanying. The brunette explained that if everything was so, then her friend certainly should have gone in search of the guest of honor. The girl assured that she would be happy to join him. The count asked if she really wasn't offended that the blonde couldn't be with her. The brown-haired man said that right now negotiations were underway about the prince's marriage with the daughter of the Archduke of the Kingdom of Caligo. Breaking into a cry, Cesare said that the prince dared to disturb her feelings, but would soon marry a foreign lady. Miss de Mare insisted that there had been some kind of misunderstanding. The girl explained that there was nothing between her and the prince. Ariadne said that there were no proposals for a relationship from the prince, just as their meetings themselves were not something personal. The brunette asked not to mistake their friendship for something else. The prince blamed himself for not telling Ariadne about Duchess Lariesa. The girl angrily asked who the count was to her in order to poke his nose into her personal life, and he assured that the girl could consider him her boyfriend. The brown-haired man announced that, unlike the prince, he could propose to her and then ask for her hand. Cesare said that he was going to propose to her tomorrow morning. The count ordered Ariadne to stay away from the prince, otherwise he would not let him get away with this again. Unable to contain her emotions, the brunette laughed out loud. The girl received the steel she desired in a past life, a marriage proposal. The brunette received the offer only now, when she was desperately trying to avoid exactly this. Miss de Mare asked the count not to talk about what was not in his heart. Ariadne explained that she was well aware. The girl asked him not to get hung up on her person and to live freely. The count asked if she really considered him irresponsible. Cesare was surprised that the girl believed that he was not saying what he really felt. The brown-haired man explained that she didn't know him well. The count asked what the girl thought about becoming his bride. The guy explained that the girl was perfect for him. Alfonso ordered his brother to shut his dirty mouth. The prince asked if he really believed that someone like him had the right to propose to a noble maiden. Alfonso ordered the count not to demand an answer from the brunette, even as a joke. The prince said that scandalous rumors had already reached even the palace. He asked if the count had dealt with that married woman. Cesare asked why the prince was pushing and there was no use in speaking. The count explained that all this had already happened in the past. The blonde asked why he first starts a relationship, making noise, and then suddenly says that it's all in the past. Alfonso asked if the count had ever taken responsibility for what he had done. The prince noted that it was quite natural that his father did not recognize the count. As soon as the king accepted his dishonest offspring, a lot of problems arose immediately after that. Clenching his fist tightly, the brown-haired man called his brother a freak. Ariadne, with a furious cry, asked to stop this. Cesare flinched in surprise. Ariadne reminded the gigolo that it was time for them to go. The brunette promised to help with the search. She reminded them that they should have gone in search of the duchess. Trembling all over and speaking a little obscenely, the count retreated. Isabella was surprised by what was happening. The blonde came out of the bushes with a rustle. The girl was surprised by the degree of her sister's cunning. Isabella was surprised at how her sister managed to seduce Prince Alfonso and even Count Cesare. But suddenly a metallic shine in the grass attracted her attention. The blonde was surprised to find the fleur-de-lis bracelet she had been dreaming about. The girl turned the bracelet over in her hands with admiration, examining every detail of it. Suddenly, a blood-red stone broke off and fell to the ground. Isabella knelt down and picked up the ruby. The girl reassured herself that she could fix it and wear it. The blonde was surprised that they were happy that they had picked up a bracelet that was not even in perfect condition. She was surprised since when the first daughter of Cardinal de Marais had become so disgusting. The blonde kicked her heel on the lawn in rage. After all, her situation became more and more terrible, and she was even deprived of the chance to get married. Isabella believed that the marriage proposal from Count Cesare should have belonged to her. The blonde was surprised that she was so interested in the guy that she was now so angry. The girl understood that the guy had everything she needed, except a chance to inherit the throne. Isabella wondered if the count had other shortcomings. She admitted to herself that, on the whole, the count would have been enough for her. The blonde thought that if her sister took something away from her, that meant that she had to give it back to herself. The friends were walking along the garden path. Tension hung in the air. The prince informed Ariadne that Lariesa was the second daughter of the Duke of Balloa. The blonde explained that, as Cesare had said, the countess had visited San Carlo as part of negotiations for their arranged marriage. Ariadne didn't seem to notice the guy. She clenched her teeth tightly and explained to herself that feelings were an unnecessary luxury for her. The brunette recalled that she promised herself that she would never love anyone again. Ariadne assured the prince that he had been matched to a good lady. The girl explained that he would become the son-in-law of the many respected and famous Archduke de Balloa. The brunette congratulated the guy in a friendly way. Turning away, Ariadne asked where the exit from the garden was. Alfonso wanted to sincerely admit to the girl that he did not want to marry the Duchess. The guy sincerely wanted his girlfriend to think so too. The prince suggested that it could only be his selfishness. Alfonso thought that the girl simply did not want to be his chosen one. Isabella walked nervously around the garden. No matter how much she thought, it still seemed strange to her. The blonde noticed that Count Cesare and even Prince Alfonso were interested in this ugly girl. The girl guessed that her sister, like a fox, had cheated somewhere. Isabella thought that her sister had nothing special to boast about besides her figure. The blonde reassured herself that Ariadne had simply seduced the guys with her curvaceous figures. The girl suggested that men who were not interested in her beautiful and sweet girl were hanging on to her vulgar sister. Hearing groans from the bushes, Isabella froze, wondering what was there. The girl quietly crept towards the source of the sound. The blonde was surprised that some crazy woman was having fun with Marquis Camp. The Marquis was popularly nicknamed a bad man. Campa contracted syphilis in a brothel. He gave his 2 wives this disease. Why did they die? The man was also seen committing violence and more. Wherever he appeared, the Marquis always caused problems. That is why he was no longer invited to any social events. Isabella nervously bit her fingers, suggesting that the Marquis was forcing the girl. The blonde wondered if she should scream or call someone for help. Swallowing nervously, the girl assumed that the woman liked it. Isabella recognized the woman as Ottavio's older sister. Bartolini was known for her chastity and innocence. People passing by asked what they were doing there. Realizing everything that was happening, the countess hit the man and hastily left the scene. When the girl ran past the blonde, a smile appeared on the witness's face. Isabella threw the bracelet she found onto the grass. Alfonso told the brunette that he would look for the Duchess in the other direction. Ariadne, going in the opposite direction, promised to look there. During her search, the girl came across some kind of investigation. The guests discussed who committed such a shameful act at the royal ball. People began to talk among themselves that the Marquis of Camp had intercourse with some woman. Pointing a finger at the brunette, one of the people noticed that the color of her dress was similar to what the runaway girl was wearing. The witness explained that the mask and bracelet were made in Collection, and the necklace apparently also came with them. People assumed that the woman must be the Marquise's mistress. One of the masquerade participants, holding out a bracelet, asked if this thing belonged to the girl. The brunette tried to remember when she lost him. Ariadne did not understand how he ended up there. The girl guessed what was the matter. The brunette understood that the woman who had arranged a secret meeting with the Marquis Camp was dishonest. Ariadne had no reason to justify herself, but she also had no obligation to do so. Unfortunately, the girl understood that people were not ready to let her go so easily. The most important thing was how her bracelet was found completely by chance at the scene. The brunette needed to first figure out what was going on there. Ariadne explained that there was a misunderstanding, and she herself had just come here. The girl insisted that if she really were the mistress of the Marquis of Camp, she would have run away into the garden. The suspect asked why she had to return to him. People began to whisper because the girl's answer was quite logical. Isabella hoped that someone would object to her sister. The man asked the lady to prove it to them. Someone supported the idea that if it wasn't her, then she could have provided evidence. People noticed that the girl was somehow suspicious, because she did not take off her mask to confirm her words. She began to assume that perhaps it was a girl, since she was so diligent in hiding her identity with a mask. Someone asked if the suspect had stronger evidence. Ariadne realized that these people needed a toy in order to tear it apart. No one knew her identity, so she decided to simply run away into the bush. But the sister approached Ariadne with a malicious smile. The brunette immediately realized that it was the work of her sister, and only thanks to her the bracelet was found. The blonde leaned over to one of the girls and whispered something in her ear. With a smile, the girl explained that it was unexpected for her to find her in this place. The blonde, under Isabella's malicious giggle, called the stranger the second daughter of the cardinal. A new burst of whispering went through the crowd. People were discussing that the girl was the one who defeated Apostle Espeto. The parishioners condemned that the girl was famous for her theology, but behaved very viciously. Someone from the crowd loudly wondered whether a faithful and pious girl could do such a thing. Amid thunderous applause, people asked the girl to take off her mask. After all, if she was there, her makeup would be ruined due to the fact that she was holding the mask pin with her teeth. With ridicule, people asked if the girl was really so ashamed that she was afraid to take off her mask. It was not at all difficult for the girl to remove the mask. The brunette realized that as soon as she submitted just a little to the irrational demands of people, they would immediately begin to ask for even more. The cardinal's second daughter explained that this ridiculous misunderstanding was extremely insulting. Ariadne confirmed that it was she who was hiding her face behind the mask. The brunette insisted that she had not met the Marquis camp. The suspect explained that she was not in a position to be required to prove anything. Isabella noticed that she didn't even risk taking off her mask, but she threw words so beautifully. The jubilant people noticed that the color of the dress matched, and so did the bracelet found at the scene. Gritting her teeth, the girl realized that logic was useless here. Appearing in the crowd, Alfonso explained that this was not a misunderstanding, but pure slander. The guy admitted that Ariadne de Mare had been with him all this time. Grabbing his friend, Alphonse explained that this whole situation had seriously tarnished her reputation. Someone noticed that His Highness was not with the girl every minute. People began to say that if the prince separated from Miss even for a moment, it could not prove her alibi. The brunette understood that it was impossible to forget about the presence of the Duchess, given that the conversation about marriage was not yet completed. Ariadne was surprised that Alphonse said he was with another woman. The girl realized that she could no longer rely on Alphonse. The blonde explained that Miss de Mare was with him all this time from the beginning to the end of the ball. The guy explained that he could prove it and ordered the people to disperse. Holding the brunette close to him, the prince asked if she was okay. The girl already wanted to thank the guy for his help. Suddenly, the Duchess ran out and explained that the prince was with her. There were whispers throughout the crowd about an important guest from Caligo, and she asked the prince what kind of woman she was. Switching to her native language, the Duchess asked whether it was as if there were no official negotiations about marriage for the prince. The sobbing girl asked what kind of frivolous relationship there was to the agreement between their kingdoms. The countess began to talk nonsense in unintelligible words. The people again began to discuss the fact that the prince was fiancé, and he was spending time at the ball with someone else. People discussed that Alfonso had left his fiancée and was having fun with the mistress of the Marquis of Campa. Those present noticed that the Duchess was running after His Majesty like a little dog. Ariadne realized that through her, even Alphonse was drawn into the scandal. The brunette realized that because of her, the outrage with the Marquis was no longer a problem. The prince himself became the main character of the scandal, and this was a big problem. The girl realized that the marriage negotiations were involved in a dirty scandal with another woman. Cesare assumed that there was still a misunderstanding. Ariadne was surprised to see the count. The brown-haired man asked if the prince was really ready to bear the stigma of shame for the sake of his brother. Cesare suggested that the bond they had grown up with together could not be broken by anything. The count approached Miss de Mare and kissed her hand. He explained that after today the number of jealous people will increase. The girl did not understand what the count was up to. Turning around, Cesare told his friends that this person was not Camp's mistress. The brunette explained that the girl was not on a date with the prince. The count said that this particular one was with him all the time. He shared that he was caring for the girl very passionately. People did not understand how to connect what was said with the bracelet. Cesare explained that the bracelet belonged to him. The woman suggested that the bracelet obviously belonged to the girl. She asked when that thing could have belonged to the brown-haired man. Taking the jewelry, the brown-haired man said that he bought it as a gift for a girl. The guy noticed that there was no red ruby in the jewelry. The count said that the mask, necklace, and this bracelet were made as a set. Cesare said that he paid more for them than was required to preserve the integrity of the set. The count assured that he was eager to give his beloved everything that was most precious and unique. The brown-haired man said that he initially sent only a mask and a necklace by parcel, and planned to give the bracelet today at the meeting. Kneeling down, Cesare asked the girl to marry him. The Count received many surprised glances. The brown-haired man shared that as soon as he uttered these words, he was immediately rejected. Cesare complained that Miss had difficulty agreeing to take the mask as a gift, and having learned about his feelings, she said that she would never accept the bracelet. The guy said that although he was eloquent, he was refused. The brown-haired man explained that, to his regret, the prince witnessed that shameful scene from beginning to end. The Count said that his brother watched everything, hiding in the bushes like a rat. Alphonse explained that the rat's act was noticed only by the Count. He asked his brother to let him have some fun. Cesare explained that it was necessary to show what he wanted in order to save Miss de Marais. The brown-haired man asked his brother to smile for real. The Count explained that Ariadne discovered His Highness, who was spying on them from the thickets. Cesare said that the girl asked the prince for help, left him alone and left. He explained that at the beginning his beloved was with him, but then the prince took on the role of guide. Then the Count explained that in other words, the girl's alibi was impeccable. One of the women asked how the bracelet ended up at the scene. She noticed that the bracelet was supposed to remain with the Count. Looking sideways at the culprit, Cesare explained that in order to cheer himself up, he decided to feel like he was in a game of chance. Brown explained that he had nothing to pay for the bet, and he borrowed cash with a bracelet as collateral. The Count said that Campa lent him money and became his mortgagee. Cesare asked to stop disgracing the good name of an innocent girl. He stated that his lover had so decisively refused his advances that she would not have fun with someone like the Marquis. The brunette was surprised that Cesare, who cared about his reputation, decided to stand up for her in this way. The Count, clapping his hands, announced that it was time for everyone to leave. The brown-haired man explained that he was going to try unsuccessful courtship again. People began to leave with grumbling dissatisfaction. Extending his hand, Cesare invited the miss to walk with him. Ariadne pressed her hand to herself with doubt, but after a moment she still decided to extend it. Lares assumed it was all a misunderstanding. The Countess was surprised that in the Estucan royal palace even half-brothers were very friendly and attached to each other. Without listening to his chosen one, Alfonso sadly watched the retreating Ariadne, accompanied by the Count. The brunette realized that the Count did this in the hope of gaining some benefit. But one way or another, Cesare helped her. The girl didn't understand whether she should have thanked the guy. The girl thanked the Count de Como. She explained that she didn't think this messy situation would turn into such a mess. Turning around, the brunette explained that she was already leaving. The brown-haired man explained that if the girl was grateful to him, then let her call him Cesare. Squeezing her mask, Ariadne did not understand why it was so important for him that she call him by name. The brunette suggested calling the guy Count Cesare. The girl explained that she could no longer give in to him on this. The brown-haired man explained that no more than 10 minutes had passed since he saved the girl, and hung all sorts of stigmas on himself. Turning around, the girl asked what brands he was talking about. Cesare recalled that he admitted that he was a player and the girl rejected him. The brunette asked if these facts were not true. The Count, blushing, was surprised whether the girl really knew about his addiction to gambling. Ariadne explained that almost the entire capital knew about this. Brown explained that if a girl knew that he was carrying a baton, it meant that the girl was interested in him. Cesare assured that the girl only pretended to be indifferent, but in fact she was only thinking about him. The brunette answered him negatively. The Count recalled that they say that aggressive refusal equals consent. The girl asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The brown-haired man asked to be honest with him. Ariadne insisted that this was a lie. Smiling, the brunette noted that in any case she was grateful to him for today. The girl assured that he should not have interfered. The Count asked if the reason for this was how she turned him off. With dissatisfaction, Ariadne explained that she just wanted to thank him. The brown-haired man explained that he did this to look good in her eyes. The girl was surprised that Cesare, who was most afraid of exposing his failures and shortcomings, really intervened in this for her sake. Hope flashed in her eyes that the Count might actually have changed. The brown-haired man asked not to return the gifts, not to lose them anymore, but to wear them with pleasure. Taking the girl by the hand, Cesare asked her to be careful at home. The guy warned that her older sister would probably find a reason for new intrigues. Ariadne asked if the man was able to notice such a thing. The Count explained that he was not just any man and was different from the fools who were easily fooled. Having placed the jewelry on the girl's hand, the brown-haired man asked to be sure to accept his bracelet. The girl only now realized that Cesare had helped her, and it didn't look like he was trying to harm her. Laughing, Ariadne agreed with him. She looked at the expensive gift with trepidation and interest. For the Count, this was a victory, because he had just won the affection of the girl his brother liked. After the Count acquitted her sister, Isabella ran away from the place of discussion. The blonde was very upset that it was not possible to give Ariadne as the Marquis's confidant. The Cardinal's first daughter was returned so that the sudden appearance of the prince and the Count would prevent her. The blonde kicked a stone out of anger, causing her to fall. At this time, a precious stone fell out of her pocket. Approaching her friend, the girl asked if everything was okay. Taking a quick look at the faceted stone without a frame, the girl asked whether it was precious. Angrily snatching the ruby, the blonde realized that she was not succeeding at all today. Isabella explained to her friend that her interest was unnecessary. The brunette promised to take care of her friend, who was hurt afterwards. The girl said that the prince was planning a marriage with Duchess Lariesa, and Count Caesar was appropriated by her younger sister. The brunette sarcastically asked how she would live next. A friend noticed that there were no men left for the girl. Smiling, Ottavio's bride realized how pleased she was to watch Isabella suffer. The blonde suggested that her friend was not talking about Ottavio. Isabella explained that the girl's fiancé was like a dog, and if she orders this, then the guy will lick his heels when she orders him. The blonde was sure that the guy would run over to her if she beckoned him with her finger, because he had no other choice. Isabella explained to her friend that if she was lucky enough to find such a good groom of her level, then it was better for her to live quietly and modestly. The blonde whispered so that the girl wouldn't think anything bad. She explained that she was just looking after her poor friend. Trembling all over, the brunette promised Isabella that she would not leave this to her so easily. Events take us to a tea party a few days later. The girls discussed de Mare's second daughter. One of them said that the same Count was hanging himself on her. A girl with black hair asked if this was the first time the Comte de Como had hit on someone. There was a rumor that the reason the prince helped Ariadne was Count Cesare du Como. Someone suggested that since the guys were not close enough to help each other, then they were both clearly in love with the cardinal's second daughter. The girl explained that this was not so important, because they could not unravel the identity of that woman from the Marquise's secret meeting. The blonde with blue eyes asked if the girl had escaped into the royal labyrinth of plants in the garden. The brunette said that she saw something. Isabella had a red ruby that fell from the bracelet of the Marquis of Camp. The cardinal loudly opened the door and asked where Isabella was. Lucretia immediately ran up and carefully asked her husband what had happened. Bursting into the blonde's room, the father shouted her name. Isabella asked him why he barged in without knocking. The cardinal asked what his daughter was thinking about. Raising her head, the blonde asked what happened. The father said that there were rumors in Soviet society that Isabella was the mistress of the Marquis of Campa. The blonde didn't understand where this gossip came from and why no one told her about it before. The girl asked why she should become that man's mattress. The blonde asked her father if she heard everything correctly. There were rumors that the Marquis gave the bracelet to Isabella as his mistress. The blonde, afraid of being exposed, threw the jewelry as bait. People suspected that the girl was the only one who was in that clearing from the beginning to the end. There were suspicions, because where would Isabella have gotten the ruby that fell out of the bracelet? The cardinal asked what the difference was. It was important that everyone considered his daughter to be his mistress. Gritting her teeth tightly, Isabella admitted that the stone was indeed in her possession, even though she had not met the Marquis. The blonde decided to deny everything. The girl explained that she really does not own a ruby, much less as a mistress. Isabella assured that she had been in that clearing from the very beginning, and this was the first time she had seen a man and a woman doing this. The father nervously asked if this was true. The eldest daughter swore to heaven that she did not do this. Approaching her sister, Ariadne asked if her sister had seen everything from the very beginning. Then why didn't she intercede? The smiling brunette asked why her sister remained silent and did not utter a single word in order to help that girl. The cardinal was surprised that something like this happened, that the daughter did not even help her sister. The blonde tried to prove that it was not intentional. Isabella realized that she had gotten rid of the stigma of being a mistress, but now a new, negligent sister hung over her. The blonde argued that she was scared and very surprised to witness the secret meeting. The girl argued that she simply could not move from shock and asked Ariadne for forgiveness. Isabella explained that she was scared and could not find the courage to help. On her knees, the girl asked for forgiveness from her father and sister, because she had not acted as she should have. The blonde explained that she unintentionally did not help her. and was not yet the Marquise's mistress. Isabella explained that she did not have this ruby, but it unexpectedly fell out of the girl's chest of drawers and rolled in her direction. Arabella, frozen in surprise, uttered only an awkward, "Oh." The blonde looked at the shining red stone with horror in her eyes. Ariadne looked at her maid and nodded approvingly. Stretching out her hand, the brunette reminded that this ruby was from the bracelet of the Marquis of Campa. The girl noticed that her sister had the ruby when she was called the man's mistress. The brunette recalled that Sister Isabella was simply watching what was happening. Ariadne explained that her sister was silent in order to hide the fact that she was the Marquise's confidant. The cardinal, trembling with anger, asked his eldest daughter if this thing belonged to the Marquise. The blonde nervously tried to smile. She explained that it was just an absurd slander directed at her. Isabella explained that it was an ordinary ruby that every girl from every family had. Ariadne knew this would happen, but she had it. Opening the door, Sancha announced that she had brought it. Ariadne realized that that man was also useful. The brunette explained that this was the Marquis's bracelet. The girl carefully placed the ruby into the bracelet. Isabella argued that her sister asked to keep everything secret and gave her the ruby. The blonde explained that she could not be with such an ugly and overweight man. On her knees, the suspect begged her father to believe her. Isabella, rising, explained that the truth was not a mistress. The cardinal slapped his daughter in the face. The man explained that he assumed it was not her. The father explained that he must believe her. Ariadne, watching this, wondered whether the cardinal would side with Isabella. The man explained that not everyone in San Carlo would think the same way. The father explained that until everything calms down, his daughter will not go outside and will not correspond with anyone. The blonde realized in horror that if she couldn't write, then she wouldn't be able to tell the identity of the Marquise's true mistress. Isabella understood that if nothing was done, everyone would consider her the Marquise's real passion. The girl knelt down and begged her father to allow at least letters. Stepping aside, the man ordered the confiscation of all luxury items from Isabella's room. He ordered her to eat water and crackers twice a day. The blonde begged her father to forgive her at least once and admitted her guilt. Ariadne glanced sideways at her sister and closed the door behind her with a creak. The king turned to Lares, asking how she liked yesterday's masquerade ball. The translator began to explain to the girl, but she explained that she would talk herself. The duchess explained that the reason for her visit was her marriage to the prince. She noted that it was time for her to start gradually getting used to the local language. The translator asked what to do with traditions. The girl assured that the ball was fantastic and thanked the founders. Leo III asked if the duchess had time to communicate with many people. Alfonso was sad. Lares shared that the Etruscans are very good and beautiful, especially when the two sons of the king took off their masks. The girl told the king that the boys were beautiful and very close to each other. His Majesty, not believing his ears, asked the duchess about the two sons. The duchess said that the prince was ready to lie for the sake of his brother Count Cesare and his bride. The king noticed that not all the reports that should have been brought to him were conveyed to him. Bowing, the servant explained that he would take action, that the man received the report right now. Leo III ordered his wife to follow him. The woman humbly bowed her head and followed His Highness. Touching his mother's shoulder, Alfonso revealed a desire to go too. The mother ordered her son to return to the palace and not follow her. The blonde froze in surprise and went to accompany the future bride to the palace. The girl asked if she had done something wrong. Alfonso said that this was their problem, and it had nothing to do with the girl. The prince said that he would escort the bride to her chambers. Leo was furious at how badly his wife raised the child. Margarita only submissively bowed her head without answering. The king reported that their son was spending time alone with the cardinal's illegitimate daughter while the Duchess of Caligo arrived to visit them. The husband asked the woman if she understood how important the negotiations with that kingdom were for them. The king asked what was the point of a wife's existence if she could not please her husband. Leo III recalled that the woman could not get enough help from her parents. The king noticed that the only thing his wife succeeded in was raising his successor. Lev, breaking into a scream, explained that their outstanding and well-mannered son had denigrated the state guest at such an important time, without being able to cover himself. The king suggested that his son could well have had a relationship with someone else's degenerate, hiding in the garden. Margarita raised her head and explained that she believed her son. Trembling all over, the queen explained that she had not raised Alfonso to be so shameless. The woman asked how a man, being a father without properly finding out about everything, dared to make such a statement. Margarita suggested talking to her son to clarify what was happening. The woman turned around and assured that her son would go through this wisely. Nervously, though from side to side, Alfonso remembered that his mother had told him to stay in the palace. The guy understood that he should have gone with her and protected her. A little unsteadily, the woman creaked and opened the door. Running up to Margarita, the son asked if she had suffered too much. The prince explained that it was a very long and complicated story, but he did not do anything against the rules. Hugging the guy, Margarita explained that she believed him. The woman asked if he could swear that his soul was truly pure before Duchess Lariesa. Mother asked if he really liked Cardinal de Mere's second daughter, Ariadne. "Look into your eyes." Alphonse nodded affirmatively in response. The woman, patting her knee, invited him to lie down. Margarita, stroking her son's head, explained that that girl was good, wise, restrained, and correct. The woman admired that even difficult life circumstances did not break the brunette. The queen explained that things in the royal family are on a completely different level. Mother explained that she also had a lover. Margarita asked her son not to look at her with such surprised eyes because this was before the wedding. The queen explained that she was not sure that it was possible to call that guy such words because he did not accept her feelings. Brother Bertrand was the princess's priest, and the feeling of falling in love with his smile and sincere faith grew into a love fever. At that time, marriage negotiations had just begun. The woman assured that she did not immediately like Leo III. Looking at her from the portrait, Margarita immediately drew attention to the man's footprints. The girl ran away at night and with tears in her eyes told Bertrand that she had been in love with him for a long time. At that moment, she assured her lover that she could not imagine her future with anyone but him. Trembling all over, the blonde begged the priest to run away with her to where they would farm and raise sheep. Brother Bertrand explained that she had her own destiny given by God, and he had his. The guy explained that his purpose was to guide the princess of the kingdom of Caligo along the right path. The priest explained that her purpose was to devote herself to her homeland. Margarita, seeing her son's surprise, explained that she did not know how to farm, raise sheep, restore trade relations, and manage the royal army. Margarita did not know why people supported her, and how to justify the fact that she eats expensive food and wears luxurious things. At that moment, the future queen realized that she was obliged to return what she had received from her homeland and her people, who were worried about her. Margarita decided to marry an uninvited man, took over control of the palace, and gave birth to a child, continuing his line. The woman whispered that this was her purpose and duty. The queen said that with Mrs. Duchess of Baloa, they had received 20 pieces of cannon and gunpowder for about a year of military exercises. All this was the girl's dowry. The mother asked if they assured her son that he could do without their weapons and lead the next generation of their kingdom. Hope flashed for a moment in the boy's blue eyes. The queen asked if he was capable of this. Alfonso said that he was taught that the monarch's wife should also be a ruler, possessing the wisdom and insight worthy of a king. The blonde assured that Ariadne was more suitable for this place than others. The guy said that with its potential it was possible to raise the national power of the Estacon state to a new level. Bowing, Alfonso explained that he, as the queen's son, wants to see her as his wife. Margarita was sure that if the neighboring enemy army invaded their territory, then in 2 months everything would be over. The queen insisted that they did not have a good navy. She explained that there were very few feudal lords with military power, and among those who remained loyal to the king there were almost none of them. With sadness, the queen said that King Caligo Philip IV was ready to start a war to seize new territories. The woman explained that if the marriage alliance was not concluded, the future of the Etruscan kingdom would be in danger. Mother explained that luxury was only for the strong. Alfonso began to tremble violently. His mother gently squeezed his hand and explained that she and her father were unable to strengthen the position of their country. Placing his hand on his mother's hand, the guy explained that he understood everything that was said. Staggering, Alfonso explained that he, as a future ruler, would fulfill his duty and would not abandon the people. Lares was delighted with the beauty of the Estacon lands. The girl explained that she hopes that in the future she will be able to contemplate their nature. Alfonso noticed that almost half of the Taranto palace had arrived here. The blonde said that they had prepared sweets for them. The prince suggested they take a break. The bride asked whether the southern palace was so beautiful. With some hesitation, the guy said that in mid-November the entire palace was leaving for Taranto. The prince remembered telling Ariadne that there you could enjoy beautiful natural scenery. At that moment, the guy explained that such landscapes can only be seen in the south. Alfonso wanted to show them to the brunette and promised to send your invitation. The girl explained with a smile that she would be waiting for an invitation. Sitting at the table with his bride, Alfonso suggested that the place would not be to her liking, and asked not to expect too much from him. When the blonde handed the girl a mug of tea, she explained with delight that she didn't expect that he remembered that she started with tea. The blonde explained that her well-being was his joy. The Duchess explained that he knew everything she liked and didn't like some kind of magic. The girl noticed that this proved that their meeting was fateful. Alfonso realized that he simply had to accept her. The brunette sat sadly near the window, realizing that the invitation from Alfonso never came. For Ariadne, this was, however, expected and did not cause her any surprise. The girl understood that the kingdom would make every effort to ensure that Alfonso tied the knot with Lariesa. Ariadne understood that they would not see the prince soon. She decided to prepare well for what would soon happen in the future. The moment was approaching when, in a past life, Isabella overthrew Larissa and took the place of the princess. At the same time, Rubina poisoned Queen Margaret with a deadly poison. After Margaret was poisoned, her home state of Caliga attacked the Etruscans under the pretext that they would not forgive the murder of a member of the royal family. The people's indignation towards Caligo grew, and in the end Alfonso broke off his engagement to Larissa. After this, Leo III did not want to see relatives from the family on the maternal side who had military power. Because of this, Isabella entered into a legal marriage with the prince. Ariadne adhered to the current course of time. The queen would be poisoned again. As if by a butterfly effect, the cardinal's daughter will marry Alfonso. The brunette decided that she should become that very daughter. The brunette realized that she just needed to wait. The girl remembered that the queen had demonstrated her virtue, and after her death Alfonso would be consumed by grief. But she would remain adamant. Ariadne realized that she would not be able to change this. Unfortunately, the girl understood that she needed the death of the queen. The lady said that the troubles that befell the world became a misfortune for some, and a chance for success for others. Sancha asked why the mistress was saying this. Ariadne explained that from now on they would need to buy a lot of beeswax. The maid asked why the mistress needed him. The girl couldn't believe that they would sell it. Throwing up her hands, the brunette explained that you never knew what might come in handy in life. The girl thought that she was the person who knew when wax could come in handy. In the summer of 1023, a plague parasitized the entire Estucan kingdom. After the widespread spread of the Black Death, wax was used to prevent the disease. Wax was applied to the entire body and clothes. Ariadne knew that it was time to start shopping, and at the height of the epidemic, sell this wax at a premium. The mistress asked Sansia to report when she found an inexpensive one. The girl knew the basics of trading and wanted to buy cheaper in order to sell more expensive. The brunette decided to use this chance to change her destiny, creating a stable foundation that no one will shake. Ariadne remembered that there was another fate that she wants to change. The girl suggested that her younger sister start studying composition. The girl explained that there were no female tutors in San Carlo who could teach her how to compose music. The brunette explained that it was worth going to the city of Padua to study. The girl began to daydream, realizing that this was studying abroad. Arabella shook her head, trying to drive away such thoughts. The little girl explained that she was a girl, and that it was unlikely that any university would accept her. The elder brother Ippolito was just studying in the university city of Padua. Many talented students gathered in this place to share knowledge. Until now, not a single girl has been accepted there. The elder sister said that they were planning to open a new music university there in collaboration with the convent. The brunette suggested that the girl make her own portfolio, which could be sent there. Arabella's eyes lit up with a spark of hope. Ariadne said that with her sister's talent, she would be able to study there. Throwing herself into the arms of her older sister, the blonde promised to try very hard. Clenching her small fist tightly, Arabella asked when she should start preparing. Ariadne remembered that in a past life the girl died of the plague. Unfortunately, the brunette was unable to prevent the spread of the Black Death. The girl decided to send the baby to a place where the plague couldn't reach her. She decided to protect the baby so that she could become an adult. Seeing Arabella's joy, the girl realized that she had become her new family. Ariadne wondered if they should have shortened the time for tea for the sake of preparation. Without much enthusiasm, the blonde answered in the negative. During dinner, Lucrezia asked where the youngest daughter had gone. Arabella explained that Ippolitato's brother was also studying there. The woman muttered displeasedly that her daughter should not compare herself to him. She explained that her older brother was getting an education and so would she. Arabella recalled that she plays and composes music well. Hitting the table with her hand, Mother explained that Ippolito would become the head of the family in the future. With her head drooping, Arabella realized that to her mother she was just a little girl. Ariadne told his father that the music university was adjacent to the convent. The brunette said that spending a year or two there would be beneficial for the girl. The cardinal asked whether Arabella should pursue composing professionally. The brunette knew that the cardinal was a man who accepted his daughters as valuable assets. The girl suggested that her father was already doing mental calculations. The money was spent on Arabella's education, her value as a bride, the likelihood of a profitable marriage, and the amount of her dowry. The man was trying to figure out whether his investment would pay off. More daughters needed a larger dowry. It is much more difficult to marry off a daughter without benefit to the family. It would be more economical to send her to a monastery. Ariadne knew that the cardinal was definitely aware of this, and she would be able to take advantage of it. Raising her hand, the second daughter said that Arabella would live in a monastery at the music university and study at the same time. Ariadne said that in the future the girl would acquire a reputation as a modest and faithful lady. Hearing the word monastery, Arabella asked what her sister was talking about. Looking at her sister, Ariadne asked her to be quieter. The cardinal remarked that this was not a bad idea and promised to think about it. Bowing, the brunette thanked her father. The girl understood that this was a good start. Lucrezia was trembling all over and her smile was distorted. The crew rode through the gloomy streets of the city. The crows circled as if foreshadowing something bad. Stepping out of the carriage, Lucrezia looked at the building. The woman was furious that she had to go through such hardship because of that girl. She understood that if she wanted to change her fate, this was her only way, and she resolutely grabbed the door handle. Smiling with a mouthful of rotten teeth, the woman noticed that a dear guest had come to see her. Lucrezia, noticeably nervous, asked if the fortune-teller really knew who she was. Laughing, the sorceress explained that the clergyman's wife had come to her. The woman asked how it was possible not to recognize her. The seer invited the guest to enter her house, because she knew how to spy on fate. Gypsy fortune-tellers were simple women whose pastime was telling fortunes using the tarot for good luck in relationships. But if a plague broke out in a city, or some natural disaster such as a flood or fire overtook the country, gypsies often became scapegoats. Therefore, people who had something to lose behaved extremely carefully and did not contact fortune-tellers. This was especially true for clergy and their families. Lucretia realized that if her husband found out about this, he would not let her get away with it. The gypsy was a close associate of Rubina, the king's mistress. The woman predicted that Rubina would become his mistress and that she would bear him a son. The countess had not been bothered by inquisitors for 20 years. The blonde hoped that she wouldn't be caught doing this. Lucretia swallowed nervously, looking around. For her, this was all she could count on now. The fortune-teller explained to the woman that she was in the right place. Only here could a way be found to solve her problem. Lucretia asked what the woman meant by this. The brunette explained that the woman is concerned about family concerns and whoever created them. The gypsy noticed that this man had recently entered Lucretia's house, but this man had not been in their family before. The brunette wondered if someone who knew nothing and was a nobody, got involved in things and ruined everything. Trembling, Lucretia asked how the gypsy knew this. Catching a surprised look, the brunette suggested that the woman was apparently very worried and had a hard time. The woman remembered that her unfriendly husband, her beloved eldest daughter, was locked in the room, and the younger daughter was with an illegitimate child, and, perhaps, betrayed her. Lucrezia was unhappy that her parents showered her with insults because she did not send them money. Nobody ever listened to her. The blonde realized that she hadn't said any of this to the gypsy. The woman did not understand how she knew all this then. Hope lit up in Lucretia's eyes because the gypsy might be able to help her. The fortune-teller tapped her finger on the table and offered to look into the future through a crystal ball. She ran her nails over the ball, and her smile revealed her rotten teeth. The gypsy woman asked what she sees women. In a trembling voice, Lucrezia said the name of her eldest daughter. The gypsy explained that she saw a girl next to a man of noble blood. She said that the girl would definitely become the king's companion. The fortune-teller warned that there was still some kind of interference. Lucretia noticed that the picture was slowly changing colors to dark. The woman saw Ariadne and the ball slowly began to crack. The crystal ball shattered into many fragments. Gritting her teeth tightly, the brunette declared that this was a fate that could not be looked into. Insert the gypsy looked at the aristocrat, trembling all over. The fortune teller realized that she had better stop before her source of income ran away. Crawling along the floor, in a trembling voice, Lucretia explained that she would go. The fortune teller explained that Isabella's future would be shattered like this crystal ball. The gypsy asked if the woman had not seen this with her own eyes. After these words, Lucretia froze, remembering that Isabella was her main treasure. The blonde looked with a pleading look and asked what she could do to save her beloved daughter. The fortune teller explained that this was an unusual case and that it won't be easy for her to deal with him. Raising her finger to her mouth, the gypsy told about a stone that had recently appeared in the woman's house. Frowning, the aristocrat suggested that they were talking about the blue heart of the ocean depths. The gypsy said that with this thing in the house, that person will be able to win every case. The brunette ordered this to be brought to her. The fortune teller explained that if the evil energy is not cleansed from the stone, the end will come for the daughter. Events are transferred to a ship heading from Mauritania to Etruscan. The seagulls screamed, cutting their wings across the expanse of the blue sky. The gypsy put her hand to the water and saw Ariadne again. The fortune teller withdrew her hand in horror, suggesting that someone else had cast the Golden Rule curse. The woman assured that if you look at the structure of witchcraft, it was immediately clear that it was done by Amhara. The boy asked his grandmother why the Court of the Golden Rule is a curse. The child reminded that if everything worked out, you could achieve anything. The woman explained that many people have tried for thousands of years, but no one has ever succeeded. The gypsy woman grabbed her grandson tightly by the hair, to which the boy shuddered. The woman assured that changing the past by breaking the causal relationship was not an easy task. The gypsy compared fate to a web that was so tangled that nothing could even touch it. Preventing one incident does not mean that what was predetermined by fate will not happen. Rubbing his head, the boy looked at his grandmother. The woman said that they would soon arrive in the Etruscan kingdom. The gypsy woman warned the boy not to get involved with the one who is on the judge's throne. The grandmother explained to the boy that she wanted him to enjoy a simple earthly life. The woman explained that for this she abandoned everything and ran away. Lucrezia sat with her head tightly clutched in her hands. The rays of a dark orange sunset seemed to foretell trouble. The blonde thought that the gypsy, thanks to her supernatural abilities, recognized her immediately. The woman was sure that she saw Isabella and Ariadne in the crystal ball. Lucretia nervously bit her nails, realizing that the fortune teller's prediction was quite real. The blonde hoped that after the ritual of illuminating the blue heart of the depths of the ocean, her stepdaughter would no longer be able to be rude and annoy her. The woman hoped that Isabella's future would be prosperous after the ritual. Lucrezia realized that if she was caught borrowing that precious stone, she would not end up in trouble. The blonde was ready to take this risk in order to change her fate. The maid ran into the room. The lady asked how everything went and whether the girl brought it. The servant said that Ariadne noticed that someone had come in, so she ordered her maid to guard the stone for days on end. Lucrezia decided that the head maid Jada would best handle her errands. Lucretia's body shook as she realized how smart the brunette was. The maid suggested that instead of fixating on the younger miss, they could go to the fortune teller again. Jada suggested that if she was very skilled, then there was a way to perform the ritual without an object. Lucretia remembered that the woman was indeed a famous and capable fortune teller. The blonde was sure there was another way out. Throwing a black cape over herself, the blonde got into the carriage. Ariadne watched her stepmother's actions from the window. The lady ordered Sancha to lure that coachman. The fortune teller rushed from side to side, realizing that if everything went as it should, she would get rich. Countess Rubina herself gave her word to the brunette. The woman promised to pay 1,000 ducats for the blue heart of the ocean depths. The fortune teller asked if the woman had really succeeded in her plan. The gypsy woman suggested that the guest quickly go inside. The brunette asked where the blue heart of the ocean depths was located. Lucretia explained that she had one more request to the seer. The gypsy fussed around and began to explain that she understood the woman's situation. Holding her head, the fortune teller explained that it would not be easy for her to carry out the cleansing ritual without the thing itself. The seer understood that without that precious stone she would not see the promised money from the countesses. The gypsy decided to make this stupid woman pay her as much as possible by any means necessary. The fortune teller said that for this ritual, she would need a lot of ingredients and no less strength. Holding her heart, the blonde explained that she was ready to do anything just to help her beloved and precious daughter. Look, She explained that it would not be easy at all. Kneeling down, the aristocrat explained that she was ready to do whatever was needed. Smiling, the fortune teller explained what was needed: the blood of a dead frog, a golden elixir, myrrh from the Moorish Empire, gold that melts like lead. The gypsy explained that in addition to these ingredients, another 200 ducats were needed. Lucretia was stunned when she heard the price. All power over the funds had recently been in the hands of Ariadne, and the blonde had no way to get such a large amount. Lucrezia, gritting her teeth, remembered that she had hardly even sent coins to her relatives lately. Approaching, the brunette asked if the woman had chickened out. The fortune teller assured that the mother should not have given up, knowing about the way that would make her daughter Isabella happy. The seer convinced her client that, as a caring mother, she should not behave so indecisively. Sansia was talking to the groom. The girl, having scouted out the necessary information, ran to the lady with a report. The little girl said that, according to Giuseppe, Madame Lucrezia visited a fortune teller today, and then stopped by Lazione's workshop. The mistress noticed that the girl got along well with the groom. The maid explained that this was not at all what the mistress thought. Ariadne assured that it was obvious that he liked the girl, and there was nothing wrong with that. The brunette explained that someone said that Giuseppe liked to gossip. The mistress noted that usually men do not behave this way until they fall in love. Blushing a little and turning to the side, young Santia explained that she didn't even want to know anything about it. Ariadne suggested that if Lucrezia stopped by Latium, you were most likely there to get a rebate. The brunette realized that her stepmother had a reason to spend a large sum on. The girl suggested that the fortune teller extorted a lot of money from her stepmother. The butler ran up and breathlessly announced that the cardinal had ordered her to appear in the room immediately. Entering her room, the girl saw splattered blood, candles, and a pentagram. Lucrezia was on her knees, and in the center was a chest. Ariadne immediately realized that it was black magic. The girl was surprised that in the center there was a casket with a blue heart of the depths of the ocean. The brunette tried to understand what was happening here. The cardinal asked if his wife really wanted their family to be crucified and burned at the stake for heresy. The woman explained that she did this for the sake of the family and the happiness of their children. The blonde said that the fortune teller said that all the misfortunes with Isabella were due to the evil fool in her house. Lucretia assured that everything should work out after this ritual. The husband was surprised whether the woman really considered everything the gypsy said to be true. The wife put her hand on her husband's shoes and begged him to forgive her. Ariadne understood that despite all his rage, her father would again turn a blind eye to her stepmother's actions. The cardinal shook hands with his wife so that she could stand up. With tears in her eyes, the wife wanted to touch his face. The man roughly grabbed her and coldly explained to Lucretia that she was only harming the de Marais family. The husband noticed that the blonde said that she did everything for the sake of the children. The man explained that she must understand the decision he had made. The cardinal explained that he was doing this for the benefit of their children, because they would be better off without such a mother. The man ordered the culprit to be immediately taken to the estate in Bergamo. The husband asked to lock her there in a small room and not let anyone in to see her. In shock, with a trembling voice, Lucrezia asked and begged her husband not to do this. The cardinal grabbed the woman's hand and removed the ring from her. The blonde begged his lordship not to do this. Lucretia asked if he understood what it would mean if he took Isabella away from her. Clenching his fist tightly, the man ordered her to be taken away. When the butler pulled the woman out of the room, she screamed hysterically. The blonde asked why his lordship treated her like that. Ariadne remembered that she had made a lot of efforts to defeat Lucretia. The brunette did not even imagine that the woman would destroy herself. The father extended his hand and asked his daughter to take the ring. The girl shuddered in surprise. She realized that this ring belonged to the manager of all the family assets. The decoration was used as the seal of the mistress of the house de Marais. The cardinal explained that he initially thought he would one day give it to his daughter-in-law. The father shared that he did not even imagine that he would give the ring to his daughter. The man noted that Ariadne manages family affairs well. The cardinal asked that the signet remain with his daughter. Staggering, the cardinal asked the girl to take care of the consequences of this damned situation. The man explained that he needed to get some rest. Having put on the ring, Ariadne realized that it was finally in her. The brunette realized that power over the cardinal's funds and house was now completely in her hands. The maid was warily cleaning up the consequences of the ritual. Ariadne realized that it was time for her to take care of all the consequences, including Jada. The brunette realized that she had no other choice, because it was for the safety of their family. The girl understood that if this maid foolishly blurted out too much outside the walls of this house, all family members entering it would be burned at the stake. Standing in front of the fireplace, Ariadne asked if everything was burning that needed to be secretly disposed of. The girl suggested that perhaps the fortune-teller had given something else. Bowing her head, the maid explained that that was all as far as she knew. The woman explained that this was all that was received from that Moorish woman. Arriving from her seat, Ariadne asked if the fortune-teller was actually one of the Moors. Returning to the past, the brunette more than once tried to find the reason for her return in order to understand what happened. She found no information about her situation in Etruscan literature. The girl remembered the moment of her own death. At that moment there were only Ariadne, Isabella, and the Moorish knight. The brunette suggested that if a knight from the Moorish Empire, which was known for its magic, was involved in that situation, the girl suggested that this fortune-teller might know that knight. Ariadne realized that she could give her other clues. Even such a weak clue gave the girl hope. It was important for Ariadne to understand the strange things that continued to happen to her in order to change her future. The mistress explained to Jada that she would go with her. The maid asked again in a trembling voice. The brunette opened the desk drawer and took out a sword from it, explaining that she definitely had to meet with that Moorish fortune-teller. The butler explained to Madame that it was better to hurry. The man explained that if she caught the eye of the cardinal, then it would be bad for both of them. The blonde grumbled and picked up more jewelry. The woman understood that she was unlikely to ever be able to return here. Lucretia decided to take as much as possible of what could be sold for big money. The blonde hoped that this would be enough for her until the children called her. The servant explained that the carriage was already waiting for the woman below. Lucrezia asked to meet with Isabella before her departure. The butler reported that even the fact that the woman went up to her room for a short time was already a great indulgence. The servant explained that these were already big risks. Squeezing the man's hand, Madame asked him to give her children the letters she would write. Lucrezia explained that the children would be worried if their mother suddenly disappeared without explanation. The woman wrote to Isabella that her mother had done something wrong in her father's eyes, which is why he decided to send her to an estate in Bergamo. Lucretia asked her daughter to take care of herself. With trembling hands and tears in her eyes, the blonde also wrote a letter to her beloved son Ippolito. Drops of tears blurred the ink. The woman asked the butler to give these letters to Ippolito and Isabella. The man asked if there was anything for Arabella. Lucretia, wiping away her tears, explained that she was still a child and was unlikely to understand anything if she received the letter. The butler informed the offender that it was time for them to set off on a long journey. For the previous 22 years, the cardinal's residence had been built with the blood and tears of the blonde. The woman was sure that she would never give the illegitimate house to the girl. Lucretia was determined to return here no matter what it cost her. Ariadne was surprised that the location of the fortune-teller, Countess Rubina, was shabby and poor. Mistress ordered Jada to go first. She asked Sansia to stay in the carriage with Giuseppe. The girl and the servants walked along the old creaky wooden floor, and under their feet, not at all afraid of people, rats ran brazenly. The building had a depressing atmosphere, and there were a lot of cobwebs hanging on the ceiling. Jada informed the mistress that she needed to enter the room around that corner. Ariadne asked the maid how she could find out whether the fortune-teller was in front of her or a simple Moorish woman. Opening the door with a bang, the brunette entered the room. The reflections from the candles played on the walls. The maid reported that it was exactly that woman. Taking off her hood, Ariadne asked if this was the same fortune-teller who recommended vicious black magic to the cardinal's wife. The gypsy froze, explaining that she was just a fraudster making a tarot prediction. The fortune-teller explained that she was just pretending to have black magic. Ariadne realized that Countess Rubina was not a fool to keep a swindler next to her for 20 years. The fortune-teller shuddered, realizing that this was the girl in front of her because of whom the crystal ball broke. The gypsy woman asked her guest why she only had one mole. Ariadne asked what she meant. The gypsy asked who the girl was who wandered the Etruscan lands enchanted by the magic of Amhara. The fortune-teller asked who placed the girl on the judgment throne. The magical energy scattered in different directions, and the gypsy began to convulse. She winced and hissed in pain from time to time. Ariadne asked what was happening to the Moorish woman and what else this judicial throne was about. The girl asked what was happening with the fortune-teller and the maid Jada. The lady asked if this had anything to do with the judgment throne. The girl asked why a mole appeared under her eye. Ariadne asked the gypsy to pull herself together and answer her. Jada, screaming in pain, scattered through the air like ash. Grabbing the gypsy woman by the shirt, Ariadne ordered her to speak. The fortune teller explained that if she told too much, she would have to pay for it, just like that woman. The brunette realized that the Mauritanian woman definitely knew something. The girl asked if the payment was really more expensive than that life. Ariadne plunged the sword close to the fortune teller's neck. Trembling all over, the clairvoyant explained that if Ariadne took the place of the judge, then for the fact that she would tell her a little, it was unlikely that her life would be taken away as payment. The Moorish woman explained that when she spoke of the seat of judges, she meant the seat of judgment of the Golden Rule. She explained that those occupying the throne received a special ability transmitted to them from the Awakeners. Ariadne asked what her special ability was. The fortune teller said that the girl's special ability was the ability to see the future. The brunette didn't understand if this meant that she knew the future because she returned from there. Ariadne, without putting away the sword, asked the woman to continue. The fortune teller said that using her visions, she would try to change what was already predetermined. The Moorish woman warned that if anyone suffered a little, Ariadne would have to pay the price for it. Droplets of blood came out of the woman's mouth. The gypsy said that to take revenge 101 times, the girl would only have 100 insults caused, for which the girl would also pay. The woman's eye turns black and turns into black dust. The fortune teller asked the girl to live an exclusively righteous life, even feeling resentment and anger. Live 5 times kinder than others for your own sake. Ariadne silently went into her room and fell tiredly onto the bed. The girl didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if she had taken Sancha with her there instead of Jada. The mistress explained to the girl that it was very good that she decided not to take her with her. Turning around, the girl swallowed nervously. Kneeling down next to the bed, she explained to the lady that she did not know what happened to her there. The little girl asked the mistress not to look at anything she couldn't look at in the future. Sancha asked that next time it would be better to order it from her, be it Jada or the fortune teller. The girl promised to take care of everything, because it was not right for the lady to dirty her hands. Ariadne said that the fortune teller said that if she tried to change the predetermined future, she would have to be punished, and revenge carried out to the extent that she wants will be unacceptable. The girl understood that for the sake of those she loves, if she had to receive retribution or even sacrifice herself, Ariadne was ready to protect the people close to her at any cost. The brunette did not understand what she would do with her broken heart. Having gathered all the servants, Ariadne asked if everyone was here. The lady explained that some unpleasant circumstances had arisen in the house. The girl shared that the right to manage the household was transferred to her for some time. The brunette said that the position of senior maid would remain vacant for now, and her duties in the next days would be performed by Sancha. Ariadne explained that he hoped for assistance. The brunette said that she intends to join the ranks of the guard. Calling Giuseppe over, the lady explained that he would be responsible for this. Ariadne explained that those who wish to join the ranks of the guards can contact the guy. She asked everyone to think carefully first of all, because she was looking for capable and loyal people. Sancha was glad that the mistress was now managing the household. Ariadne warned the girl that she would have a lot of new things to do. The maid explained that the mistress could entrust them to her. After hesitating, the maid asked if they had really defeated Madame Lucretia. Smiling, Ariadne explained that this was not the end, and they would need to prepare for the second battle. Smoking his pipe, Ippolito read the letter. The guy realized that it was time to return to the house in San Carlo, because he was the eldest son. The red-haired guy asked why he made such a sudden decision. The blonde explained that there were problems at home. Ippolito assumed that he would have to leave before graduation. The eldest son explained that his mother got into trouble and was kicked out of the house. Ippolito insisted that he had no choice but to go to San Carlo. The friend asked whether if he came home, the woman would be allowed to return. Shaking out the ashes, the blonde asked how he could concentrate on his studies in such a situation. The guy explained that he simply had to return home as soon as possible and fulfill his filial duty. A friend asked if he would go after his last exam. He reminded that if not, then Hippolyte will not graduate. The blonde explained that some kind of diploma was not the most important thing for him now. Hippolyte asked how one could practice writing when there were problems at home. He smashed the billowing smoke with his cloak. The blonde noted that he was very sorry that he would not be able to get a diploma because of his mother. Hippolyte suggested that he would have another chance, and he and his friend would meet again. Mallet was served by the first handsome man of San Carlo, Isabella. The girl dreamed that the lady would soon become a servant of a high-ranking official, that is, the wife of the prince himself. The girl planned to enter the palace as the personal maid of Prince Alfonso's bride. The red-haired girl grew up in the Ranbo charity house and will soon begin to live in the royal palace. Mallet planned to find a worthy man at court and gain wealth. The girl planned to gain unprecedented popularity for herself. The maid said in a languid voice that she was so busy serving her mistress. The girl was torn from her dreams by one of the maids. The woman ordered her to stop having fun and come up and sweep the floors properly. The dark-haired maid explained that Mistress Isabella was locked up all day long, while her personal maid was idle all day long. The older maid explained that cleaning the servants' quarters was the girl's responsibility. Maletta said nothing but was surprised that she would have to clean the servants' room. She didn't like having to do something like that. The red-haired girl asked if it was really a joke. Maletta said it was up to the new girls to do it. The girl asked if the interlocutor really wanted to look good in the eyes of Sanchi. Maletta flinched when she saw her sister, and a grin appeared on the girl's face. Mallet turned around and left. She was very angry that her sister looked down on her. The girl, gritting her teeth, dreamed that one day she would trample on this devil. The girls went in different directions. Sancho didn't understand why her sister had been so irritated since the morning. She considered her sister unreasonable. The girl realized that by being upset, she was only making things worse for herself. The maid decided to quickly hang up the laundry and chat with the mistress. The maid saw a groom among the white sheets. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the guy noticed how unexpected their meeting was. Having placed a heavy basin with laundry, the maid asked if she should tell the mistress to increase the amount of work related to security. Fidgeting nervously, the guy explained that this was not the case at all. The guy handed the girl a bun. He explained that he found it by accident and he was reluctant to eat it alone. Giuseppe noted that their chance meeting was very opportune and invited the girl to eat the treat. Taking the girl by the hand, the blonde put down the treat. The wind rustled in the grass from time to time. The guy explained that it was time for him to get back to work. Unwrapping the package, Sansia asked what was there. The girl realized that these were the treats that aristocrats ate. The maid did not understand why the guy gave them to her. The lady asked the girl how much she loved Maletta. Hesitating a little, the maid asked why the lady so suddenly decided to ask her about this. Ariadne explained that she could only make a decision once she heard the answer. The mistress asked whether the girl wanted to take revenge on her or forgive her, because she was her only relative. The brunette explained that she would be satisfied with any answer. The mistress explained that she could do as Sansia wished. The girl, turning gloomy, replied that Maletta was her eldest half-relative who was still alive. The maid explained that because of the girl, their mother died, and you also abandoned your family. The maid explained that she would not forgive Mallet for that. Ariadne said that she understood the baby. The girl explained that she had just received a letter saying that Brother Hippolito would soon return home. The brunette said that upon his arrival she plans to place him in Madame Lucretia's room. Ariadne remembered that she would still need to assign a maid to her brother. Sancha explained that anyone would be happy to take on such work. The maid explained that it was actually like a promotion. Smiling, the brunette explained that she had decided to entrust this work to Mallet. There was surprise on the maid's face, but then she waved her hand laughing and said that the lady had very strange jokes. Looking at Ariadne's face, the girl realized that she was serious. She stated that this could not be called revenge. It was more like a reward. Sancha said that everyone wanted to have a job as a servant for the future head of the clan. The girl bowed her head. There were even tears in her eyes. But Ariadne asked the maid to calm down and listen to her carefully. The lady assured that she would like to give Maletta this place because she would definitely like it. The maid did not understand what she meant. Putting the glass on the table, the brunette explained that Ippolito was Maletta's cherished goal, the Holy Grail. She assured that it was still a poisoned grail from touching which people died. Ariadne assured her maid with a grin that she would show her an end worthy of Mallet. She asked the girl to trust her a little more.